I want to welcome you all to our Financial Wellbeing Symposium. This is actually our 6th annual one. We're greatly expanded this year. We expect over 100 people in attendance here and well over 300 registered for us online. So this is a great expansion of this exciting event that we have. Before we get started with the event, I want to thank all of the members of the Financial Wellbeing Research Center that you can see up here, and those sponsors as well as part of that. First session, I'm joined up here by Sarah, Defined Contribution Leader from Mercer, who is also the chair of our Financial Wellbeing Research Center, who's a very important part of developing this event and also part of our research center. We appreciate all her work. I'm Craig Copeland. Hopefully everyone knows me. I am the Director of Wealth Benefits Research here at EBRI, which oversees retirement and financial well-being, and that's why I get to be up here today. Sarah and I are going to give us some opening comments. Sarah's going to give us some really interesting insights on what employees are thinking about their finances and what they would like to help improvement. I'm going to talk about some trends in what employers are offering for employee benefits on the financial well-being side. And then Sarah is going to go back and give us an overview of what we can expect for today's event. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to Sarah.
Thanks, Craig. There we go. Great. So the slide that we have up on the screen right now comes from Mercer's 2023-2024 Inside Employees' Minds Survey, where we surveyed 4,000 U.S. employees. It highlights the top 5 financial concerns, those issues that keep employees awake at night, broken down by age group. A few key points really stood out to us. Covering monthly expenses was the top concern for all age groups under age 45 and was a top 4 concern for the older age groups. The ability to retire was the primary concern for employees over age 45, but it didn't even appear in the top 5 for those employees under age 45. This suggests that when younger employees are focused on making ends meet, they're focusing on covering their day-to-day expenses, retirement planning may not be a priority. They may need broader financial support with budgeting and debt management before they can start saving for or even really thinking about retirement. I recently had a sneak peek at the latest Inside Employees' Minds results, which are going to be published in January. It was no surprise to see that covering monthly expenses and the ability to retire remain the top 2 financial stressors overall, although both did show some improvement over the last survey. Job security and workload-life balance have now tied with the ability to retire as the second highest concern. Additionally, we observed that the largest increases in concerns related to career advancement and development, child care and elder care, and job security. These survey findings reflect the broader financial challenges that employees continue to face in 2025, especially those living paycheck to paycheck, a group that represents a significant portion of the workforce. Factors such as inflation, tariffs, and rising costs for groceries, child care, and housing are contributing to increased financial pressure. Adding to this are the effects of changes to remote, hybrid, and return to office work models, challenges faced by non-desk employees, rising healthcare costs, the lasting impact of financial trauma, and the growing influence of AI. Together, these dynamics help explain why financial well-being has become one of the most discussed topics in employee benefits, with both employees asking for more and employers responding accordingly. So now I'm going to turn it over to Craig to talk a little bit about the employer side.
Thank you, Sarah. We see we annually do a Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey each year at EBRI. Jake Spiegel is going to be going more highlights of this, but there's 4 particular trends that I wanted to talk about today that I think are very important to see what is going on in the financial well-being and what employers are thinking about it. The first one is we put these people in whether they're interested in actively implementing or currently offering financial well-being benefits. You can see that this is really taking off, that the people that are only just interested, it's gone down significantly from what it was when we first started doing this survey back in 2018. And now we could see that it's really people are either doing it or actively implementing. We're really seeing this going along. At the same time, as they're offering benefits, the employees say that they're concerned for their employees, the employers say that for their employees' financial well-being has increased. You see that blue bar, which is the high concern, orange is medium concern, but this is a 10-point scale, so even medium concern of 7 or 8 is still pretty highly concerned, level of concern for their employees' financial well-being. So they're offering more benefits. They feel that there is more things that they need to be doing. They're really concerned about this as an issue that is really coming about. And at the same time, employers are really looking for different people to help design that. Before, really, it was just the benefit consultants, companies, and retirement plans, but you could see that financial well-being vendors have really come along to offer different and more specialized benefits are coming along, and also other third-party providers that provide different types of benefits are helping companies design their benefits. So there's a growing ecosystem of who is actually helping in this system. It isn't more the traditional things. There's more people and companies that are coming up with new ideas to help employees with their financial well-being through the employer delivery. And the last thing here I wanted to show is really the trend in what the expected budgets are. Not only are more people likely to offer, they really, even going back to 2022, there is an expectation that budgets will increase. We see that now in 24 and 25, and actually in 25, we actually see the people uptick in the budget that will increase significantly. You see that's all the way up to 31% of employers said that they expect their budgets to increase significantly. When we saw those same type of percentages that would increase somewhat has stayed the same, and just no change to go forward. So we really see additional enthusiasm and focus of these employer benefits being offered through the employees, and really that's why we're here, because this is one of the things of what we're trying to see is really helping people make these benefits more effective. And this is what we see the employers are doing more things, doing different things, and to really try to help their employees perform. So Sarah's going to now give us an overview of the rest of the day, and thank you for joining us.
So one thing I did want to touch on too is that there have been some policy changes over the past few years that have given employers more options to expand their financial well-being offerings. So beyond the emergency savings and student loan provisions that were in Secure 2.0, the One Big Beautiful Bill addressed some additional financial well-being topics, including the expanded use of 529 education savings plans, changes to student loan borrowing limits, and the introduction of Trump accounts, those tax-advantaged savings and investment accounts for children under age 18. And then more recently, we've seen some executive orders on that federal student loan repayment structure, and we've seen increased demand for some student loan assistance from some borrowers. As we look ahead to the rest of the day, we have a full agenda that's going to touch on many themes. We're going to explore those early impacts of Secure 2.0 and the growing emphasis on the flexibility in benefits design. We're going to hear about how employees are gauging in their HSAs and FSAs, and how digital payment trends are influencing those financial behaviors. Later, we're going to dive into designing benefits that really truly resonate with employees, especially those in frontline and in non-desk roles. We're going to examine more findings from the 2025 EBRI Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey, and we're going to compare perspectives from large and small employers in that discussion. We're also going to have a fireside chat focused on Gen X's unique retirement challenges, followed by sessions on caregiving benefits at all life stages, measuring the outcomes of financial well-being programs, and then the evolving role of AI in workforce benefits. To close the day, we're going to be hearing from Rick Edelman on the 8 biggies, the biggest threats, fears, mistakes, and opportunities facing employees and their families. And now we're going to hand it over to Bridget. She's going to provide some instructions for today's audience activity and moderate our first panel. Thank you.
Yes, so hopefully you picked up those bingo cards, and Bridget's going to provide the instructions here in a second to make this a little more fun activity for today.
Thank you, Craig, and thank you, Sarah. And for those of you in person today, I hope bingo does not need an explanation or instructions. But we do have a financial well-being benefits bingo today for those of you that are in person. To our virtual audience, we apologize. Now, the purpose of this Benefits Bingo is to share some copies of the 2 books that have recently been released from our keynote speakers, from Carrie Hannon and Rick Edelman. And so we will have 6 copies to go out to the in-person audience for our bingo winners, and we're going to select 4, randomly select 4 participants on the virtual session to receive 4 copies, 1 copy each. So we do ask, if you get bingo, that you don't jump up and wave your hands. We do have plenty of breaks for you to go claim your prize at the registration desk.
And Bridget warned us that we're not allowed to say all the bingo words in this first session.
Yes, yes.
We'll try really hard not to.
It might be difficult. So Sarah laid the groundwork very nicely for this session. There are a lot of competing priorities amongst employees, and there are many different kinds of benefits that are available to employees. So in the younger generation specifically, debt management was actually number 4 in that list of priorities on that matrix. And so Priya, this has been something that you've been studying for quite a while. Can you take us through some of the policy evolution and where we are today and where we might be heading? Oh, and my apologies.
Hello.
Let me just step back 1 second. I forgot to introduce Priya and Holly. So Priya is the director of workplace research at Fidelity Investments, where she leads research across financial well-being programs, and she focuses on the motivations and behaviors that drive financial decision-making. Holly is the director of retirement at WTW. She brings 20 years of consulting experience to this panel, and they both have wonderful perspectives, so I'm so pleased and fortunate to be moderating this panel. So Priya, please take us away.
Yeah, okay, cool. So thank you for having me. Thank you for the really nice introduction. I'm really excited to be here. And I can't promise you're not going to cross off all the bingo things on your bingo cards during my session. So I think I'm going to start by just kicking off and talking a little bit about one particular Secure 2.0 provision, which is the student debt matching. And so, of course, I think Sarah set up this really, really nicely at the beginning about just kind of all of these new provisions that came out of Secure 2.0 and the ways that they've enabled employers to better address the financial wellness needs of their employees. I am focusing on student debt, because it is my favorite provision, and part of the reason it's my favorite provision as part of Secure 2.0 is that it's deeply personal for me. So, when I graduated from grad school, I don't know why it keeps going ahead, but when I graduated from grad school, I graduated with a significant amount of student debt, and so in the first couple of years of my career, I was not contributing to my retirement. I was very, very focused on getting my student debt down. But there is nothing like working at Fidelity, let me tell you, to show you the compounded growth that I missed out on by not contributing for those first couple of years. So I now know better. But it not only is this kind of challenge of student debt personal, but it also is a huge and broad challenge in the workforce, right? So we know 45 million Americans have student debt. Representing about 25% of the workforce, right? So that's huge. That's 1 in 4 of employees that have student debt. And so that's partly why, at Fidelity, we just recently published a new white paper. So the white paper is focused on how student debt impacts people's retirement readiness. And so I'm going to be touching on some of the key insights from that white paper today, and then, happy to share a link to that, after the session. I also will be just sharing a little bit about what Fidelity has seen in our kind of first 2 years of having a Secure 2.0 student loan matching product in market, so just to see the impact that we've seen. And then I'll also talk a little bit about considerations for employers that might be thinking about such a benefit. So is that like a good setup? Is there anything else you want me to say?
Go right ahead. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, I think when talking about student debt, it's really just important to think about the context in which people have student debt. So that's what you're seeing here on this slide. So I don't know why. Let's see. Okay. So, we know that there was a payment pause that started in 2020, right? So payments were paused for 4 years. And so during that time, student loan borrowers got really used to not making their student loan payments. They might have kind of refunded those funds, out of their budget completely, or refunded it towards retirement or to save for other long-term goals. Some people also were just holding out for broad-based forgiveness, right? That had been dangled in front of us over those last 4 years. So then a lot has changed in the last year or so. So in the fall of 2024, missed payments started to be reported and impacting people's credit scores, triggering new delinquencies. And then just this year, there was so much activity, right? So collections resumed for loans in default, and then the One Big Beautiful Bill introduced caps on certain types of loans. It also introduced new repayment plans. So just a lot more complexity in a very complex system already. So just imagine if you have student debt, like the financial stress this adds when the rules are just shifting under your feet and you're trying to figure out how to repay your loans, and then the rules change all of a sudden. So this has created a lot of stress. But I think the silver lining here has been that we have greater legislative clarity than we've ever had before in this space, right? So that kind of allows us to forge ahead. So Secure 2.0, which is kind of the topic of this discussion, it becoming effective in 24 is enabling employers to then address the needs of the student debt population, but also help them save for retirement at the exact same time. These
Is there
slides have in mind.
is there an auto advance that could be turned off on the slides by chance?
They might just have a mind of their own this morning. I don't know what's going on, but so I think Secure 2.0 has been really effective and a cost-effective way for employers to come in and help address this challenge. And in addition to that, there's the Section 127 of the Internal Revenue Code, which just became more permanent, which allows employers to actually help their employees pay down their student loans directly in a tax-free way. So there's kind of two new ways for employers to help address this challenge in a way that is cost-effective for them. So it's a really exciting space right now. Okay, so moving on, I think it'd be helpful to talk about just who has student debt. So I think we often think about this as being, you picture a young graduate or someone that has a lot of student debt, but this isn't just a young person's problem. So we know, going back, that 26% of all outstanding loans are held by those 50 plus.
I have a question. Here's a question for the audience. Who here has been affected by student loans in a major way or knows someone who has been? And this is an issue that is so pervasive throughout our labor market, in this room and throughout America. The 1.6 trillion in loans is just an outstanding number. And while we just kind of recently, EBRI has acquired credit bureau data to study some of the impact on student loans, on retirement savings and HSA savings. I think that our data ends at 2023, so we're not going to capture that 24 change on the delinquencies. But it's very interesting. It's something that we're looking at in our research agenda. So I think your slides are good now.
Yeah, great. Well, and I think just to your point, I think what I had mentioned is that, 25% of the workforce holds student debt. But then if you think about, the spouses of those people that have student debt or their children. So our estimate is about 80% of the workforce has someone in their immediate family that has student debt, right? So I think when we think about student debt, it impacts many more people in your workforce than you probably think. So, just going back to who has that student debt. So I think, we often think about this as a young person's problem, but I think it's really important to think about those that are 50 plus that are nearing retirement. And so if they have that kind of student loan balance, for them, it's like they have actually very limited time to recover. So, I'm looking in the middle column, so you'll see that if you add up that 18% and 8% of those that are 50 and older, so that's 26% of all student loan balances that are held by those that are 50 plus. And I think it's important to note that it's not just the fact that they have debt that's the problem, but it's the amount of that debt. So if you look at kind of the highlighted green there, those that are 50 to 61 actually have the highest average student debt balance of any other age group, right? And so, these are folks that are nearing retirement with really big loan balances, really threatening their ability to retire on time, retire how they want to. And ultimately, they just, limited time to recover is kind of an important key here. Moving to the next slide. Yeah, I think you're right. I have control of my slides now. This is exciting. So, focusing again on that 50 plus population. So I think we know that student debt holders of all age groups tend to have lower retirement balances than those that otherwise. But what we did is we looked at our kind of Fidelity record kept data and said, okay, what does that actually look like for the 50 plus population that is going to be nearing retirement in the next 5, 10, or 15 years? So when we looked at our internal data set, we looked at all retirement plan participants that are 50 plus, and they have on average $221,000 in their retirement accounts. And then we compared that to those that hold student debt. They have an average of $103,000. So that is a pretty striking gap. Yeah, go ahead. In this context, we're observing as folks that have a student debt product with us. So it's not a perfect measure, but we don't have that sort of record kept. So that is kind of how we're doing the analysis here. Good question, though. We don't have control. But I think the striking gap is important, and I think we often overlook this 50 plus population, and I think this threatens the ability of people to retire on time, which really matters to employers who really want people to retire on time. So for employers, it affects their workforce planning, and it affects their costs as well. Okay, and then I think that the point here is that it's not just that retirement that gets delayed with student debt or student loans. It's a lot of different milestones, right? So in some research that our team did, we found that 90% of student loan borrowers say it has affected their ability to achieve a milestone. So that included things like marriage, having kids, retirement, of course, saving for a large purchase, but also big healthcare decisions as well. So there's a really strong linkage here between having student debt and healthcare and making sure that you're kind of on top of your health. And we also know that those that have student debt have just many more competing priorities. And I feel like this should be obvious because, on top of everything in your life, you're also trying to manage paying off your debt. So, their top priorities are paying off their debt. Saving retirement is still a top priority, even if it's really hard for them. For 62% of people with student debt say that this is still a priority. And then building up emergency savings also continues to be a priority. So they are juggling a lot, and I think just to also mention, I think healthcare is a really important aspect here. So those that have student debt are also more likely to have medical debt and are more likely to feel very stressed about healthcare costs. So when you're feeling stressed, you are likely to have poor health outcomes, you are likely to delay care and things like that. All of that then affecting the employer and their kind of health, they're already really worried about increasing health premiums, right? And so there's a strong connection there. So I think the kind of, that was a lot of bad news, but I think the good news is Secure 2.0, which is where we started this discussion. But it has really enabled more flexibility for employer to come in and address retirement challenges, but also student debt at the same time. And so the Secure 2.0 provision enables an employer to contribute to match student loan payments as if they were a 401k or a retirement contribution, enabling an employee to both be paying down their retirement and paying down their student loans and saving for retirement at the same time. So I think most people in this room are probably familiar with this provision, but just to provide an example. So, if I was not able to contribute to my retirement, but I put $300 towards my student loans, my employer can then match that $300 directly into my 401k as if it was a retirement contribution. So it's a really exciting way for employers to help in this space. And I think the important part of this, and I think Sarah mentioned this before, but it's really just what's exciting to me is that it modernizes our retirement system, right? So it's enabling us for employers to help with long-term goals, but also helping employers kind of support their short-term obligations. So
Can we go back to a slide, please? Yeah.
So this is where I want to spend a little bit of time. So what we're looking at here is what Fidelity's impact, or what we've seen so far in having our Secure 2.0 matching provision live over the last 2 years, right? So we've seen some really, really exciting momentum. So we're working now with 450 plan sponsors and supporting about 2 million plan participants that are eligible for this. So really exciting momentum. And I think the financial impact, thank you. The financial impact has been what's really huge, and so that's what you're seeing here on the left. So on average, what we have seen, we were able to do a look back at just 2024 when we were doing our kind of impact analysis. So on average, employees that are enrolled in this benefit are receiving $1,900 in matching contributions from their employers. Okay, so that $1,900 is already a lot for someone who wasn't able to contribute to their retirement in the first place. And if you take that $1,900 and you think about, okay, if I received that early in my career, what is that going to look like at the time of retirement? So we project that to be about $26,000 at the time of retirement. Okay, so then now imagine you're receiving this benefit for 10 years straight, which is the average amount of time it takes to pay off your student loans. So if you are able to get this benefit for 10 years straight with an average of $1,900 annually, we project that to look like $200,000 at the time of retirement, right? So that is a huge and meaningful increase in what you could have saved for retirement. And imagine just the difference that makes for someone who thought that they couldn't save for retirement and had to prioritize paying down their student loans, right? This enables them to do both. So some of the other impact that we found, you'll see here on the right-hand side. So one of the things that we wanted to look at when we were looking at sort of the impact of this offering was, are we actually reaching those that need this? And the answer, excitingly, was resoundingly yes. So when we looked at kind of the average participant that's enrolled in this, it tended to be those with lower incomes, less saved for retirement, and those that were more likely to have taken a hardship withdrawal. So that tells us that we're reaching those that we intended to reach. And then we also saw increased plan participation in health. So among enrolled participants in this program, we saw an 11 percentage point increase in terms of plan participation compared to a comparable cohort at an employer that doesn't have this offering. So a comparable cohort are those that also have student debt and kind of very similar in demographics. And then finally, 50% of those that are enrolled are getting a full match now from their employer. So they're getting the full benefit of the match their employer offers, which is really exciting. So just to close this out, because I think that the slides are telling me that it's time, I guess. I think the Secure Point 2.0 has introduced a lot of new flexibility, and it's something that I wish I could have taken advantage of to enable me to get involved with my retirement offering sooner, because there was a couple years that I just was not engaging with my retirement at all. And so this is just kind of one way that we've introduced more flexibility into the system, but I'm going to now turn it over to you, Holly, to talk a little bit more about flexibility and the new private letter ruling, which might enable that.
So before you kick off, just a note about flexibility. You mentioned all the competing priorities. The EBRI Workplace Wellness Survey, which is a collaboration between EBRI and Greenwald Research, finds that 1 in 3 employees, when they think about what improvements their employer can make to their benefit plan, 1 in 3 employees say they would like more choice or more flexibility. And so Holly is going to lead us through a discussion on how employers are approaching choice, what she's seeing, and a little bit about the private letter ruling as well.
That's right. Thank you, Bridget. And I only have 3 slides, so we might get through those really fast. So you might see the same 3 over and over again today. I'll take the clicker from you, Priya. That doesn't really work. So I think we'll go to the next one. Here we go. So as Bridget mentioned, and sort of in conjunction with the concept of student loan debt, which there have been some private letter rulings that have been further enabled employers to take further action on enabling employees to pay down their student loan debt. That's the topic that we're going to talk about today. So not necessarily Secure 2.0, but in the same context of expanding possibilities, we're going to talk about employee choice. And when we talk about that, before we talk about the private letter ruling itself, or PLR, you'll probably hear me say, hopefully that's not a bingo word, I don't know if it is. Ding ding. Before we do that, we're going to take a step back and zoom out and really talk about why the concept of choice might be interesting to employers, why it might be interesting to employees, and why it might be interesting to organizations from a business perspective as well. So let's see if we can get the slides to work here. Great. So first, we're going to take a look at some data. And when we think about some employee sensing, some employer sensing that we do at WTW. So first we'll talk about the employer perspective and what we think about when we talk to employers. When we talk to employers, WTW does a survey across plan sponsors, defined contribution plan sponsors specifically. And when we talk to those plan sponsors, we find that 2/3 of them, when we talk to them, have told us that they're interested in the concept of employee choice. Well, what do we mean by that? They just mean, in general, if I could give employees more choice in their benefit programs, they're interested in that concept. If we could remove the legislative and the regulatory barriers behind that, if we could remove some of those regulatory obstacles, they would be very interested in adding these types of concepts to their programs. So we said, okay, well, that's really interesting. That tells us they're interested in that personalization of benefits, of kind of the concept of maybe the program that I have now, that's a one-size-fits-all benefit construct, maybe that I designed 10, 15 years ago for my employees. Maybe I'm more interested in modernizing that benefits program structure. So we have that data point from the employer perspective. Then we look at employees. What are employees telling us? Also at W2W, we do a survey. It's our Global Benefit Attitude Survey, where we go out and we talk to thousands of employees all across the globe. And when we look at employees in North America and specifically the United States, they tell us that they are 2 times more likely to appreciate their benefits, to value what their employers give them, just if the employer gives them a choice. Doesn't even mean that they choose something different than what they would have chosen absent that choice, but having the opportunity to say, here's a menu of things that you can choose from, employee, for your benefit, having the optionality of some kind of choice in their benefits gives them a greater appreciation for the benefits that the employer offers. So we really find that choice is a way to provide that personalization to the employees. It gives them a higher perceived value of the benefits that the employer is providing. And what that really provides is a greater maximization of the value of the employer dollars that they're providing. So when you think about the return on the investment of an employer's dollar that they're spending, they're already spending that dollar on the benefits program. Now they could perhaps maximize the dollars more from the employee's perspective. So choice starts to become more of an ROI strategy. It's not really a nice to have or a good personalization strategy. It starts to become a little bit more of a business strategy as well, and being able to maximize the value of my benefit spend. Well, then we look over on the right-hand side here. We do some more sensing. We do a lot of surveying. We like data. And this year we did a benefit trend survey at W2W. And we asked employers what they're planning to do. I know you shared some survey data right at the beginning when we said, what are you planning to do with your benefit spend over the next several years? And employers told us the focus of their benefit spend is not necessarily enhancing their benefit spend. Some will, and some of that, as we saw earlier, is probably going to go to things like financial well-being. But many said, I'm in a cost-constrained environment, so I need to reallocate or rebalance my benefit spend. A lot of that's going to be moving towards healthcare costs. Some might be moving to financial well-being programs, but they're going to be looking to reallocate or rebalance that spend. And when we think about that, we think about choice really having an interesting play in that space, because what that means is when we think about that concept, the same employer dollar can go amongst the different choices that are in that benefit program. In a cost-constrained environment, a concept like offering employees choice in where their benefit dollars go allows you to necessarily not have to add new programs, but allow the employees to choose where their dollars go, maximizing that ROI without necessarily having to add new benefit spend for new programs and not necessarily having to add new costs to your benefit structure. So now that we've taken a look at the survey data and sort of the context of more broadly what's happening with employers, employees, and cost constraints, we'll talk a little bit about why the concept of choice matters. And this hits on some of the workforce needs that we've already heard about, and I think we'll continue to hear about throughout the day today. So when we think about flexible choice, retirement choice, employee choice, you can call it a lot of different things. We think about why it matters for a few key reasons, and there's a lot here, but we sort of picked the top 3. The first of which is a concept like choice really addresses short-term financial strain for employees. We've talked about some of these already today. Sarah showed that great chart that had all the top reasons for employees. Employees are juggling a lot of financial hurdles. They're juggling student loan debt, which Priya, you talked about significantly. People are struggling to save for emergencies. People are struggling with healthcare bills. And what a concept like choice can do is it can allow employees to direct their dollars to the life stage or to the financial obstacle that is most important to them at the moment that matters right now. And that could be different than what they were struggling with last year, and it could be different than what they're struggling with next year. And that has a very high value to employees. And we think about enhancing financial well-being and financial resilience, and also how to help employees get the most value out of their benefits. That can be extraordinarily powerful and meaningful in helping employees. Secondly, choice, it boosts employee experience. So we're all consumers here, and we live in a very consumer-driven culture. So I know every time I log on to Amazon, which has been pretty frequently as I'm sort of doing my holiday shopping, it suggests to me what I should buy and what I should buy from others. When I boot up my Apple Music, it tells me what songs I should listen to. When I log on to my Kindle, it tells me books I want to read. When I go to do my benefits, it's one size fits all. It's just sort of right there. And I think, employees are telling us when we go out and we talk to them and survey them that they would prefer a more personalized benefits experience. And I think we're starting to see that in various aspects. And choice is a way to further that personalized consumer-driven benefits experience within the construct of the programs that employers already have. It's a way to bring flexibility that's expected in every other aspect of your workers' and employees' life to benefits. So that's another aspect of choice that we find really interesting, is it allows benefits to no longer be one size fits most, but really further that consumer-driven experience. And third, we hear, and I'm sure we'll talk about later today, the rising cost of healthcare and how that's just really proliferating across all aspects of benefits. And when we think about a concept of employee choice as it relates to benefit spend and overall the benefits ecosystem, we think that the healthcare pressures that are prevalent, allowing an employee the opportunity to save perhaps in choosing between whether they want to take employer dollars and save in an HSA today, or perhaps allocate those towards a retiree HRA for the future, could be really, really valuable to that particular employee and their personal saving strategy for the future. So again, meeting the employee where they are, allowing them to make to have the optionality to choose what's best for them in today's moment, and then maybe choosing again next year in that moment or the year after, could be really powerful. And then lastly, we'll close. I'll put here on the bottom of the page, in our same survey that I mentioned earlier, where we talked to plan sponsors, defined contribution plan sponsors, and we asked them what they thought about the idea of adding choice to their retirement program. This was in early 2024, about 40%, so nearly half told us that they were interested in adding some type of retirement choice to their program. That was before this private letter ruling that we'll talk about in just a moment had really come out and gotten a lot of attention. Employers had really started thinking deeply about that before student loan debt had continued to become such a proliferating problem, before we really saw this increase in rising healthcare costs. We're going to be doing the same survey again in 2026, and I would wager that we're going to see that number increase pretty significantly. So I'm excited to see what we hear from employers when we go to ask that same question again this year. All right, so now that I have you on the edge of your seats about what in the heck is employee choice, we'll talk a little bit about this private letter ruling. If you have heard about it, then you're going to hear about it again. If you haven't heard about it, then this might be your first time. So first of all, what is a private letter ruling? Just to set the stage, a private letter ruling is something that an employer can go to the IRS and request specifically. It is unique to that employer, so it has to do with their specific structure, programs, documents. It is not something necessarily that all employers can rely on. So this is, again, unique to the employer that requested this particular private letter ruling. It was requested and approved by the IRS back in August of 2024. And there's a link to it in the bottom. It's publicly available information, so you can go out and read that. This particular employer went to the IRS and asked the IRS to approve a program whereby the employer would allocate a portion of their defined contribution plan employer contribution and allow the employees to redirect a portion of the non-elective contribution in the plan and say, let's say that's 4% of a non-elective contribution, and take a portion of that, a couple percent, and instead of keeping all that non-elective contribution in the plan, take that and allocate that as a choice contribution and say, let the employees allocate that towards an HSA or student loan debt repayment or an HRA, up to the applicable limits where that's relevant, such as the HSA or the student loan debt. But again, giving the employee the choice to say what's most valuable to me. Do I want to spend my employer dollars and keep them all in the retirement plan? Or would I rather keep some of those dollars in the retirement plan, but take some of those dollars, and because what's most valuable to me, which will set me up for the broadest holistic financial well-being success and put me on the broadest path towards retirement success, reallocate some of those monies towards an HSA this year or towards paying down my student loan debt, non-matching contribution, direct repayment towards student loan debt.
Can I just
and
ask
that's
Can I just ask a question to the audience?
Mm-hmm.
If your employer offered choice to you today for where you could allocate some of the matching contribution to another account, how many would take advantage of that in this room?
There's hands up.
I think there's more hands than we're seeing. I think a lot of folks would take advantage of this opportunity, and I think you're in your network, it's exponential how many other people might take advantage of this opportunity as well.
So, and that's what's really exciting is, what we're talking about here is the private letter ruling itself. Prior to this existing, this wasn't possible because this PLR reconciled the rules around, there were issues with constructive receipt rules, 401k rules, HRA and HSA rules that made this not possible. The private letter ruling enabled for tax-advantaged accounts and benefits the ability for this to coexist. And in the same environment, WTW, we believe that for tax-advantaged benefits, that there's a broad universe of opportunity to continue to grow this. And that's the conversation, as you can see there on the right-hand side. That's what's really exciting. And that's what the conversations we're having with employers, that they're seeing this as not the finish line, but really a starting line for future evolution. So we're having conversations with their employers that are saying, this is fantastic. We're so excited that this employer did this revolutionary, groundbreaking exercise in allowing choice for employees. Where can I take it from here? And that's been the really exciting conversations that we've had over the past year with different organizations. Even as recently as last week, organizations saying, gosh, could I fit Trump accounts into a private letter ruling? The answer is maybe. Let's kick the tires on that. And so we've worked with lots of organizations where as a first step, they're saying, let's just do an assessment. Let's do employee listening to figure out what employees might value in a choice framework. Let's do some data analytics to figure out what programs of ours are employees using, what programs of ours are employees not using, what does the data tell us they actually need? We know what they tell us they want, but what do they actually really need? And so there's a lot of assessing that's happening as to what a framework could look like for organizations, and then the steps that would go on to work with the IRS to secure their own private letter rulings. So there's a lot of energy out there in the industry right now. This is coming up at different conferences and different industry groups that are very excited about this. So we're very excited to see this really proliferate amongst organizations. It's very exciting. When we think about the future evolution of this, one of the things that we think is really important for organizations to consider is again, this is just a starting point, but to really think about how this could be tailored to your own workforce demographics, right? These might not be the right 4 components. It doesn't have to be 4. Could be 2, could be 6. So could be 8, could be none. It could evolve over time. You could roll it out with a couple of choices in year 1, add another 1 or 2 in the following years. It could evolve over time with your organization. So it's really about a framework and having thoughtful design to think about non-discrimination testing considerations, design components. There's lots of things that go into this type of a construct. But with a thoughtful design and thoughtful approach, it's certainly something that organizations can adapt on their own and evolve in a way that they could carry forward and make their own sort of choice framework.
Can you talk a little bit about the difference in allocating to tax-advantaged accounts versus non-tax advantaged accounts and the complications that?
Sure. So based on our understanding of the private letter ruling and our interpretation, we believe that that allocating amongst tax-preferred or tax-advantaged accounts is something that would be much more advantageous, much easier to achieve with the IRS. than if you were to try to commingle something, a construct that leverages tax preferred and taxable accounts. So if you were to try to do something with, say, lifestyle spending accounts or an after-tax emergency savings vehicle, that might become more challenging in the construct. But not to say that it's not possible, but we just think there are more challenges there in a framework like this. Mm-hmm. So when we think about, again, kind of how this would work in practice, you take a portion of the defined contribution plan contribution. And as somebody who I'd spent my entire career working on DC plans, I just think it's so great that the DC plan is the engine that's driving this evolution for a choice like this, for this type of modernization of a retirement program. That the DC plan, you take a portion of that contribution, it can remain in the DC plan. Employees don't have to do anything with it. And then the employee could choose the destination or destinations where that contribution could go. The employer cost stays relatively neutral, right? There's going to be an administrative cost to a structure like this, but that's not necessarily material. And depending on how the program is designed, there doesn't necessarily have to be a material increase in cost. And again, these are already dollars that the employer has allocated towards their matching contribution. So it doesn't, or their non-elective contribution. So we're not talking about an increase in cost. So the employee picks their contribution, they choose their destinations. The cost stays relatively neutral, and the employee appreciation or relative value to them is greatly increased. And WTW was fortunate enough to work with the employer that actually secured this private letter ruling. We worked with that organization, and when they went through their first year of this, one of the things that they said was most advantageous to them was even for employees who didn't allocate the monies to another destination, they were so appreciative of the fact that they went, oh yeah, I do get that non-elective contribution from you. I'd kind of forgotten that I get that free money from the company. So it even brought forward the opportunity to have a conversation with employees about benefits. It re-engaged them in the fact that we do give you an employee match or a non-elective contribution, and it sort of just reinvigorated the conversation around retirement benefits and opened that door to having people think about their retirement plan.
Can I ask, was it the rollout during the normal benefits enrollment cycle, and what kind of decision tools are available to help employees who have this as an option? Because this is, the employee is now presented with a whole new set of choices, mm-hmm. and we know there might be some, in the retirement plan side, we've talked about the impact of choice overload, and right. We've also talked about, inertia. So, and we've designed solutions to help get over both of those, like through simplification or through auto features. So during the enrollment process, what kind of decision tools should there be available? Are there available? And any other comments about, potential behavioral impacts that might take place?
So that's a great question. So the way that this particular employer rolled out the choice program, and as we've talked to other organizations, how they believe they're going to follow suit as well, is coupling it with their annual healthcare enrollment. Since employees are in that decision-making mindset as well, it couples nicely with that, especially as they're making decisions about HSA or other programs as well. So they're coupling that with that annual enrollment time frame. It is a sort of one year irrevocable decision for that 1 year time period. And in that time period, they're saying, all right, here's where I'm going to make my choice election for the upcoming year for my slice of my choice contribution. And what we're finding is that it's not necessarily choice overload, because the employee experience tools around it, the choice tools, it's a critical component to having education around this, but it doesn't necessarily have to be complicated, because all of the choices are high value destinations, right? There is no suboptimal outcome here. The employee is either going to leave their money in the DC plan, it's going to continue to generate retirement outcomes for them, or any of these destinations could really be a solid outcome for the employee. So there is a lot of thought that the employers are putting into how can I create education tools to help employees further along their choice as part of a digital experience that's kind of coupled along with that. But what we're finding is that, especially if there's just a specific set of small number of meaningful choices that map to the most common struggles that people face, they see those and identify, oh, yeah, that's the thing I struggle with. And so they're immediately drawn to that. And so it's not really decision overload. It's kind of a more relieving type of interaction that employees have because they see something that they can identify with that meets their life stage.
So I think we have some mics in the audience. We probably have time for a couple more questions. One of the questions that I have, are there any unintended consequences in terms of retirement accumulation over time that could be compromised by deferring part of the elective contribution to these other areas? Or is it just truly offset by better behaviors overall with debt reduction, potentially fewer retirement plan loans? What are some of the opportunities and costs for retirement savings overall that you see?
That's a great question, Bridget. We've thought about that and we've modeled that out as well in some different personas. And we found that in general, the different outcomes are relatively slightly more favorable to neutral when we look at employees who would take advantage of these types of choice programs. Meaning that, for example, if you had an employee who reallocated their money towards their choice contribution towards student loan debt repayment, what we find is that because they're in a situation to be able to better start saving for retirement sooner than otherwise, that they actually become 1 to 2 years better able to be in a retirement ready position a couple years sooner than they would otherwise ready because of their ability to save for retirement sooner. Likewise with the HSA, because of the tax advantages of the HSA, they become better, more favorably positioned as well. So it doesn't appear to detract from retirement readiness in any kind of a significant way.
Mm-hmm. We've done some research on crowd-out effect between HSA and 401k savings and have found just about a minimal, essentially zero crowd-out effect between the two savings vehicles. So that makes a lot of sense. It's something that we're going to be looking at going forward to provide some more evidence on the impact of employee choice on outcomes.
Can I ask a quick
Go
question?
ahead. Yeah.
I'm also just curious of with the employer that instituted this PLR, have they looked back to see what percentage of employees contributed to each of these buckets?
They have. They've just completed their first year of having this program in place, and they've been very happy with the results that they achieved. As I mentioned, even for the results of the employees who chose not to take advantage of the choice allocation, they saw just a huge appreciation, employees saying, thank you so much for offering me this choice, and thank you so much for allowing me to I'd kind of forgotten that I had this non-elective contribution, this sort of free money that you gave me, or I hadn't thought much about my DC plan in a while because you kind of give me this non-elective contribution, but I went ahead and increased my own savings rate this year. And so it prompted other behavior changes that I don't think that they were necessarily expecting, but they were very happy to see, and just the overall appreciation and conversation around retirement was something that was a fantastic result. I think overall, the majority of employees did keep their assets in the DC plan, but those who took advantage of the other buckets were incredibly appreciative of the opportunity because those are the ones who we are meeting them at their point of need and maximizing the ROI of that benefit spend for the employer.
Yeah, it seems like a great opportunity for financial coaching, financial advice, personalized education. Are there any questions from the audience? Rodney? Oh, do we have a mic, please?
Question for you. The data on the student loan repayment, did you disaggregate that by different demographics? And here's why I'm asking. 63.6% of all student loan debt is owned by women. Women are less likely to say that they feel confident they will have enough to live comfortably in retirement, and they also live longer. So I'm curious, if you did disaggregate the data, what were the findings across gender? with
Well,
that you found?
I think it's exactly what you said. I think you know the data. But no, I mean, absolutely. And I think this has been a huge focus for us at Fidelity is just, like with women specifically, making sure, number one, educating them that they do have longer longevity, which is an asset, but also it's much more to plan for. And then the women are more likely to have student debt. So making sure that they're educated on that very early on about the kind of number one, the impact the student debt is going to have on your retirement readiness and the fact that you just need a longer trajectory to have to plan for. So I think, yeah, like we've definitely looked at the data and seen exactly what you said. And so I think, from kind of our standpoint, like education is the most important thing.
So we are at time, and our wonderful panelists, Priya and Holly, will be available during the networking break for you to ask as many questions as your heart desires. We do have a 25-minute break now. Please come back promptly in about 25 minutes for a presentation by Heather Ruff from Visa on FSA and HSA account holder behaviors. So it's going to be a great presentation, so please do come back. And has anyone gotten bingo yet? Really? Okay, so it looks like we have 2, maybe 3. So we might have to take a pause so we can make it throughout the day. So congratulations to our bingo winners. You can claim your prize over at the registration desk. So thank you, and to our virtual audience, please be back in about 25 minutes for Heather's presentation. In addition to our next session, I'd also like to take a moment to thank all of the Financial Wellbeing Research Center partners, our sponsors for the event, and our Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey sponsors. Visa is one of our sponsors for today, and we are so thankful for their support. Heather Ruff, Senior Account Executive from in Healthcare and Employee Benefits from Visa, is going to deliver a fantastic presentation on HSA and FSA account holders and the motivations that drive their usage. It's going to be a very wonderful presentation, and slides will be available at the end of the symposium. So just so everyone knows, we will be circulating the slides. They will be posted online, and we will also have replays of the event. So without any further ado, please welcome Heather Ruff.
Thank you, Bridget. I should start by saying the word presenteeism. Does anyone have that on their bingo card? All right, okay, there. Otherwise, I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to work that into today's session. So thank you for the warm introduction, Bridget. I appreciate it. As you mentioned, I'm Heather Ruff with Visa. I lead our prepaid employee benefits or consumer-directed health space, as well as our B2B payer-to-provider space. And I want to thank EBRI for having me here today to talk about such an important topic. The discussions both yesterday and today have been really meaningful, and I think you'll see some of those themes throughout today's presentation. At Visa, we're over 30,000 associates worldwide, and we see over $14 trillion in payments flow on our network globally, securely, every single year. As such, we have a really unique position to understand both the macro and the micro trends associated with payments. And in particular, in Visa US Healthcare, we run a biannual study that gets into the motivators behind both FSA and HSA users as well as non-users. And today I'm pleased to share some of those results with you. And as Bridget mentioned, happy to also share the full report with anyone if they'd like to. My contact information is posted at the end of the presentation. Just a quick note on our methodology. We run this survey now for over 12 years. We take a survey sampling every 2 years. It's a biannual process where we, again, seek input from both HSA and FSA users and non-users. And the benefit of us running that same survey is it really becomes a tracker. So we're able to understand the trends and the key differences year over year. So I'll start with a few key insights just to set the landscape. Again, from both FSA users and HSA users, both users and non-users, we know that consumers are continuing to feel like they're taking better care of their health, which is a great story. However, We also know that consumers continue to share their concerns about the lingering effects of COVID. And I read recently there's something like 14 million Americans that are still citing lingering effects of COVID, some sort of long COVID or chronic condition related to COVID. So it's still weighing on people's minds, and we continue to see that in our survey research. We also know consumers are spending more money on healthcare, and they're lying in bed at night wondering, how am I going to pay for this? How am I going to make this manageable for myself as well as for my family? And we know that consumers are saving more for their healthcare expenses, which is where FSAs and HSAs fall into play. So now we'll take a look at some of the key profiles behind FSA and HSA users. To begin with, FSAs. So we asked FSA users how they feel, what their perception is of how they're able to budget for their healthcare expenses. Now on the blue bar on the left, you'll see those are FSA users. And we saw a really nice uptick from the prior survey. We're up to 66% of individuals cited that they think their budgeting abilities, they cite their budgeting abilities either to be well or extremely well in terms of having an FSA and being able to budget for those expenses. This contrasts sharply with the non-users in the yellow bars. And you can see the difference there where they're feeling maybe their perception of their ability to budget isn't quite as strong as those that have an FSA. For those that do have an FSA on the far right side, you'll also see that they feel like they plan and budget better for their healthcare expenses because of the FSA. And that's powerful, because this is telling us that those individuals really know that because they've got that FSA in hand, they're able to put that money to work for themselves. And that gives them peace of mind. Adoption is always a challenge. Getting people to participate in an FSA has been a long-standing issue. So we asked users, what information would you need to know in order to compel you to sign up for an FSA? And we can see certainly the top three here, amount of money that carries over year to year. They want to understand that. And we'll get into carryover and use it or lose it in a bit. Also, they want to understand the types of expenses that it covers. And the third one kind of jumps out at me, that it covers a product that I already have or a product that I already use. So rather than me running and scrambling to get to CVS before I lose my funds, really being planful and thinking about, hey, this is something I'm already buying. My family already needs this. That's a compelling reason. If we can help educate consumers to understand this is likely something you're already purchasing, go ahead and set these funds aside. That's certainly a compelling driver to drive engagement. Now, with FSAs, we know that without their FSAs, we know that there would be a significant amount of people that would forego critical medical care and treatments without their FSAs. In fact, 56% of our users said they would cut back on medicines as well as treatment without their FSAs. And 32% of the purchases wouldn't be made if the FSA weren't available. Both of those are up year over year by a significant number. We also wanted to understand what types of purchases they wouldn't make if they didn't have an FSA. So we know over-the-counter, we know dental, and we know vision are the top three. But beyond that, preventative vaccines, I wouldn't go to the hospital without an FSA. All of those help us understand the mindset of an individual that recognizes the benefit of having an FSA and what they would forego if they didn't have one in place. Now let's talk a bit about HSA users. And here's where I have some sad news to share for this group. Because as much as we believe people understand HSAs and we want to really drive that adoption, we still have many barriers in place to getting people to really adopt and participate in HSAs. So out of our survey population, for the HSA users in blue, we know 1 in 3 know little to nothing about their accounts. And for those that aren't participating in an HSA today, 4 out of 5 are saying, I don't know anything. I know little to nothing about an HSA. So those of us in this room that sit in the seats to be able to affect that messaging and driving empowerment for HSAs need to understand that we're not just trying to message to the individuals that aren't using HSAs. we also need to make sure we're messaging to individuals who do have HSAs. All constituents really need to have a deeper understanding of their HSAs to help drive empowerment. Now, we took a closer look at some demographics and tried to slice our data even further to understand what particular age groups had awareness, stronger awareness of their HSAs. And what we learned is that we provided two scenarios. In the first scenario on the left, we did not provide a definition of an HSA. So we asked them about their HSA awareness, both users and non-users, without the definition of an HSA. And we can see in that lower seg, both Gen Z as well as millennials, without the definition, they're struggling. Conversely, when we provided a definition, not a whole lot better, right? So we know, and across the board, now as you look at the 55 plus, the HSAs have been in market a little bit longer, so there's more familiarity. There's a little bit more muscle memory there for individuals. They've heard about them, maybe they're using them, in the blue they're using them. But again, you can see across the board, in most cases, aside from the 55 plus, most individuals really are having a difficult time understanding HSAs. And we talked about that a little bit in our roundtable this morning, and we'll talk a little bit about complexity and some of those notions as well. Now, we also asked non-users what they would need to know or how it would help them drive adoption or to participate in an HSA, and what do they need for that. And we learned 3 out of 4 users, 76%, could be persuaded to sign up for an HSA, but they need to know more. And what do they need to know? First and foremost, do I even qualify for it? I mean, that's a big question. As we think about open enrollment and we think about driving adoption, and we talked about that earlier, how do we make this more simplistic, more straightforward? When we think about onboarding new employees, do we help educate them to help them understand, hey, we offer a plan, and along with that, you can have an HSA, and here's why. At the dinner table last night, talked to an individual that does financial preparedness and planning for employer groups, and just thinking about helping weave this into the dialogue to be able to say, hey, as you're thinking about 401k and you're thinking about these other benefits that this company is offering, have you thought about an HSA? And here's why you should. Because it's not just now, it's not just for the Gen Z or the millennial, it's really for any employee, but the sooner we get them adopting and participating, the better off we are. They also want to know if it helps them save money. We talked a lot about triple tax advantage and how that doesn't really resonate with folks anymore, how we really need to make this more simplistic. Yes, it will save you money. Yes, you can use this money for healthcare expenses down the road. It's not use it or lose it. Your employer's likely contributing funds as well. So all of these things matter and help individuals and will help resonate with individuals. Now let's take a little bit closer look at understanding some of the behaviors associated with FSAs. As we can see, sentiment for FSAs is largely quite positive, and it's increasingly more positive. One of the benefits of doing this survey is we get to hear firsthand feedback from individuals, and we have several quotes here throughout the presentation, but individuals citing flexibility, and it helps me save money on prescriptions. It encourages me to get the medication I need. We've talked about medication adherence. That's an important factor. By having an FSA, I'm more likely to take the medication that's been prescribed to me. It also helps me get the best medical care. Not just medical care, but the quality of care, the best medical care by having an FSA. And I or someone in my household have a chronic illness. We talked a little bit earlier about long COVID. Certainly that's a reality in many individuals' households. So this helps me manage those expenses. Now, use it or lose it. Big topic with FSAs for sure. And so we asked individuals, both users as well as non-users, their attitude toward FSA accounts, specifically related to use it or lose it and complexity. And we talked about complexity this morning at the roundtable on HSAs, but with FSAs it exists as well. And we know for users, and this is, we're going in the wrong direction here with users, it's now increasing, right? Where they're saying, it's not worth the money because I'm going to lose this money if I don't use it. Certainly it's a higher propensity of individuals feeling that way that are non-users, but for our user group as well, we really need to get into that mindset and help people understand how to be planful, how to take advantage of the money that's available to them. Regarding complication, what language are we using? How are we messaging this to individuals? Do they understand how, when, why, where they can use their cards? Are we making it easy for them? Are we putting it into digital wallets? Are we creating a delightful mobile app to help these individuals? We need to be thinking about that together as a community to make sure people are taking advantage of these and break down some of these key barriers. We also took a look at carryovers, and we know from our FSA users that do have carryovers, 56% with carryover rush to spend it. So there's clearly a lot of procrastination going on, which I know busy family, you're raising kids, you've got busy jobs, but then how do we help shift that mindset to help people understand you can use these funds sooner and become more planful with this rather than waiting until that last minute. We also know the good news, the more tenure individuals have with an FSA, the less likely they are to leave money on the table. So we can see if that 5-year and up, 63% are consuming all the funds in their accounts. Now for forfeitures. Of those we surveyed, 64% did not forfeit. However, 32% did, and again, this was jarring when we received the survey. When we received the survey results, we're up from $311 forfeited in our last survey cut to now $463. So what is this telling us? What's our call to action? That we really need to be getting in front of this and helping our consumers and our employees better understand how to use these accounts, how to take advantage of these dollars, and help them put the money to work for them on all the things that they talked about in the survey in terms of chronic care and medication, all of those things, getting that messaging out to them sooner. Now, we talked a little bit about ease of use and making it convenient for them. And so at Visa, we also study how individuals are using and accessing these accounts. And we know 74% of the time they're using their FSA debit card, which is a great thing because it's secure, it's seamless, it's easy for them to use, and we know that infrastructure easily supports acceptance throughout so many merchants throughout the United States. We also wanted to look at digital wallets because we know we've got Gen Z and Gen X, millennials, and we're starting to see a stronger trend toward digital money movement and digital payments. We wanted to understand trends toward digital usage and digital wallet. And what we found is that 56%, which is up 20% from the prior survey, are using a digital wallet for healthcare payments. So what does that mean? These cards may not be the card that's the top of their wallet. Maybe it's at home, even in a sock drawer. But if we can provision it to them to have it be in a digital wallet, it makes it easy to use. That way, when I'm at a CVS, when I'm at a Walgreens, and I see the sign, this is FSA eligible, I easily pull out my phone. I'm more likely to use that and take advantage of that benefit, which I'm already saving. Now let's take a quick look at HSA behaviors. So we talked a little bit earlier about rising healthcare costs, and we know that's weighing on individuals' mind. We now know it's continuing to increase, and over half of our FSA users have concerns about paying for themselves as well as their family's healthcare and well-being. And again, this is really where, when we're thinking about our messaging, let's lean into that and understand this is how people are going to bed at night. They're thinking about how they're going to pay for their healthcare expenses for themselves as well as for their families, and how powerful an HSA can become for them and their families. We know this, having an HSA makes users feel safe, confident, secure. Those are strong emotions. Who doesn't want to feel that way? Who wouldn't want to feel that way about their health as well as their financial well-being? So knowing that an HSA can do that for an individual, it allows them to be disciplined. This individual is setting aside money for their long-term health care. At 49, that's a great decision to make. I like investing because I never know when something may happen, and pull that money out and put it to use for me. So these are strong testimonials of individuals citing those key benefits of having an HSA. Now, while we know that the user attitudes remain overwhelmingly positive with their care, with the way they feel about the care they're receiving through their HSAs, I'd like to draw your attention to the far right of this slide, because I think this really speaks to the type of care, not just the benefit that they're getting. I would recommend, and we learned earlier, HSAs are more popular than Medicare and Social Security. They trend better. That's all great. That's all great to, sorry, I'm moving around too much. That's all great to see. But it also speaks to the type of care that individuals are receiving. And we know we're now at 71%, they feel like they're getting better care because of their HSAs. That's quality. That matters to people's lives, for themselves as well as for their families. And they also feel more focused with their health. So they're really more mindful of their health by having an HSA than if they didn't. And I think that's a super important takeaway for us when we talk about how to message, how to drive empowerment and buy-in to an HSA. Is this is really going to drive empowerment as well as choice that our speakers spoke about just a few moments ago. The good news is people are hungry for knowledge. They want to learn more about their HSAs, which is a great thing. So what a perfect opportunity for us to really lean into that. 96% of users said they want to learn more about their HSAs. So let's talk to them about their HSAs, but let's do it in a way that it really resonates with them. And we know certainly a website's a great place to go. That's not maybe as interactive. Maybe learn from my employer, although that's down a bit, as we can see from prior year. What's up? Social media. Yesterday, we talked about finfluencers, and now it'll probably show up in my TikTok feed as I get off the stage, I'm sure, but think about, I have 24-year-old twins. They've heard about Roths on TikTok. Are we talking about HSAs on TikTok, on X? Let's start thinking about where users are, especially the younger generations entering the workforce, and really make sure we're meeting them where they're at with sound, fact-based, relatable information. Next, we took a look at some of the digital savviness of various constituent groups. And this is probably no surprise, but worth noting, and certainly think about the digital wallets and that mobile app. We know that the Gen Zs and the millennials are really showing a stronger preference, again, toward tap. Again, with COVID, remember COVID? Nobody wanted to touch the POS system. They were plastic cellophane on top of POSs, and no one wanted to go near them. Well, that's driven, in many ways, a stronger adoption across generational segments toward digital savviness. And again, how do we think about making these cards easier for people to use by allowing them to provision? Also thinking about balance alerts and different messages that we can send to a member that's got a card to say, hey, did you know you can use this? Or your cards, you can use your card for this type of purchase, or save this money and put this into your investment account. When it comes to reimbursement, we know that there's a strong trend toward instant money transfer. So with the popularity of Zelle and Venmo, we know individuals no longer want to wait. I don't want to wait 3 days for a check in the mail or even a direct deposit. What I want is that money in my account right now. Because that's how I pay my babysitter, that's how I pay my soccer coach, that's how I do all those things. So I want that money coming back to me right away. So with technology such as Visa Direct and other instant money apps, we're seeing across all dimensions, especially in the 55 plus, a stronger uptick in wanting that instant money transfer. Again, speaking to the digital preferences of each of these consumer groups. Lastly, I'll close with a few points on investments. So an important aspect, as we know, of HSAs is the investment capability. And what we're finding is that, honestly, the investment factor or feature is less important of a decision right now than how I get to use the cards and the funds on a regular day-to-day basis. But it's still worth noting, and it's still an opportunity for us to talk to consumers about the investment vehicle. So on average, out of our user group, we know 25% of when they're investing, they invest 25% of their funds into an investment faculty with their HSA. But 64% are interested in learning more about investment features. And what does that mean for us? We need to start thinking about taking the entire package of an HSA and really driving that, because different messages are going to resonate with different people. Here we have a 48-year-old who takes advantage of the tax advantages, the flexibility, using the money, rolling it over, and a 29-year-old who's saying, I can put it into a risk-appropriate portfolio to deal with my long-term care. Vastly different ages, at different points in their lives, surely, but they're both recognizing, hey, there's value to me putting money into an investment aspect of investing some of my HSA funds. When we look, though, at the features associated with HSAs, what we do see is other features such as having funds available, that rollover, that portability, tend to outweigh the ability to invest the funds. Still there at 64%, but maybe not as high of a mark as having some of the other funds available, rollover, et cetera. And lastly, just wanted to bring forward a couple of additional quotes that we gathered from our research. And we talked a bit about this yesterday, about the risk that some users feel, and maybe this is why they're stepping back from investing. So when we think about the messaging there, we've got individuals that are saying, I don't know how this works. Or maybe there's risk with investing. Well, there's always some risk with investing, right? But how do we help coach individuals and empower them, providing them with tools, financial preparedness, counseling, et cetera, to really understand how that risk can pay off for them in the long run, and they can put their money to work to pay for their near-term as well as their long-term health. So in conclusion, we believe our research really shows the importance of emotional resonance. And again, when we talk about emotional resonance, we're thinking about messages that help resonate with that end user to drive empowerment, to drive education, to drive adoption, making HSAs and FSAs less complicated, more simplistic. So at Visa, our goal is to uplift everyone by being the best way to pay and be paid. And we're proud to be one of the networks that support consumer-directed health accounts. But more importantly, I'm proud to be able to share this research with you, because I believe knowledge is power. And as we gather insights and we share this material with you and this knowledge, I hope it really helps each of us turn up the dial a bit on how we focus on driving empowerment, education, and personalization to help everyone take fuller advantage of FSAs and HSAs. So thank you very much for your time today.
This session, we want to really look at trying to understand how to get employees to engage in their benefits. So really look at that particular issue, particularly for supporting deskless workers. So today I have Kathy Slovan joining us, who is the Vice President of Strategic Research and Behavioral Science with Fidelity Investments. As a 25-year veteran of Fidelity, Kathy brings research-backed consumer priorities to the forefront of the products, experiences, and messaging Fidelity creates. She has previously held roles through various research teams and on Fidelity's thoughts of leadership, and where she has mentored many colleagues for the market research field. Also, we have David John, who is a strategic policy advisor at the ARP Public Policy Institute, where he works on pension and retirement savings issues. He also serves as a non-resident senior fellow in the Retirement Security Project at the Brookings Institute. Before joining ARP, John was a senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation, and prior to Heritage, he worked on public policy for financial institutions and a law firm, along with working for 4 members of the House of Representatives. So we have a very distinguished panel today that is going to talk about looking at how to do engagement. They have 2 survey results, both from Fidelity and that ARP have been working on, that are very interesting and really learn to understand how to get employees engaged, what they want, and what employers are thinking about to increase engagement. So Kathy?
Thanks, Craig. Really excited to be here. I've been in the industry a long time. We've been working on benefits engagement for a long time and will continue to. But I think as we evolve and the industry evolves, it's exciting to think about some of the new ways that we're going to be able to continue to support employers and support employees. Not lost on me so far is the thread that's coming through that we need to show up with expertise in the policy area, but we also need to bring our marketing expertise and our behavioral science expertise. And so these are all disciplines that are going to help us move forward, I believe, in this benefits engagement space. David and I will be talking about deskless workers. There's not a big fancy definition here. I'll share what they're not. So essentially, we're talking about folks who primarily do their job sitting behind a desk or standing behind that desk. So it's not just frontline workers, it's not low-wage workers, it's a very broad swath of workers that have very unique but similar needs. And so those are the deskless workers. And I can share that as we're out talking to our clients, it's really hit a chord. There's something here that there's a realization that it's another cohort that we want to keep in mind and that we can really help to do better and more with the engagement itself. So I'll just advance the slides, and I'll spend just 2 quick slides talking a little bit more about that definition of deskless workers. The size of this constituency group is enormous. So there's an estimated 70 to 80% of the workers worldwide are in a deskless type role. We talked to a lot of professionals here in the States. We've done some research with employers and HR professionals. And as you can see here, here are some of the many different industries from which that have a higher proportion of deskless workers. The highest proportions we saw were in areas like the cleaning and management staff, delivery and logistics, manufacturing, and field service technicians. So a very, very broad group of employees, and one that we're excited to think about. But again, it's not just low wage. There's a continuum here from low to higher wage. It's not just those who have less formal training in their role. There are folks in these industries that have a lot of formal training. And so really understanding their needs is even more challenging because we're choosing such a broad definition. And as you might expect, oh, sorry, Craig, did you? Oh, hold it closer. Oh, thanks. Great. As we're thinking about this, it won't be a surprise that there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach here, but also that there's so much room for creativity, which really gets me excited. When we surveyed HR professionals, we found that 7 in 10 of those professionals were readily admitting that when they drive their benefits engagement strategies, they don't separate a strategy for deskless workers and desk-based workers. So despite there being so many, and in U.S. companies, we found an average of 3 different types of these workers at each company, there is a lot of space for us to move forward and think about, as we're sitting behind the desk, creating these campaigns, how can we do better and do more for these folks? So despite the many different industries that we have for deskless workers, we did find 3 different categories of common characteristics or things that we think about when we're trying to service them. So the first is technology access. So that could mean I don't work with a computer, I don't have my cell phone with me at work, there are physical demands to my job, and so we know that there are either limited or different types of ways in which they can access technology. The second common characteristic of the deskless worker is their scheduling and timing. They may have little flexibility, no control over that scheduling. They may be working, for example, in person with the general public. There might be limited time during their workday which to engage with them. And so that's the second common area. And the third is where that work is done. So you may think of some of these jobs as I'm on a job site, I'm at a different work site. There is no central office. There is no office anywhere. And so as we think about trying to engage with these folks, what I'm going to be sharing with you are some of the creative ways that some of our clients that we've worked with have found to be successful in resonating with this cohort. So, oh, sorry, Chris.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh. So before we jump into what some of those solutions are, we always like to step back and ask ourselves these two questions to set the foundation for helping deskless workers. The first is to set clear and specific goals. So when I come and I say, oh, we're here to drive benefits engagement, what exactly or explicitly does that mean for the employer and for their organization? Are they trying to get people to open up an emergency savings account? Are they trying, for example, to get people to increase up to the match in their 401k account? Or are they looking at younger workers and thinking, oh my gosh, we've got to get them into the plan in the first place? So the first piece that we try to sort of set our foundation in is really understanding why we're doing that benefits engagement and what that means. This also helps us on the back end to make sure that we can measure, did it work effectively, and if not, what else are we going to try? The second area is going to sound really basic, but it's so important. And as a market researcher, it's closest to my heart. It's understanding the needs of those deskless workers first. And so not assuming that we know what they are. We have clients who will tell us, we spend the day in the field. We go out, we understand what is the environment like, what is the job like, what are the opportunities specific to those folks. Until we understand their needs, we can't really bring forth those benefit choices and make sure that they're aligned. And so we may say, hey, the company's trying to do X, the employee needs are Y. Where are the intersections there? And it's in those intersections that it's easier for us to drive behavior and engagement, because then we know that there's a lot less convincing to do, right? So if we're working toward their needs, I just love the discussion that we started the thread around choice and how much choice is too much choice, and that's exactly where we love to bring in the behavioral scientists on our team so that we can together work on sort of what's the best approach going forward. So that's just a little bit of strategy for how we think about starting that engagement to help the employer. And then I wanted to present a couple different categories of ways in which we've had some success for benefits engagement. And just to reiterate that it's not one size fits all. This is a very tailored custom approach. The first is to collaborate with the provider. So whether you're the provider's Fidelity or anyone else in the room, we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the challenges here, and we have to make sure that the employer understands they're not alone, right? Like their challenge is our challenge. Their solutions plus our solutions together are going to get them to where they need to be. The second category that we lean into is this an opportunity to use in-person communication? So you may think about, we're in this era of like reducing paper, but sometimes a flyer in a workroom is the best way to start that, to capture people's, attention, because they may be in an environment that looks nothing like the one that we're designing from. The third area, and I recognize that some of these things that cost additional money aren't going to be for everyone, but we know that sometimes the best way to drive behavior is to offer an incentive tied appropriately to that behavior. And so we've seen some positive momentum there to encourage benefits engagement and use, but again, we're not suggesting that we jump into a bunch of areas that cost money. We're wanting to be realistic with our employers. Along the bottom, leveraging frontline managers and influencers. This is one of the favorite areas that I have, because I think I spoke to someone earlier that was talking about labor unions, or maybe there's employee resource groups. There are folks who are respected by these deskless workers who are able to engage on different reasons, on different levels with them. It doesn't always need to come directly from the provider or from the broad employer messaging. And so we encourage kind of to use what's there in the environment to leverage and to, in order to drive that engagement. Considering other channels, and I know David's got some great, very specific research on how we might do this, but we talked about flyers, social media, can't talk about that enough. Thinking about emails, personal emails. Some of the employers capture personal emails when that employee comes on board. There are times when, with permission, that is the best way to reach them. And also within those channels, what type of messaging? So I'll give an example in a minute of employers who are using messaging in the employer's voice. We all know as consumers those employers who have just a really unique way of talking or speaking or messaging, and so adopting that style can also resonate a little more. And then finally, protecting the time and using established routines. No one needs another meeting, whether they're deskless or office-based, and so thinking about those routines, those connections, those cultural things that you do as a way to also fit in some of the benefits goals that you may have as an employer. So those are a couple just broader things that we've talked about. And Craig, I know you asked me, well, before I go here, to talk about some examples, some client examples to make it real. You want me to hold off on
Right.
those?
I think we'll have David go some more, give his survey results, and we'll come back to the specific examples.
Perfect.
David?
This is part of a large research project into financial wellness benefits that I'm doing with Kathy Brown of our research group, and especially with the DeCia Retirement Research Center. These are draft slides, and you can tell because rather than the usual AARP red, it's blue. Why it's blue, I haven't the foggiest idea, but anytime I try to copy our blasted slides, they turn blue. So there we are. All right, as part of this, we did a survey, a rather large survey of American workers, asking them for financial wellness benefits specifically, what do you want and how do you want it and why do you use these benefits especially? It has a very large oversample for deskless workers. Now, yes, it's only 31% of the thing, but we broke that out, and you will see deskless worker data here. One of the questions that comes up, and as I mentioned last year, being somewhat of a pain in the neck, I actually went and talked to a bunch of construction workers who are working in our neighborhood about this subject and the like. And after they got over the fact that what is this idiot doing here and talking to us, they actually were very forthcoming about what was going on. This lists some of them. Most of the financial wellness benefits are digital, meaning laptops. As one of the bulldozer operators informed me, it probably would be a serious mistake for him to have a laptop on his bulldozer during working hours there. And a key factor is that in many cases, people are tired after work, and they really don't have the desire or the need to focus on something like a financial wellness benefit. And another problem is that in many cases, and this is especially true in the factories or the like, things like employee bulletin boards and that sort of thing aren't really accessible. I mean, they might be somewhere in a factory. In this particular case, it turned out that the bulletin board happened to be in a house trailer-sized office that was about a half a mile from the work site. So most of the workers that I talked to had never seen it and weren't really aware that it was there. So first off, we need to focus on the right needs. Now, the fact is, and ignore the part on the right, that's another part. This is going to be 89 slides when it's finished. So I didn't copy and edit because I don't have that ability. Essentially, who is using financial wellness benefits at the moment? And they're basically important employees, but they're the people who need it the least. They're the ones who are, for the most part, confident, they're highly paid or more highly paid, they work at a desk, they're better educated, active contributors to a retirement plan, etc. They use these benefits far more than the people who actually are more likely to need them. So then we come to the question of, well, who else is out there who actually is interested but doesn't have the same access? And the fact is that the less financially healthy workers want this information and want it rather seriously. So who are the groups there? Low to moderate retirement income, low to moderate emergency savings, carrying credit card debt, having a disability. This is a serious set of issues that people have in monitoring and managing their finances, that they really aren't receiving the kind of help that they want and need. And a key factor is that little thing at the bottom there, which is jargon. Now, I talked to, my wife is a therapist, so I have some access to help on the one hand, but also psychological things. It is completely normal for an individual who works with a term and whose coworkers work with a term and likely whose social set works with a term to think that everybody knows certain terms. And the fact is that they don't. And having financial jargon, and this is especially true after having gone through the legal and compliance department, where English is a second language, you have questions as to whether or not this is understandable. There actually is a rather brilliant researcher with DECIA at the moment who is doing some work with younger workers and looking at the typical financial knowledge 5-question test, etc. And when she initially did this with friends and the like, she found that they had fairly low scores. And then she later found, because she reworded them in different ways, that the reason they had low scores was that they didn't understand the terms that were being used. So this is a really serious question. So who are we talking about who need this information, and how do we engage them? And this is a general thing. First off, the deskless. And you'll see here that we've got 3 things: the financial outlook. A key thing is fear of financial insufficiency, which is a terrible term. Basically, will I run out of money in time before my next paycheck comes in? What am I going to do in the case of an emergency? How do I deal with my day-to-day questions? But they are also very concerned about confidentiality. And we see this, we're about to release a big survey also on financial emergency savings benefits. And one of the key things that comes out is, I don't want my employer to know what my financial situation is. I'm worried about that. Also, in many cases, people don't have either long or short financial plans. Now, those of us who work in finance, that's sort of our bread and butter. But for other people, that's not necessarily the case. For instance, we have AARP data showing that 25% at least of new retirees go into retirement without ever thinking really about their finances or anything along that line. How do you communicate? And we'll get into this a little bit more in it later. But a key question is going to be, is the material being presented in the way that people want to receive it? And then there's the question, people look at financial wellness benefits for 2 reasons. One of them is to financially plan, and those are the people, as I say, who likely have higher income levels. The other one is to reduce stress. I have serious concerns, and we find this up and down the income ladder, by the way, about how I'm going to manage my debt. Will I have enough money to meet all of my responsibilities, etc.? A key thing is this second note, the perception of a financial wellness benefit. If it looks like a corporate entity, if it's done, especially if it's done in, look what a wonderful thing your employer has done for you, you may as well just close it down, because it's not going to attract the kind of people who really want and need that kind of support. They have to be relatable. They have to have in-person, in other words, here's how you deal with such and such a problem. And then there's the question, last but not least, are we focusing in the benefits the right way? And in this case, if you look at what's offered there, it tends to be, and this is on that side, what it tends to show is that they're financial planning tools. And they're financial planning tools for people who have money to save and invest. And what people really want and need is, how do I save for an emergency? How do I manage my debt? How do I budget, or things along that line? And it has to be done in a way that meets the actual needs of these individuals, and not necessarily as we think what they need to have, etc. They're the ones who are going to be using it, and if it doesn't fit their needs, frankly, we're wasting our time.
Thank you, David. Now that you already asked the question I was going to ask Kathy, what are some specific examples that employers are doing to address all these issues that you and David talked about?
Sure, I can share. I'm going to share 3 examples that we've worked on with clients. One client was specifically trying to maximize the use of financial wellness benefits. And so they used both a more technical approach as well as an in-person approach. So they used personal emails from, again, a different way. There's no work email, perhaps. They developed an app for the benefits information. So again, it needs to be appealing in a way that they're going to access it. So understanding their financial needs, as well as, importantly, kind of where they are and what makes them tick. And then they also used workshops and employee resource groups, and so sort of leveraging some of the other ways in which they're already connecting with folks. And so that's how one employer. A second one was looking to drive benefits awareness and use. They actually leveraged weekly safety meetings. So again, something that's already there, that's already part of, won't feel like it's coming from corporate. It's something that they do as part of their job. They also had an annual family event that had a whole bunch of different pieces to it, including a charitable piece. It was almost like a cultural element that people were excited to go to and proud to be there. The reason I loved it so much, and we haven't really talked about this angle yet, is that their families were there. And so as we talk a lot about the financial wellness, and we talk about the employee that we have access to, there's often a household where those decisions and what else is going on really is another determinant toward their needs. So it helps there. And they also provided incentives. This company provided them both for healthcare prevention and also for financial tool use. So that's another example. And then I have one more. There was a company that was looking to increase adoption of their retirement plan by their younger workers. And so once again, they reached them through the employee-provided emails, again, a consideration for deskless workers. There's where they messaged in the employer's voice and style, and I think I love where you went with jargon. Like, that messaging, that's why I want, again, a marketer, a behavioral scientist. Like, we need to really be stepping back and thinking through, like, how can we engage in a clear, meaningful way? And also, again, leaning back into the needs, right? I totally agree that without sort of driving toward their needs, might as well take some of this off the table. And then finally, they leveraged the employer communication platforms and meetings that were already in place. So we think a lot about bringing that participant onto our platform. What about bringing them into the employer's platform where they already are for different reasons, and to be using the employer platform more or connect them across. So those are a couple of the examples that have worked for some of our clients.
Thank you. That's very interesting what people are doing. I think, David, you had some more on specific places on where people are engaging and what will help them engage more.
We do. Let's see if we can get this. There we are. First off, we asked individuals, how do you want to receive financial wellness benefits? And the top, as you can tell, there was a huge difference across the different groups. Actually, I'm being sarcastic. They're all the same. What people want is short, instructional videos that they can pull up on a phone or something along that line and are very practical. They want online interactive tools. They want mobile apps, not desktop apps, etc. What don't they want? More than anything else, they don't want an AI chatbot because they don't trust it. They don't want a recorded webinar because they don't have time to listen to it, and most of the time they don't understand what's being said in the first place. And key factor, they do not want a library of articles. If your financial wellness benefit is a library of articles, you may as well just close it down, because even among the upper income level, people don't find that useful. Now, we also asked them, how do you want your communications? How do we reach out to you? And in this case, once again, you'll find that virtually all of this is the same. They want email, they want SMS, workplace posters are all very nice as long as they can access them, and they want internal work chats to some extent here. But in the most cases, the LMI, the older people wanted it during off hours. The younger people basically were looking for an excuse not to do some work and to have a discussion here. But for the most part, people want this on the weekend. Now, we discovered something after we did this survey there. I was talking to my daughter, who's a college senior, and she looked at me, and we were mentioning some of this, and she was pretending to be interested. And she looked at me and she said, "Dad, you old people email. We text. We want to get things by text. We don't check email on a regular basis." And I was at an industry conference shortly after that conversation, and I was talking to some of the younger industry people, and their response was, yes, we text, and as a matter of fact, we don't even always text. We actually very often use short voice messages back and forth. So as we go forward, and as the workplace changes, etc., if the communication strategy doesn't meet what people usually use, it's not going to be utilized very well. One thing that we found that actually seems to make a difference is, especially with certain groups, short messages of encouragement. You've done so-and-so, etc. And that can be voluntary and the like. You can sign up for this or something along that line. But meeting their needs where they are is essential here.
Thank you. There was a lot of very good information. I wanted to make sure we had some time for if there's anyone in the audience that has any questions. Please, Rodney, I think Bridget
Rodney, just hold on a second.
is bringing you the microphone.
As I come over there, just want the audience to know, virtually and in person, that the slides, that David's slides, the format that you see here is not going to be the format that you see in the distribution of slides. There was some translation issue.
Thanks, Bridget. Question regarding our ROI success measurement and engagement measurement. Kathy, have you seen anything different from workforces that were deskless versus desk when looking at that, when looking at how employers are looking to measure success or ROI of implementing the financial wellness benefit?
That's a great question. I think that a lot of our research so far has been understanding those populations and trying to bring forward solutions. Where we've focused more is on taking the deskless worker and making measurement strides from an ROI perspective toward that specific goal that we've been driving with the deskless workers. So we've really focused a lot more, I think, on taking them forward. And yes, we luckily have been able to measure a lot of those things because the goals are very specific from the onset. I think if we did do something that was very broad, like benefits engagement in general, we would have a lot of trouble doing that. But I love where your question's going, because I think that, making sure that at the end of the day we're meeting the business needs is just critical, right? Like, so in addition to helping all of these individuals and the employees, we definitely want to keep an eye on making sure that we're meeting the needs of the employers. And so that measurement, I think, is a critical piece. We have seen some movement. It's not often gigantic. It's little steps forward in terms of what's going to work mostly with the deskless population directly.
My colleague Manita Rao has been doing a fair amount of research on this, and you'll hear a little bit from her this afternoon on that. But there's also an important question: it's not just what adds to your workforce, it also is what it prevents. Carrie Leone from the University of Pittsburgh has done some interesting studies with different groups and has shown that when people are less financially stressed, they are much less likely, if you're a truck driver, say, to have an accident or something along that line. But it also goes to healthcare professionals and a variety of others. So it's not just what this does for you, it's also what it does to prevent problems.
Hi, this is a question for David. You had said that it can be a detractor when you go onto like a resource center and you see a sea of articles. What's the exact feedback for like a user experience that says this doesn't work? Is it that you log in and you see you don't know where to go, or like why isn't it working? Just because you see it so often in resource centers and in companies across the industry?
Well, to be blunt, it's the easiest thing for a provider to create there. But it's a combination of both of what the things you for. First off, where do I find what I specifically need? And how many articles do I have to go through before I find the specific one piece of information that is going to help me today? And of course, last but not least, can I understand anything of what's being said?
As a follow-up to that, you also mentioned, David, that not just this generation, but all generations and demographics don't have trust in the AI chatbots, which can almost solve for what you just said with the sea of articles. If they ask the chatbot, can you tell me X, Y, and Z, and the chatbot goes through the sea of articles and responds, where is that lack of trust and confidence coming from, you think?
It's coming from a variety of areas. For one thing, there is an inherent distrust of something that's not human. And I think that's something that's going to happen. There's also a concern about whether or not the chatbot is confidential, whether somebody else is going to do it, and also whether there's a bias that's built into the chatbot. I mean, we know of situations, and it may well be in future generations of AI this disappears, although I'm a little bit skeptical myself, that if the person who is training the AI has a certain, even subconscious bias, it's likely to show up in the results of the AI. It may well be that as time goes on, and it probably will, people will start to rely on this more and will probably trust it more. But we're still in the early days there. And because we are in the early days, it's a little bit far stretch to ask somebody to trust their financial future or their financial present to something that is a little bit more questionable.
I'd like to have everyone thank Kathy and David for their outstanding presentations. And Jake and Sarah can come on up.
Hi, everyone. I am Jake Spiegel. I'm a researcher at EBRI. We are very excited to present some results from our Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey today. This is a survey that looks at large employers and asks a battery of questions about financial well-being benefits. I'm very lucky to be joined on stage by Sarah Faye Pierce. She is the head of government relations for Paychex, where she drives the company's advocacy strategy and also keeps senior leadership abreast of the rapidly changing and dynamic policy environment we're currently in. She is going to be speaking to the perspective of small employers, and small employers naturally have very different challenges and difficulties than larger employers do. Just to give a very high-level overview of the Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey, there's no way that I could possibly do it justice in the short time that we have. So I'm going to maybe skip a slide or two depending on how much I ramble. But for those of you who are not aware, the Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey is an online survey that we conducted this past summer. It's something that we've been doing for 8 years now. The median response time was about 18 minutes, and in order to be included in the survey, the respondent had to be employed full-time, had to have at least a moderate amount of influence on their company's employee benefits program, and also had to hold a title like executive officer or manager in human resources, compensation, or finance. And then where applicable, we'll also be including some results from past years of the survey. Again, this is the 8th year we've done it, so we can look back and see how things have shifted over the past couple of years. Just to start off with, we find that the share of firms that report a high level of concern about their employees' financial well-being has been increasing over the past couple of years, with the result in 2025, about 48% report on a scale from 1 to 10, where 1 is low and 10 is high, at least a 9 or a 10 in terms of their concern for their employees' financial well-being. Firms that have high levels of concern tend to look a little bit different than firms that don't have a high level. They're more likely to offer more financial wellness benefits, and they're also more likely to report having a strategy for improving their employees' financial wellness. I like this slide here and the one that follows this because we ask some of the same questions on the Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey from the perspective of the employer that we do in the Workplace Wellness Survey from the perspective of the employee. And what we see here is that broadly, employers are nearly unanimous in responding that they agree that their company has a responsibility to make sure that employees are mentally healthy, emotionally well, healthy and physically well, and financially secure and well. Over 95% in all 4 of those categories, and that's about what we've observed in the past as well. What we see in the Workplace Wellness Survey from the perspective of the employee, we see pretty broad agreement there as well, with 80%, 73%, and 70% respectively agreeing with those statements, which represents an opportunity for employers, given that there's broad agreement from both the employer and the employee perspective. Now, one area where there's a little bit less agreement, we also asked the benefits decision makers to self-rate their company's efforts in improving employee well-being across 4 different dimensions: physical, financial, emotional, and social. Employers are pretty rosy in their self-assessment of their ability to improve worker well-being in these 4 dimensions, with at least 79%, ranging up to 89%, agreeing that they either did a very good or excellent job in improving employee well-being. But employees don't really seem to be on the same page on that front, with the share responding that their employer does either an extremely or a very good job of improving employee well-being. In those 4 dimensions, you're seeing in the mid-30s to mid-40 range agreeing with that. Now, in terms of the focuses of firms, the top issues they're trying to address with their financial well-being benefits, we see that the focus on day-to-day spending, high cost of living, financial-related stress continues. In the first, I want to say 5-6 years that we ran this survey, the top focus was always retirement preparedness. And while that still is a very important topic for employers, we've seen a shift towards more day-to-day budgeting, money management, and that focus has continued for 2025. Now, in terms of employers' efforts to understand employee financial wellness, we see that broadly employers have taken a number of steps to understand their workers' financial wellness needs. Most commonly, we see things like conducting a financial wellness needs assessment, surveying employees, examining existing data, analyzing other quantitative employee data. Employers broadly realize that they're sitting on a goldmine of data that they can use to analyze their employees' financial wellness needs. Now, in terms of measuring their financial wellness success, I think that the percentages appear to be missing from this. I apologize. We'll fix that for the post-symposium upload. But the most common factor that employers are looking to measure in terms of their financial wellness initiative success is worker satisfaction. That being said, employers are also looking at things that are going to drive the bottom line, looking at things like improved productivity, improved use of existing retirement plans, and improved use of existing employee benefits. So employers are still very much looking to drive business outcomes with their financial wellness initiatives, which we see on the next slide. Over 3/4 have developed a cost-benefit analysis of their financial wellness offerings. Again, employers want their workers to be happy, they want them to be successful, they want them to be satisfied, but they're also looking to drive business outcomes. In terms of the factors included in that cost-benefit analysis, employers are most commonly looking at things like improving productivity and performance, improving worker well-being, and improving employee recruitment and retention. We asked a similar question to the one that we saw 2 slides ago, only this one is broader, not just limited to financial well-being needs, but needs of employees in general. And again, employers are starting to realize that they're sitting on a goldmine of data, looking at things like examining existing employee benefit and retirement plan data, examining existing health plan data. Those tend to be the top things that employers are doing in order to understand the needs of their workers. And then finally, on the previous panel, we talked a little bit about this in terms of understanding the diverse needs of workers. We asked benefits decision makers, when you evaluate or measure your financial wellness initiatives, how often do you assess the effectiveness among different demographic groups? And we asked things like employment status, income, department, desk-based versus non-desk-based. Employers most frequently responded that they are always or often surveying employees based on their employment status, whether that's full-time or part-time, their income level, their age, a little bit less frequently in terms of things like remote versus on-site, and a little bit less frequently in terms of that desk-based versus non-desk-based split. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah, who will be talking about things from the small employer's perspective.
Great, thank you. Good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. This little arrow here. Okay, one on the right. All right, well, my name is, like Jake said, Sarah Faye Pierce, Head of Government Relations for Paychex, and we're very pleased to be with you today during the symposium. And as I think about kind of getting the audience in the mind frame just to shift a bit to the small employer. And thematically from the research, what stands out to me is where there's a will, there's a way. And for Paychex, our endeavor is to match the way to the will, because we know small employers do want to offer financial wellness benefits to their employees. It just can be a bit of a challenge. And so we're going to dive into what that means for us and how we're servicing the small business market. Oops, the one on the right, not the left. That's me. And I must disclaim or proclaim I am not an attorney. This is not legal advice. It is not investment advice. And this is for informational and educational purposes only. Okay, with that, we all know and we've heard time and time again that small businesses are the engine of our economy. And so if they're the engine of our economy, their employees are the fuel. And so when their engagement is affected, when their productivity is affected, when turnover is threatened due to financial stress, then we don't have a vibrant Main Street. And so when you think about that, you think about your favorite coffee shop in your neighborhood or the bistro in your neighborhood, and think about the owner of that business, and you probably have some experience interacting with that business owner. And so really what we're trying to do is tool and resource that business owner so they can best meet the needs of their employees. And so what that's going to look like for us is just to take a short consideration of what is a small business owner facing, and they're resource constrained. And I think that's an obvious statement to make, but it's not just financial resources, it's also human resources. And the owner of the business, and maybe their number two could be a finance person, are the ones who are managing that day-to-day human resources deployment, benefits deployment. And it's not always a comprehensive benefits opportunity. And so there are gaps, there could be issues with compliance, but nonetheless, their employees are struggling from a financial stress perspective in very similar ways that employees do with large employers. And so the question then becomes is how do we help them get over that hump? And the challenge for a small guy is that their dollar for dollar spend is so much more significant and puts so much more stress on their bottom line because they don't have that economy of scale to bring to the table to purchase those options to best suit their employees. And so, and at times can also maybe perhaps take on some more risk in offering some of these benefits. And so as we think about how we can support the small business community and the small business industry, we wanted to understand where could we serve and how could we support the market. And so I just kind of took a broad swath of some data here just to kind of share, and then we'll talk a little bit about what Paychex is doing to fulfill those needs. But we know 70% of employees or workers who are living paycheck to paycheck are experiencing pretty significant financial stress in that they can't afford or manage their day-to-day expenses. And so you have seen in the last number of years, products like earned wage access really hit the market in a big way. And we've got 72% of all earned wage access users are saying that they feel a little more in control of their finances. And another 77% are saying they're almost stress-free from a financial perspective. And so that's really good news. Generations at work, we've already spoken a bit about that this morning. But 65% of Gen Z, not a surprise, are telling us that their employer is responsible to help them elevate their financial literacy. And then certainly we have an unbanked cohort at work as well. And so that's 4.2% of households, or 5.6 million individuals out there. Another 14.2%, or 19 million, are underbanked. And so there's a big need in the market to support that cohort as well. And then of course, we know if we offer it, they will come, and 65% of workers say that they will take benefits and enroll in benefits if they're offered by their employer. And so then what is it that Paychex is doing? Again, small businesses are resource constrained. And so with that in mind, what we did was last year, the middle of 2024, we launched an online marketplace. We call it the Perks Marketplace, and it ladders in or plugs into our Flex platform, which is a platform that our small businesses use. It's also app-based, so you can access it on your phone. But this marketplace is individualized, and so the small businesses, the employers certainly can access the marketplace, but more importantly, their employees have direct access to it. So they don't have to divulge to their employer their financial stress situation or how well their finances are. They can go directly into the marketplace and they can shop and determine what's best for them. And what we did next was leverage important strategic partnerships with organizations like PayActive for earned wage access, and SoFi at Work, and FinFit, and Viva to offer a broad array of resources to support whatever the need for the small business employee might be. And the secret sauce is that we implemented a payroll integration. So hit your bingo cards. There's payroll on there. There's a payroll integration, so when the employee is shopping, they can just do a payroll deduction to cover the cost of the service. And so you can go into the marketplace and you can do loan refinancing. You can have access to a savings account. You can get coaching. You can get financial planning, and it's all right at your fingertips to decide what option is best for you. And then certainly the cornerstone to our financial well-being services is our 401k and our retirement solutions business. This clicker doesn't like me. There we go. And many of you might know that we are a leading 401k provider in the United States, about 1 in 6 retirement plans. We administer record-keeping services too. We also launched the first PEP back when Secure 1.0 passed, and we are a leading PEP provider in the market. And so that is a really important, valuable starting place for employees and to start planning and building a long-term financial well-being and wealth. And we're also working on deploying some AI-driven support. So it's not an AI-driven tool that the participant would interact with, but rather the plan advisor would get data-driven, real-time notifications for anniversaries or eligibility for plan participants in real time so that they can make faster, more efficient decisions about how they're planning and they're saving over time. And then just finally to cover off and double down on the pooled employer plan, more than 70% of our new plan starts go into our PEP. And so we know this is an incredible tool for small businesses, and it hits at 2 big issues, cost and complexity. And there's been a lot of conversation this morning about a lot of benefits that have a pretty significant cost potentially for a small business, but are very complex, which tends to mean a small business would forego that. And so we're aiming to, through our marketplace, through our PEP, really solve for those 2 significant issues. And then the retirement savings piece just ladders back into our marketplace where we're addressing through the partnerships our financial well-being, insurance products in addition, and then of course lifestyle and wellness. We all potentially have dogs right in here, so we need access to pet insurance, legal services, and other wellness type support mechanisms. So that really gives you a 360-degree support system through our online marketplace and our Flex platform. And so lastly, I'll just finish off here and just mention the uptake. So it's been out there a little over a year, our online marketplace. Over 230,000 employees have gone into the marketplace and have made at least one purchase. So we know there's demand, we know there's need, and we know there's interest, and we only expect that to grow. And by the way, we don't add an additional cost for this marketplace to our small business clients. It's completely free for our client to use as well as their employee. There can be a cost sharing component to it, so there's a lot of flexibility there, but all to drive and boost the morale, the engagement, the productivity, and really also continuing to give a small business resources so that they can continue to be a employer of choice. So with that, I will just say financial well-being, we've already heard it, it's an economic imperative, and it's not really a nice to have anymore. It's really essential for workers and especially for the small business employee. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Jake. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And before I open it up to the floor for questions, I just want to circle back to something that you had mentioned about there being something of a fire, maybe this isn't the right word, but something of a firewall between the marketplace and the employer. We, in our Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey and also our Workplace Wellness Survey, ask both the employer and the employee why there might be some barriers to engagement with their financial wellness benefits. And we do find that both employers and employees identify data privacy concerns, not wanting their employer to know their intimate financial details as a concern. It's not a top concern, but it is a concern. I want to say somewhere around 15-20% of workers are saying this. And so it doesn't even have to be a top concern in order to actually move the needle, as long as that segment of the workforce is having their needs addressed. That can raise engagement, which I think is fantastic. So with that being said, does anybody have any questions? Yes, Rodney.
Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Quick question for you about the marketplace.
Yes.
You said about 230,000 have utilized it, made at least one purchase. What are the top 2 or 3 items that have been purchased, or products or services?
Oh, I don't have that list off the top of my head.
Okay.
We'll follow up and we'll drop it in the slide. But thanks, good question.
And follow-up. Are the items listed offered at a significant discount, and that's an incentive for the employees to get it, or?
Yeah, so because we've created the strategic partnership, we've certainly put, the benefits into the marketplace so it's affordable for the workers.
Good question. And for those who didn't hear the question, it was, we've done the survey for 8 years in a row now. How much did the questions change from year to year? We like to keep a lot of the same questions so we can do those tracking questions like how much concern over financial wellness changes over time. We like to ask the same questions about offer rates for various benefits. We do ask new and timely questions and try to prune questions that we thought maybe were illuminating when we put them in the survey, but then turned out to be somewhat less so. So we try to ask the same core questions, but we do try to also keep it timely, which you will see in the release of the full issue brief based on the survey. We do, I'm actually not sure we included the AI question in that one, but we do ask a couple of AI questions as, I think in the year 2025 we are obligated to do. Okay, so I do have one quick question for you before releasing everybody to lunch, since we still have a couple of minutes before our networking lunch begins. So given that small businesses tend to be a little bit more resource constrained, one of the interesting findings that we found from our small employer version of the Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey is that there was almost like a bimodal distribution of benefits offered by small businesses. So you have some that maybe were resource constrained and some small businesses that actually offered a really rich suite of benefits. Maybe those were like the boutique consulting offices or like small lawyer offices, I'm not sure. Have you seen much uptake from that richer end of the small business side of things? And if so, like, how do they interact differently with the various marketplace options that you were describing earlier?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, certainly you're going to see those, higher end, and we, serve a lot of the consultants around here downtown in DC. And so we do know that they offer sort of that rich complement. And I think the important thing for the small businesses of that nature is that they're very likely either cost sharing or they're fully providing all those services to their employees. And I think on the other end of it, what you're seeing with the smaller resource constrained is that they're piloting programs or they're doing one-off opportunities. And so they're dipping their toes into the water, and then they have an intention of, ultimately building out those services. But from the marketplace perspective, it's a customizable individual and flexible choice for them. And so I think that's kind of, what we're, seeing just in the early days of launch.
Sure, sort of mirroring the fact that there's just no one size fits all for a single, company's employee group. There's no one size fits all solution for an entire class of employers. Okay, so unless anybody else has any other questions, thank you for your time today. And thank you, Sarah, for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll be serving a networking lunch outside. There will be some tables filled with food for you all to enjoy. And then our program will continue at 12:40 with Barb and Carrie Hannon having an interesting discussion on retirement. Thank you.
Well, I am beyond delighted to be sitting here with Carrie Hannon. Let me give a brief intro. I know many of you know her because she's really out there. But Carrie is a workplace futurist and strategist on career transitions, entrepreneurship, personal finance, and retirement. She's a frequent TV, radio, and podcast commentator and is a sought-after keynote speaker, and we are just so fortunate to have her. And she's currently a senior columnist for Yahoo Finance and an on-air expert. What I thought was interesting is, more personally, Carrie has dedicated her work to making a difference in people's lives, to give them confidence and the tools to succeed personally, professionally, and financially. And today, we're going to spend most of our time talking about the book that some of you may have already won with our bingo, called Retirement Bites that Carrie co-authored with Jana Herron. It's a Gen X guide to securing your financial future, and looking forward to having Carrie share more about what that book is about. I will say, if time permits, Carrie wrote another book called Great Pajama Jobs. So if time permits, I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit about that too.
Well, Barb, thank you so much. It is just a pleasure to be here. Thanks to all of the folks at EBRI for inviting me. And like you said, some of my favorite experts are in this room, so it's like a privilege to be sitting here in front of all of you. So thanks for all you do to help me provide that message to my readers. I really, really appreciate it. So, and also Bridget, thank you. You helped put this all together for us.
Yes, this would not have happened without Bridget. None of today would have happened without Bridget. So let's get started with our chat. So your book, Retirement Bites, there's a picture of it. It focuses on retirement issues for Gen X. And just to define, in case anyone's not clear, these are people born between 1965 and 1980. Why did you narrow in on this particular group for your book? And what makes retirement planning especially challenging for this generation?
Yeah, Barb, that's an important issue. But first, can we just have a quick show of hands of who in this room is a Gen Xer? Yeah, we got a few with us.
Like half the room.
Yeah, and so this is critical. This is sort of the forgotten generation. It kind of falls between the big boomer generation and the millennials, and people, really kind of, they go right from boomer to millennial. They're like, whoa, wait, there are people in between here somehow. And so this group, as you all know, is one that has had a lot of different economic challenges and shifts in the retirement landscape as they were getting started in their careers. And I will say that my immediate impetus is there were a series of surveys coming out focused on Gen X. And I bet EBRI was one of them that talked about this generation. And so I started writing columns about this generation. And at Yahoo Finance, it's unbelievable. It's the largest personal finance platform in the world. And I was getting millions of views on these Gen X stories, thousands of comments in personal emails, people asking for help. And so I said I'm like, we've got a book here. This is a group of people that really needs help. So I launched, I got it going, got the book written, and Retirement Bites is actually, as all of you...
Tell us about the title.
Yeah, as all of you Gen Xers know, it's a riff off of the movie Reality Bites. And Reality Bites, it was like, it's this generation's sort of touchstone movie, and it focused on the anxiety of becoming an adult. And Retirement Bites is that anxiety this generation is feeling about retirement. So that's what we came up with. But so can I'll prattle on just for one more minute. The actual specific reasons why this generation has had it tough is the number one reason is when they were starting into the workplace, the 401k had just sort of tipped its toes into our workplace plans. And nobody knew what it was. Nobody gave us any financial education about what we should do with these accounts. There weren't many options to invest in. It was up to you to do it yourself retirement. Nobody automatically invested you in anything. You had to fill out the paperwork, decide which of these few investments you could invest in, and there wasn't a lot of money you could invest. So most people, I'll say they didn't follow suit on it, or they just did a little bit of money, or they did like I did, and I had one for 5 years, and when I switched jobs, I cashed it out. Nobody told me I shouldn't do that, and I didn't, and I look back, it wasn't a huge amount of money, but when I look back, I think, oh my goodness, even if I added nothing to it, what it would be worth at this stage of my life would be significant. So they had that happening. This generation is caught between aging parents and children with competing priorities about saving for retirement. They got hit by a couple of economic downturns, and one being the tech boom and bust. And they're wary of investing in the stock market. I mean, it was like, really? So I think there were some of these shifts that were happening around them that got them off kind of on the wrong foot.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. And I remember, I'm not actually, I missed the Gen X by just a few years, unfortunately. I'm giving away my age, but I remember at my job, like pretty early in my career, they froze our pension, they froze the pension plan. You know, all of a sudden it was all about the 401k plan. And you're right, it was kind of there was a lot going on. There was a lot going on then. So one of the things you note in your book is that people in Gen X are much less confident about their retirement prospects than other generations. And it's interesting, the EBRI and Greenwell Research, we do our retirement confidence survey. It's been 35 years or so. I actually checked, and we also found the same thing, that specifically for that group, they have lower retirement confidence than groups both younger or older. Any insight into that? Why do you think their confidence is so low?
Well, I think this is kind of and don't think I'm insulting any of you in the audience, but it's kind of a gloomy generation, right? There's kind of like scrappy, I'm not going to take advice from anybody. They're the latchkey kids, rode bikes without helmets, drank from the hose, just sort of like, meh, and so the idea of saving for retirement was just sort of this outlier thought, and it came up on their windshield a little quicker than they expected, but I do think that many Gen Xers who I interviewed for the book are gloomy about retirement, Barb, but in reality, they may not be woefully behind. They just say they are. They feel like they are, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are, although many surveys show that they are trailing where they should be.
Yeah. So it's a good segue to the next question is, are there areas where actually you see the Gen Xers, they're doing okay? Because it's been a pretty good market environment for most of these people's lives and careers. I mean, but for some challenging times. Where are they thriving? Where's this generation thriving?
Yeah, what I love about Gen Xers is it really is like this resilient generation, right? So if anyone's going to get through this fine, it's going to be this generation. But here's the cool thing is right now, Gen Xers are at the peak of their earnings years. I mean, this is a really good time that if you're behind or you haven't taken action or paid attention, let's do it. I mean, this is your time to do that. The second piece of it is Gen X has some very significant wealth in home equity, and that is going to be something that will serve them well moving forward. We didn't talk about two of the major problems for Gen X, which maybe you want to get into. I'm not sure. The Gen X has some of the highest student loan debt, and I think, Priya, did you speak about that earlier? It's like we were talking about this idea they have of any generation. They're saddled with student loans. Most of it's their own, some of it's for their kids, and they also have the highest credit card debt of any generation. And, this happened in a way because, one, I think tuitions for college escalated quite dramatically as they were getting into their college years, so financing it. But plastic became the thing, right? When you once you graduated from college, everyone was offering you a credit card. I mean, I swear you didn't have to make any money. There's like, here's one card, here's another card. And Gen X got very comfortable with living on credit, living on plastic. And it's come back to bite them.
Wow. That's so interesting about the credit card thing. Because I know people are saying, like the millennials, and that this generation is much more cautious about credit cards and things like that. They almost want to use these like pay plans where you're not, I forgot what they're called, but you basically, it's like a layaway kind of approach. Anyway, so okay, you mentioned in your book that about 55% of Gen Xers aren't convinced that Social Security will be there when they need it. Our retirement confidence survey showed the same thing. Pretty much 58% of the Gen X group said they were not confident that Social Security will continue to provide benefits of at least equal value to the benefits that retirees are getting today. So and it's about 10 points higher than the other groups. Should they be concerned about Social Security? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I mean, I have my personal opinion on this for sure, but I will say that many of the Gen Xers that I've worked with and interviewed, they're not planning on it. I mean, they run their numbers not including Social Security, and I don't think that's a bad idea, just to make sure you're financially secure. But the fact is, I believe Social Security will be there for them. I think it's quite possible there may be an adjustment in the full payout. I mean, we hear all these proposals. You all know better than I do what's floating around, and David, you certainly know a lot about this. Or, you know, would they try to move that retirement age again? Who knows? I think something's going to happen. I think this is such a hot button issue that it's unlikely that Social Security will not be there for this generation. I truly believe that. But I do understand the angst behind it.
Hopefully you're all feeling very reassured now, all you Gen Xers out there. A follow-up question on Social Security. So the oldest Gen Xers are close to being old enough that they can actually start claiming Social Security at age 62, the earliest age. We're definitely hearing more and more, and I even think I saw something about something sort of legislative about changing the kind of language around Social Security and what we call, and you know, it's the minimum benefit or the earliest benefit or whatever. Lots of conversation about that, but you know, everyone's pretty much saying, if at all possible, delay to age 70, if you can. Talk about a little bit about that, and then implications if you need to withdraw, you know, from your portfolio during that period that you're waiting to take Social Security. Like, how should the Gen Xers be thinking about that?
Yeah, you know, Barb, that is such a great question and such a buzzy topic right now. I did a column last week, I think, about taking your retirement, make the case for taking it at 62, right? Which I don't believe in. But that doesn't mean that all what were we calling them, the finfluencers? There's so much out there on YouTube and TikTok about take it the minute you turn 62 and invest that money. That's a theory. I personally think that Social Security is it's guaranteed income for the rest of your life. It's adjusted for inflation. The stock market is not. And I think that it's a real risk for people to take it at 62 if they don't have to. Many people just simply need the money. And again, many people take Social Security and continue working. And they need both of those earning streams. And there's rules, as most of you know, around working and taking Social Security before your full retirement age. But you get the money back. It's not like you lose it. It comes back in a lump sum over time, or a lump sum in your future, not as a lump sum, excuse me. It's worked into your benefit moving forward. But all the numbers, every time you look at it, if with longevity, people living longer lives, with Gen Xers likely to live 100, you know, a probability of it. Doesn't mean everybody will. It's no crystal ball here. But if you have good health in your family, people will have longevity in their family, there's a good chance that you might make it to that 100 or more. And so, in essence, if you have a guaranteed check that's like an annuity adjusted for inflation, if you can wait till age 70, so as most of you know, it's like if you were to take it at 62 versus your full retirement age, roughly a third of your check is roughly a third smaller than it would be if you waited to your full retirement age. And if you can extend it to 70, it's an 8% bump each year. If you go to this My Social Security account and you look at the picture of how much your check would be at 62 at full retirement age and at 70, it's astounding. I mean, and for me, my family lives till their late 90s mostly, so I'm definitely waiting till 70. But for health reasons and financial reasons, there is a reason to do that. And I encourage people, and most financial advisors I've spoken to feel the same way, that if you can hold out at least to your full retirement age, but if you can make it. Again, couples have a different system. If you're married, there is logic to one person at taking it earlier and the other one waiting till 70, the higher earner. But that gets something you need to talk to your accountant about.
Yeah, the couple one is interesting too, the dynamics there. So keeping on the portfolio theme and asset allocation, what's your take for Gen Xers as they think about how they allocate assets, portfolio diversification, relative to kind of the standard advice people might have gotten as they approach retirement? You should, allocate certain ways. How do you think about that?
I think it's really important to have probably a higher equity portion of the portfolio than used to be recommended, given the longevity. I think you always need to have equities in your portfolio for growth. I think it's imperative that you have cash reserves to cover certain, a year, 2 years, whatever, of expenses. Yes, markets will correct, and they do. And if you're going to get nervous and you're not going to be able to weather that, then you should certainly be in more fixed income gradually. I love target date funds. I mean, target date funds have been a miracle for many people who grapple with, I don't know how to invest, I don't know how much percentage to put in equities, what in fixed income. These kind of make that decision for you. And you can go to a little more to the risky side and push your retirement date later than maybe it would be. But I do think equities are a big part of it. I will add, the big buzz also right now is private assets in retirement accounts. And it's happening. That's a fact. I mean, they're going into target date funds in small bits. There is that movement. I don't think they have for an individual to buy private assets in the further retirement accounts. I think it's fairly risky at this stage. In terms of transparency, the fees are high. It's hard to get in and out of them, liquidity. But as part of a target date fund, those issues really may not arise, although fees could be a bit higher.
Right. How about crypto? Sorry, I had
Wait. Well, personal opinion. I mean, I think again, it's a risky asset. So I think more will be revealed. For Gen Xers, maybe they should wait it out a little bit more, but not everybody feels that way. I mean, it is out there. It is part of people's portfolios now. But again, even the financial advisors I spoke to about private assets were saying, if you really want to do this, no more than 5% of your portfolio. Keep it little. Yes, like you mentioned, it is diversification. This is critical. We all need diversification. We need to rebalance twice a year or whatever it is so that when the market is soaring, that you're not completely out of whack and left exposed if the market corrects. I think they're right. But I think people forget to look at their full financial wealth picture. And that's something that needs to be considered. Your retirement accounts are part of your wealth picture, but we talked about the home equity. Gen Xers have wealth in lots of different pockets.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. So another section of your book is about managing your career and making career transitions as you get older. This is a topic you've written about extensively in other books. You've even quoted a study that says there's a greater percentage of workers age 65 and older are highly satisfied with their jobs. So why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, I love working. And I really like my job. So I know not everybody loves their job, but for me, work is not a four-letter word. And I think everyone needs to find a way to make work part of their retirement plan in a phased way. And it doesn't have to be the pedal to the metal kind of work you had initially. It can be, more and more companies, they don't like to officially do it, but they are sliding into phased retirements. They simply have to for sheer demographics because there's not as many younger workers coming up. The older workers are there, they're experienced, they can do the job right now. As long as you keep your skills sharp, you stay abreast of your industry and your network. And again, networking is my other fun thing is to say it's one letter away from not working. So if you don't have a good solid network, it's going to be hard to stay employed. But if you can continue to work in some fashion, earning income is just fantastic. It helps you push back that Social Security to age 70. It helps you continue to save for retirement. And it offers the mental and physical engagement that we so dearly need as we get older, with loneliness and isolation becoming a huge problem for aging adults. So I think there's a lot of positive things about working, but again, it doesn't have to be a dreaded march if you have the time to think about it and plan for it. Most people who I talk to who have continued working in an environment into retirement often have stepped back a few years ahead of their retirement to think about what is it that I really want to do? What skills do I need to add in order to move in that direction? Can I moonlight or apprentice? Is there a way I can do this to get a taste if I'll be good at this, if this is something where there's opportunity?
Great. All right, you all got that. Networking, not working. There's one letter between them.
And can I interrupt one other thing? When we talked about the Gen Xers, I think it's pretty true of across the board with retirees versus non-retirees. And I know EBRI has looked at this too. Is that before, and Gallup did a big survey that came out last year, non-retirees tend to be really gloomy and fearful about retirement. And once people do retire, they're like, yeah, it's not as bad as I thought. I'm okay. You know, my finances aren't as messy as I thought they were going to be. It's that element of uncertainty, of not knowing, that that creates this problem for a lot of people. So I see Gen X, which the first one turned 60 this year. So that, in fact, you know, they are nearing these ages where it matters. But I do think some of the fear is the uncertainty.
Yeah, so following on that, I'll ask one last question, then we'll open it up for questions from the audience. So you created with your co-author a methodology called HOVER, H-O-V-E-R, that you use to help people cultivate a positive mindset around their money in retirement, because you point out that optimism goes a long way to ensuring success. So tell us about it, and how does someone put that into play?
Okay, so if I can, I'll say HOVER quickly, but I've wanted to give quickly action steps that Gen X can do.
Do the action steps.
Can I do action steps first?
Action steps and HOVER
I
all
think
together.
that this is a time for Gen X. You know, there is runway ahead. So there are things people can do today to take control of their financial future if you're in this generation, and any generation really. Pump up that savings. You know, take the time right now to do a budget. I know people roll their eyes, oh gosh, you know, budget. But it doesn't have to be a massive thing. But what happens is we do budgets when we're younger, maybe when we're starting work, what's coming in, what's coming out. But at this point in your life, as I said, we're at the highest earnings years. There's lifestyle creep. You're going out to dinner, you're making a little more money, you're doing this, you're taking a vacation. Have you really thought about what you're spending on? And I think getting a good bead on what's coming in, what's going out, what your priorities, do you like to eat out? Okay, that's fine. But where else can you trim back? It's getting control of these expenses that have kind of crept up on you. And if you can get those and start, you know, set aside more to save, to do those catch-up contributions. We talked about HSAs earlier today. This is so, I love HSAs so much. And if you're in your 40s and you're Gen X, you've got years that if you educate yourself on how to invest in those, use that as that investment thing, because your medical expenses, you know, Fidelity, what's the number, 172,500, something like that, out of pocket for someone who retired at 65, is that right? 65 this year. And that doesn't include assisted care. That's out of pocket. That's not what Medicare is covering or what have you. So healthcare expenses are going to be huge in retirement. If you can get that HSA, my goodness, I mean, that triple tax advantage, you just can't beat it. And again, the number one thing you can do, and again, work longer, as we talked about. That's going to work. Keep your skills up to date. And the number one thing I tell people is to, you know, it goes back to this health and medical issue. Get yourself as healthy as you can. If you can start looking at your health right now, do you have high blood pressure, whatever it is, anything you can start paying attention. Gen Xers often, they don't want to think about it, you know, but it's here, it's happening. And if you can get control and have a healthy lifestyle today, it will pay off in spades in retirement and not having those expenses, if you can do anything to push that back.
Tell us about HOVER take 2 minutes on
HOVER is hope, optimism, value, enthusiasm, and resilience. Each of these factors are key, I think, at almost anything you do in your life. Hope is the idea that you truly believe things are going to get better. And it takes a little soul searching maybe, but hope is this mystery ingredient that we really do all need in our lives. Optimism is a bit different. Optimism comes from gratitude, and optimism is something you can build. You can just take a moment each day and mentally say to yourself, what went right today? You know, my life is pretty good because X. You know, it might be that the dog was amazing today, or, you know, you had a great meal. Whatever it is, if you can latch onto something that you feel optimistic about. Optimism powers us. It gives us energy. It gives us this idea that yes, glass is half full. You know, let's go with that. Value is, if you don't value yourself, no one's going to value you, and you can definitely add value to your life by constantly learning. You can't stop learning, whether it's about, you know, making stained glass or the newest financial concepts. If you can get your brain going to learn something new, the whole world changes around you. And you think about things differently, and you're excited about the world. And so I think value is something we can always add to our lives. Enthusiasm, my goodness, who doesn't want to be around somebody who's enthusiastic? I mean, when you're enthusiastic, people want you on their team. They want to hire you as you know, as a client. They want to bring you on board. They want to have you on their team. This enthusiasm makes things happen. It is invaluable. And resilience, again, I said this generation is incredibly resilient, and that's the ability to come back from setbacks. We all do that. And frankly, learning new things helps us build resilience, because you're a beginner, you're a greenhorn, you know nothing, then you become an expert, maybe. Maybe you're not an expert, but you do that cycle of being a beginner to learning and being willing to move through those different stages. Resilience just helps you face these headwinds, and I do think Gen X has headwinds, but I truly believe that there's lots of runway to make adjustments so that, and in this book, Jana Heron and I, Jana, who is my co-author on this book, she's in her 40s, so she's young Gen X, and she lost her job this year, and she's had to deal with some of these things. She's got a kid who's a sophomore in high school, she's got aging parents, and she's like, Carrie, this topic is all of my friends, this is what we're talking about. And again, this is a generation that raged against the machine. So that's enough said.
A great way to end. We have time probably for one or two questions, if we have any.
You mentioned that a significant portion of the wealth of the Gen Xers is tied to their home equity, their homes. And so I was just interested in, where do you see that as an opportunity in retirement, given the low uptake that already exists in products like reverse mortgages and home equity extraction products?
I do think home equity is a very important asset. I think home ownership is still one of the biggest ways to build wealth in America, and Gen X is fortunate, many of them, that they have been able to do that. It will be there. It is an asset that, again, the housing market's been all over the map, depends on where you live, all of these factors, but I do think this is a true asset. You mentioned reverse mortgages, and this is something that, this is a product that really has gone through a lot of changes over the years, and it has become, I haven't studied it as much as I should, but it is definitely an avenue for folks to get some of the assets out of their homes that they have built up over all these years. So I think we'll see more ways of doing that. I think, you know, it's definitely an important asset for people, and to appreciate how they can begin to tap into some of that. And again, the other point of that too is this is a time to start thinking about, when we talk about that magic number people have to have saved for retirement, most Gen Xers think they need over $1 million, and you know, maybe they do, but there's no magic number for just that suits everybody. And in housing, relocation is a big deal. I mean, you can, if you give yourself time, find a lower cost of living area to live in, get that cash out of that home, and use that to help fund your retirement moving forward, depending on where you choose to live. And again, there's so many factors about how to make that decision.
Okay, last question, Rodney.
Carrie, you talked about Gen Xers not always being aware of all of the assets at their disposal. So I want to ask about one. We talk about the great wealth transfer that will be happening over the next 25 years. And according to Cerulli, $14 trillion in the next 10 years will go to Gen Xers. In your interviews, did anyone talk about anticipating receiving an inheritance and what it was going to do for their long-term financial security?
Yeah, that is a super question. That's really big. And most of them were very nervous about discussing it because, you know, their their parents are living longer too, you know. But it's the younger Gen Xers. I think there'll be a shift. It'll be more the younger generations of Gen X, so have the opportunity to have that wealth transfer, and it can be significant, without question. And you reminded me of one thing that I forgot to say, Rodney, is that when I tell people, do the budget and all those other little checklists, get a financial advisor. And most Gen Xers have not worked with a financial advisor. And I'm a big believer in financial advice. And the reason it goes to that ethos I talked about. They're like, I don't want anyone to tell me what to do. I'm scrappy, I'm doing it myself. But the fact is, a financial advisor can get up on that balcony and look at that whole wealth package and look at what might you inherit that you don't want to have that conversation with your parent about. And that's going to be a critical piece. And running the numbers, how many times does EBRI talk about this? People don't do a financial plan. Right. They don't do a retirement plan. They guess at how much they need for retirement. And this is a basic step, even if you're not right on it. My goodness, if you at least take a stab at it, I think EBRI shows that people who have taken the time to even run one of those survey or questionnaires, they're more prepared for retirement. Yeah. They have a higher success rate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, great. So come back next year and we'll talk about great pajama jobs. I'm so sorry we didn't get to that today, but that's okay. It's a cliffhanger. Anyway, Carrie, thank you so much for being here. We're so excited. I know people have already won your books through the bingo. So thanks so much. And we hope you'll come back next year.
Thank you, Barb. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
All right, we are back. Yes, I'm a bit of a diva, so I wanted a tablecloth and all of this. For those that don't know me, I'm Rodney Bolden. I am Executive Director, Head of Industry Engagement for Morgan Stanley. And today is actually following Carrie's appropriate topic, where she talked about caring for older parents and as well as kids. And so when we look at data from AARP and the National Alliance for Caregiving, what we see is that 63 million American adults are providing caregiving either to an adult or a child with a disability or a medical condition. 91 million adults today are caring for a child under the age of 18. 29% are sandwich caregivers, which Carrie talked about, where they're providing care for both a child and an adult. And 7 out of 10 caregivers today are working and employed. Now, when we look at, so that's on the caregiver side, but when we look at the employer side, what we see is that when we asked employers as part of the Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey, what we found is that the most commonly offered benefits for caregivers in the workplace today are flexible work arrangements, employee assistance programs, and paid family caregiver leave. So today, our panel is going to talk about what are the current challenges of caregivers in the workplace today, how are employers supporting caregivers, and what is the future of caregiving benefits. I'm going to allow my panel to introduce themselves. We'll start right next to me.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Bowe, and I'm the Director of Benefits for Johns Hopkins Health System. It's a pleasure to be here.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brandon Massey. I'm a Director of Workforce Health Consulting for Kaiser Permanente. My team supports employer groups from the jumbo Fortune 500 side all the way down to the mid-size 500 live groups. And sharing a little bit of that.
Hello, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Myers. I'm Senior Director of Thought Leadership and Research at Bright Horizons. We're an education and care company.
Thank you, everyone. Elizabeth, I want to start with you. You have both conducted research on caregivers, but you also have participated in a number of thought leadership forums on caregiving. What are some key insights that you can share, some key themes that have come up both in the research and in recent caregiving forums that you've participated in?
Yes, thank you, Rodney. I'm very happy to be here. This kind of culminates a year where I have been invited to several symposiums and events in the financial well-being space, but we're talking about caregiving. And I think it's really, really important that we're talking about caregiving in the financial space because of the financial impact that being a caregiver has. both for the employer and for the employee. So some additional data points and stats. Rodney said some of them, but I'll expand and say that of those employers, of the employees who are working as caregivers, they're spending on average 26 hours per week on unpaid care. So it's really no surprise that they're reporting impacts on their work, whether that is taking time off, taking a leave, coming in early, or coming in late and leaving early. Caregiving is not going anywhere, it's growing. There's been a 45% increase in caregiving over the past decade. And we're not just caring for children or adults. 29% are sandwiched, or as I heard at a prior symposium, panini pressed between caring for parents and caring for young children. Plus, these numbers we think are undercounted. I do research in this space, and it's hard to quantify who is a caregiver. As you know, some people may say I'm taking someone to a doctor's appointment, or I'm helping out my mom or a family member, but they're not necessarily raising their hands and self-identifying and saying I am a caregiver. So these numbers and stats that we quote might be undercounted as well. And even with this focus that we've seen on caregiving since the pandemic, we're not really seeing that employees are seeing necessarily their employers responding as much as they would like. We at Bright Horizons do an annual survey called the Modern Family Index. For over a decade we've been doing this survey, and our past results found that 80% of working parents still feel that the workplace is not set up for modern families. I did not expect that number to be so high, but it is. 80% still don't think the workforce is set up for them. And when I say that there's costs to employees and employers. For employees, the cost is burnout. Many caregivers are burnt out. There's impacts on their mental and physical health. They sometimes neglect their own physical health when they're caring for others with health needs. There's an impact financially, of course. Caregiving costs a lot of money. For childcare, it can be all over the place depending on the age of your child, the type of care you have, where you live. On average, the statistics say that it's about 16% of median household income for care for one child in a center, and 30% or more for two children. So just a substantial proportion of income. And it's variable for adult, elder, senior care as well. And what childcare has that adult care does not is that caring for a senior may come in unexpectedly. So you're not necessarily planning for the financial impact that you will have when you are providing caregiving. And of course, to employers, there is an impact in terms of absenteeism, presenteeism, just on the bottom line of what your employees are able to accomplish at work when they're trying to juggle both caregiving obligations outside of the office and being a productive employee at the office or at the work site.
John, I'm curious. So you heard Elizabeth talk about all the different challenges of caregivers today, but Johns Hopkins has a wide range of demographics, and I'm assuming that even within the caregiving community, it's different. The challenges are different based upon role or job title. So can you talk about some of those different challenges within Johns Hopkins of the caregivers depending on their role and job title?
Yes, I think one of the challenges that we have, and I'm sure a lot of you are in industries where you have very diverse workforce. We have that as well. We have providers that make six-figure incomes. We have cafeteria workers that make $40,000 a year, and everything in between. And to any one individual, the challenges can be different. I don't think income necessarily dictates what the challenges might be. And I do want to add one of the things, Elizabeth, you did a very nice job of summarizing some of the challenges. And one thing that I wanted to add was clearly, in my opinion, there's still some stigma about people asking for help or admitting that they are having challenges either at home or at work. So any statistics that you hear about how many caregivers or how many people are challenged, I think is somewhat underreported. We have 36,000 employees. about 30% of them are direct patient care providers. So we have a bit of a double whammy in that a large percentage of our workforce are unpaid care providers at home and paid care providers at work. As you might imagine, that creates challenges that Elizabeth had kind of summarized in that the burnout impact is huge. Some of these folks feel like they have to be on 24/7, and if any of you have friends or neighbors that are nurses or physicians, you expect them to be a nurse or physician when you have needs too, so they're constantly on. I do think one of the things to call out is, going back to income, is within a health system, most care providers have very specific shift schedules and there's no flexibility. We're 24/7 operation. There can't be a lot of flexibility with caregivers. Now, somebody like me has it a lot easier. I can do my job at home. But a lot of what we do and what makes us world-renowned happens in facilities. So we have to have people there, and there's not a lot of flexibility there. We have providers that have great incomes, but those providers have very high expectations in terms of productivity, as well as you think of the mental and emotional challenges that a physician has to go through. So having these caregiving issues at home, even when they're not at work, they might be able to afford to be able to outsource some of these things, but it still takes an emotional toll on them, and it's hard. And as you might imagine, the lower paid employees, they just struggle financially, being able to pay for daycare, to be able to support an elderly parent. Those sorts of things are real challenges. So, and I think we'll talk a little bit about what some of those solutions might be, but those are real issues, and I would emphasize, one, the problem is probably bigger than you think it is, and two, the diverse needs of the employee population is different, and you can't define it just based on income.
So John, you just alluded to solutions. So I want to bring you into the conversation, Brandon, because you work with a wide spectrum of companies across various industries. What are some of the key differences you see as to how they are providing support services to their caregiving population?
Sure. A lot of it goes back to the core of what the business does, what the outcomes and goals are for that business. If you think about businesses that have very strong benefits as part of their compensation package, where some employers may the compensation itself may be the biggest retention or the biggest pull into that organization. So if you have a high-tech company or a financial services company, you're traditionally going to see much richer benefits for them as part of their package, or you may not see that in the deskless positions. I saw that earlier, like that terminology, or maybe some of the other populations. You may not see the breadth of the benefits being available to them, and also what the employer thinks their role is in that. Many employers do not think that is their business to be involved in what's going on with the employee at home or what may be impacting them. Of course, we know from the data that she just shared with us a little bit ago that obviously it's coming into the workplace, but there's a lot of prioritization. Just because something is a need in the market doesn't mean it's a priority for an employer. And I think that's where we have to be realistic when we think about having conversations with our employer groups that we partner with, our employer organizations, the individuals you're working with, understanding what drives that priority and what makes sense to them for how they should be engaged. There's a lot of great resources out there, but most of the organizations that are a little bit further behind in just other benefits, the more like emerging trends, those folks are kind of the same type of employers that are a little behind when it comes to, evolutions of EAPs or better, more flexible work schedules, things like that. Those employers typically kind of echo back to the older generations of like, your job's 9 to 5, my job is to pay you to do the work, where now we know that's not the case moving forward. And it's a slow transition for HR teams, owners of companies, to realize they have a place in this area. And the thing, it's a slow adoption period, unfortunately, with a lot of benefit designs because of so many rules, regulations, concerns about inequity. All these things cause employers to pause. And when an employer pauses, it stops a lot of times for a very long time. So what we're asking everyone today as you're here listening to us is we have to be champions of this messaging. We have to help these employer groups, these community organizations, really get behind the fact that we are not just employees, we're part of your organization, and those people in our lives are part of our lives, ultimately part of the organization as well. And so we see the trends that you would assume, they do align very much so with what we see with elder care benefits and elder care priorities in training and support in the workplace.
So you talked about elder care benefits for a second and some of the ways in which you're seeing the differences in industry. Let's get granular. Elizabeth, what are the caregiving benefits that employers should consider offering to their respective caregiving population?
Great. I'm going to talk to some of the specific benefits that we offer in a minute, but I just want to say in supporting caregivers, ask them what they need. I work closely with our current clients and prospective clients on what caregiving benefits do your employees actually need. So listen through surveys, through focus groups, through chatter from the ERGs. Just make sure that you're supporting employees with the benefits that will help them get to work, stay productive at work, thrive, grow in their careers. So to get into the details about some of those, as we're seeing from the EBRI survey that employers are listening as they are intending to offer some of these family caregiving benefits. At Bright Horizons, we help employers in a couple different areas. One that we're most well known for is our child care centers, so on our near-site employer-sponsored child care. So in these cases, the employer is able to design a center that works specifically for their employees' needs. So that could be a center that's open 13 or 14 hours to cover a 12-hour hospital shift. The center is designed in the personality and culture of the employer. The centers are designed so that they are affordable to the employee base, and if they have variable income and house income levels, then there can be scholarship programs or sliding fee scales. There's all sorts of ways that we work with employers to make the centers financially viable for their employees so that they're equitable and accessible. The centers are not only for children 0 to 5. Many of them offer programs for school-aged children during school breaks or for summer camp programs, because even when you go to school, you're in school 185 days a year. There's still a ton of time where children are not in school, and parents where you've surveyed are using substantial amounts of their pay time off for caregiving when they really should be using or would prefer to be using their pay time off to recharge from that burnout or spend quality time with their family. In cases where there is not necessarily the employee base to support an entire center, we have priority access to centers in the area. And then we have many employers who provide backup or emergency-based care. And what that is a program when your primary caregiver falls through, you can bring your child to a center, or you can have a caregiver come to your home to care for your child of any age. And we also offer this for adults and elders. So someone can come to your home to care for your elder senior adult, or even you, if you had surgery or on crutches, you need some help, you can call backup care for yourself. We've recently seen a push as well since the pandemic on pet care. All those pandemic pups and millennials and Gen Zs who report that pets are part of their families. So we are seeing pet care as a caregiving benefit as well. And an elder care program, which is coaching and planning for the needs of your aging loved ones. And then finally, one of the programs that I love is College Coach, and it kind of ties into what Priya was saying earlier around financial wellness when it comes to student loans. So College Coach helps the parents of teens and preteens prepare for the college application process. It saves them some stress, it saves them some time, and I like to say that I have 3 degrees and I did not know until I came to Bright Horizons that you can negotiate financial aid. Had no idea. Would have saved me a ton of money. So those are some of the main offerings that we have that are ways for employees to get to work, feel productive, and think of their employer as an employer of choice, really.
Thank you for talking about those direct caregiving benefits. But John, I want to ask you, because you talked about like the mental toll, the well-being toll on workers who are caregivers. So how are you supporting the overall well-being of caregivers in addition to some of the services that that Elizabeth talked about?
Yeah, great question. So I think from our perspective, these issues are not just financial and staffing issues. They truly are well-being issues. Our organization has a separate office of well-being that is staffed by medical director and other clinicians that support the well-being, physical, emotional, spiritual, et cetera. About a year and a half ago, we established our Office of Clinician and Faculty Care. And this is a department that is staffed with Hopkins-employed psychiatrists, psychologists, and social workers that provide free care to any of our direct patient caregivers. It has been wildly successful. And I think one of the things that has been helpful is it's helped breaking down that stigma. I talked earlier about some people just don't want to admit that they're struggling. And let's face it, we all have struggles. It's just how much do you want to talk about it in front of your coworkers. So providing those sorts of programs and services has really made a difference, and looking at it from that well-being view, I think helps. And as I think most of you are aware, well-being, the scope of well-being is large. So trying to provide services that kind of fulfill the full spectrum of needs for our employees has been critical. And I would say for us, in some respects, it's a little bit easier for a health system because this is not a choice. It's a business imperative. We need that support. When we have direct patient caregivers in the mix, the most important thing is we need them to show up to work when we need them. However, we also need them to show up at their best. We have a reputation to uphold. We want to provide world-class service. We need folks to be at their best when they're working at their job. So try to provide many comprehensive programs to make sure that their needs are being met, or we're supporting them as best we can. And again, I'll hint at this a little bit. Some of it is organizational culture. I think an organization has to make it apparent that we're here to help you, we're here to support you, we're not here to judge. Everybody wins. We have people that will ask for help, and we can provide the help that they need. It makes a huge difference from a business perspective for us.
Something you said about, the office that you set up of well-being, Elizabeth, some of the services that you talked about, incredible services with Bright Horizons. Brandon, though, have you seen companies be resistant to adopting some of these types of benefits? And if so, why? And not only why have they been resistant, and how can employers, or how can you help the benefit providers in the audience make that case?
Yeah, well, honestly, we're talking about this today, and it's not that it's a new thing, but it still feels relatively new that we're having these conversations around elder care. And a lot of employers, again, haven't had the bandwidth or the energy or the time over these past several years to really think about the future of their strategy and how they're going to support their employees moving into the next decade, 2 decades. So a lot of employers have been kind of just holding steady or really trying to play catch up, which has caused a resistance to make changes when it comes to structure, even work-life balance. Some of the things you mentioned earlier, some of the folks mentioned, a lot of employers have been reluctant to do that because there's a perception in employers, and we just had a very large, we call them employer learning circles, where we invite thousands of employers, and it was an elder care one, and we had a very big part. I think we had about 3,200 employers, I believe, on the call there, and there was a lot of people talking in the chat, about, well, if I do this for one person, now I got to do it for everybody. Now I have to change a policy organization-wide. There's a lot of reluctance to, maybe I have caregivers that I could be flexible with them, but I can't be flexible with this department. And how am I going to administrate that across, and how am I going to make it seem fair in my organization? So there's a lot of perception that it's hard to make it fair, but there's also the realistic part of we don't know what we don't know as employers, right? They don't know it's as big of a problem as it is, to be honest. And when we have some of these trainings, and we actually had a physician come on talking about some of the elder care, early signs of dementia, those type of areas, employers like, we didn't really think about having to have our employers take care of their parents and the elders in their lives. We just didn't even plan that as part of our strategy. And as it's becoming front and center with employers, now they're starting to try to play catch up. So the resistance is a lot around making it fair, and also how do I do it? How do I actually implement programs? How do I drive cultural change in my organization to better support my employees in and out of work? It is not easy, as is any part of well-being. So it's a phased-in approach is what we're really looking to get to from employers, and they're not rushing to make changes, not rushing to add benefits. I think I saw that stat earlier about reallocating or rebalancing benefits. I can tell you my team is out working with tons of employers. I'm in conversations as well. Very few employers are looking to make changes, and definitely not adding things. So as you look to rebalance, reallocate, they're going to go back and start looking at their existing benefits to find out what they can get from there. Because one of the fears they have is, if I find a problem that I need to address, do I have to go buy something for it? Do I have to go acquire a vendor or something to service that? And when you're in a financial crunch, as many organizations are, there's of course a reluctance to add and change up your reward strategy or benefit strategy, or even your operational strategy with how you treat your employees. So it's a tough kind of catch-22, as the terminology used to hear, because they want to help, but they don't really know how to help effectively without potentially having a negative impact on their business.
I want to follow up on that because thinking about employers, they don't have the budget to necessarily turn something on. You are advocating that they look to their existing vendors. What are some of the existing vendors that they can look to where maybe it's just a matter of turning something on within one of the other benefits that they're offering?
Well, EAP is a very, very common one. We heard earlier that one gentleman that mentioned jargon. He talked about the print materials. I don't know if you've gone to an EAP website recently or past 20 years, but you go there and you click on financial well-being and you get a bunch of articles, right? You don't get a lot of content. Elder care is very similar. Now, what we have seen a transition in EAPs where they've started to offer more elder care resources, including some of the things you mentioned earlier around could someone help me figure out what level of care does my parent need? Do they need adult daycare? Do they need actual assisted living or nursing home? Like, what do they even need to do? Because I don't know how to diagnose them, and I'm taking them to clinical care, but they're not really giving me that feedback. So identifying if your EAP has that type of resource. Another really strong built-in resource, your organizational development department, your learning department, whatever your organization calls that. Some really powerful things we've seen work with elder care have been compassionate leadership trainings. We're training frontline managers, frontline leaders, team leaders, supervisors to understand what the resources are that they currently have and how they can best get those out to the frontline workers and to the people that work for that organization. So when an employee comes to them and says, hey, I'm really struggling at home, and just kind of just talking to them, they say, well, here's the EAP resource, here's something else. Or even bigger picture for employers, if a manager has a person that's missing work frequently, which is very common in elder care, maybe they're leaving early, they're coming in late, taking more PTO, a lot of times there'll be a rift will start to develop between that leader and that direct report, assuming this person's changed their work ethic or they've changed their priorities in life, and it can become a problem. But if that leader asks questions, talks to that employee, and finds out, hey, this person's dealing with an elder care situation, now maybe they do consider more flexible schedules. Maybe they do consider handing them off to that EAP resource or other resource that they have already built in. How can they be a conduit of your programming that you currently have for elder care or other resources? And that's a really powerful way to make change without adding more resources, without adding more vendors per se, and start moving the ball and getting the momentum moving forward.
So Brandon, you talked all about like misconceptions and how to overcome that. But John, I want to ask you, when dealing with HR leaders, total rewards leaders, are there misconceptions they have about these benefits for caregiving community?
The thing that comes to mind immediately is that this only impacts a small percentage of your population. I don't agree with that. You may not know the extent that there are problems, and I think sometimes it's evident, if somebody has kids and they have child care issues, et cetera, but as Brandon mentioned, the elder care issue is becoming a huge challenge for employees. They don't necessarily talk about it. So I think the misconception is that, one, it doesn't impact a large percentage of my population. Two, I think it's fair to say that the misconception around the impact that this might have, people talk about, well, I can't put in something like this because I won't be able to demonstrate ROI. I think if you get hung up on that, that's a problem in and of itself. You need to understand the true cost of turnover, the true cost of absenteeism. When you provide these benefits, yes, it might add to your fringe benefit expense, but if you can put the tiniest dent in either one of those, turnover, absenteeism pays for itself. So you have to think a little bit more broadly in terms of what it would mean for you to provide this support for your employees.
So is that how Hopkins is measuring the success of their caregiving initiatives? Is it absenteeism, presenteeism, and are there any other measurements you're using?
Yeah, so there's a multitude of ways that we look at this, and I think most people immediately go to quantitative analysis to determine whether or not a program is successful or it's being utilized the way you want it to, and we certainly do that. We monitor utilization in all of our programs, and Elizabeth mentioned that I think we have just about everything that she had provided, but we look at those on a regular basis. Oddly enough, the COVID pandemic was a bit of a blessing for us because some of these services were being underutilized, and the desperation that was created by the pandemic actually raised awareness, and our utilization since the pandemic has gone up in every program every single year. So one of the other things that's important is to make sure you constantly have to communicate and market and promote these programs. So, people get busy, they don't pay attention to stuff. You may actually be offering something that they could use, and they're not taking advantage of it.
Elizabeth, how about yourself at Bright Horizons, working with clients? Success measurement, ROI, what are the ways you're doing it? I think you might have a slide on that.
Yes, I think there is a slide to go with this. I love talking about ROI and impact. I'm a total data nerd, so this is one of I have many favorite parts of my job, but this might be my favorite. So what we do is a variety of different things. We do surveys of the employees themselves, and we just recently did an employer survey that matches really well to the EBRI survey, so I'll talk about that in a second. And I also just wanted to dovetail off of a comment that was made about the people that are impacted. So it's not just the direct caregivers that are impacted by caregiving. We see in surveys from employees that those who are not caregivers themselves are also impacted by their colleagues' absences or lateness or leaving early and things like that. So it's not just the caregivers directly, and everyone will be a caregiver or need a caregiver at some point in time. So a universal topic. So to get to the data, we survey our backup care users, we survey our center users, and then we do data analysis projects with clients. We do turnover studies. So to highlight some of the impact of backup care, 86% of users said they would have missed work without it. 91% say it enhances their productivity. 94% say it reduces their stress, so that impacts burnout. And then 89% say that backup care makes them more committed to their employer. And that's just some of the data that we collect. For childcare, for the childcare centers, 93% say they work necessary hours only due to the childcare center. 93% also say the childcare center reduces their stress. For recruitment, 77% said that the center would make them recommend their employer to others. And for retention, 86% say it increases their likelihood to stay with their employer. And then when we do direct turnover studies, we see that as well. In some organizations, we've seen turnover rates 75% lower for center users compared to the population overall. So pretty substantial differences in turnover for center users. We call it a sticky benefit. People don't want to leave an employer if their child is in the center. And career advancement as well. Half of center users say that the center allows them to advance in their career and take higher positions. We also receive reports of the center being a networking opportunity for people to meet other people across the company that they otherwise wouldn't, and that drives innovation as well. And one of my favorite recent studies where we actually took performance review data. This is the first one we did of this. I'm hoping to do more, but took performance review data of center users compared to non-center users, and all of the center users had meets expectations or above, which was not the story for the entire general population. So hoping to do more of those as well. And then for our college coaching, 94% say it reduces stress. And for every hour of use, there is 5 hours of time saved. And I was actually talking to someone at my table who was a college coach user, and they said that 5 hours saved is probably an underestimate. So just a big stress reliever for parents when they're have some help with the college preparation process. And then finally, this slide, we just fielded a survey of caregiving benefits decision makers or wellness benefits decision makers, and found that the benefits decision makers agree with the employees on the benefits of caregiving benefits. So 92% say that they support mental health, that they attract employees, that they allow employees to progress in their careers, reduce turnover, that they are a must-have benefit in today's workforce, and reduce leave of absences and reduce absenteeism. So I have all those numbers up on the slide. I just thought that was a really great finding that we had right after I heard about the EBRI findings as well.
Oh, so retaining talent, people more engaged, sounds like a win-win all over the place. But you mentioned how the impact of the business is sometimes those unplanned absences. So Brandon, I want to ask you, how can an employer prepare for or minimize some of the impact of the unplanned absences that unfortunately will occur with caregiving responsibilities?
I'm actually going to go back to my previous comment that I made earlier about the training the front lines, the leaders at the organization, because it's there's a huge gap. There's huge gap in communication of what the employees understand as far as what their benefits are, resources to support their elder care. And when we think about unplanned absences, obviously Johns Hopkins is probably a great example. You know, if you have three nurses scheduled for this floor and one of them calls out unexpectedly because of elder care, now they're scrambling, right, to find the backup or get someone else, and there's someone's life may be impacted, right? Some patient's life may be impacted with that. And most organizations rely on people to be their main conduit for having successful organization. They're the customer service, they're the doers, they're the healers, they're all those parts of an organization that make them an organization. And having those dialogue with those employees, understanding where there may be risk for unexpected absences, because you may hear of terms in HR like intermittent FMLA or traditional FMLA or short-term disability. There's a lot of different leave policies and different things that cover employees, and elder care typically can fall under FMLA, of course, right? So definitely protected, but the bigger issue for most employers is if I don't know when that person's going to be here, it's really hard to count on them as a part of my organization. And if a person's willing to work with that person, retain that talent, avoid the turnover by working with the employee directly, maybe it's a flexible schedule, maybe it's identifying resources, maybe the employer offers something like Bright Horizons that could help that employee not have to go early, arrive later, call out as often, or maybe there's an adult daycare they're able to get their loved one in that can actually take care of them during the day that's close by the office. And so they're not missing and having those unexpected absences. So it's really up to an organization to rely on their partners, their vendor partners, and hopefully their organizational structure to really drive that it's okay to have needs outside of the workplace. It's part of life. What are you doing as an organization to support them when those things happen? If you want to get those people to be honest with you and you want them to really work with you and work with you on their maybe difficult schedule, having that dialogue, supporting them when they need that support is how you drive that loyalty, which is one of the words on there, by the way. That's how you drive that loyalty, and that's how you retain those employees because they feel valued by you as an employer, and especially if you're a frontline leader or a director or whatever your title is, if you're helping them navigate those tough instances in their life, they're going to be much more open with you with other things, maybe even problems at work, maybe even other things that are going on that you can help them with. And so that's just really important to think about your organization being not only a product maker or a service provider, but they're an employer who employs people that live in a community. They're part of a community. And those people that are caregivers, like you said, they don't just impact them or the coworkers, they impact everyone in their community. So thinking the bigger picture of how you as an organization can position yourself as the employer of choice, that's by being a better leader. That's by having better conversations with your employees and offering the resources when they need them.
I want to talk about disability for a second. So employees have long-term disability coverage, or may have long-term disability coverage, but that doesn't necessarily extend to their children. So when we look at the financial risk of having a child with a long-term disability, that's one of the largest uncovered risks for many parents today. What are some benefits that could potentially help parents in that situation with a child who has a long-term disability that can help them financially weather, and this is to anyone on the panel that can help them financially weather going through that situation?
I would say that this might be obvious, but backup care is important in that situation. Most people that are unfortunately in that situation have some sort of regular care depending on the extent of the disability, but stuff happens. And those folks can't afford to not have the ability to fill in those gaps when a provider may not be available or there's extenuating circumstances where they need additional care. So backup care, I think, is really important. I also think that there are some other peripheral benefits that can support it, like critical illness and hospital indemnity, such more financial protection in those situations for disabled dependents.
Rodney, this is Bridget.
Yes.
I'm raising my hand for your panel. So I just wanted to mention that there is a new product out in the marketplace, and I'm not sure if the founder is here. His name's Snay. It's called Juno Kids. That's a disability insurance that parents can buy for when they're expecting children or if they have children with disabilities. So there is actually a product that's available. It's a new emerging one, but just for reference.
Oh, great. Thanks. That's why I love Bridget. She's fantastic. Other thing, we have an aging workforce, aging population, period. And within the next 10 years, there will be more people over the age of 65 than under the age of 18. So as we age, there may not be those, now we rely on our children, our younger relatives, nieces, nephews to take care of us. That may not be available in the future. Love to get your thoughts on some potential solutions or ways in which we can prepare for the future of caregiving, or what is the future of caregiving with the aging workforce?
I'll jump on this one. I think it might be a question later on, but with long-term care insurance is something we're seeing pop up much more popularly in the voluntary benefits space. I think like I said, we had a large convening. We've had a couple of the past few years, and it's growing, and we've seen the long-term care insurance jump up pretty substantially to around, depending on the size of the organization, about like 25% of employers over a large size are offering some level of long-term care insurance. I will say one of the things, and it will resonate, I think, with everyone in here, is the research they've shown to people that buy long-term care insurance, almost all of them have been exposed recently to someone who needs long-term care, meaning they saw those bills. They saw those monthly payments and were like, oh, talk about the equity I have in my house or my parents' retirement. That may not even be there if I'm in this place for 3, 4, 5 years, because you might be talking $150,000, $200,000, $500,000 a year for that care for that person. So as you think about your strategies for the aging workforce, long-term care insurance can be a very valuable voluntary benefit. Now, there are a few caveats to it, of course, and making sure the premiums, and it's obviously age-banded and cost, but it's a way to really think about your long-term estate planning, your retirement planning, and really protecting your loved ones to where you get to that stage where you may need some kind of additional support, whether it's assisted living, nursing home, or some other elevated living. None of those things are cheap. They're all very, very costly. Even the adult daycare, my wife's grandfather, he's 94. He started doing adult daycare recently, and I think it's about $2,400 a month for him to go and sit in this space, and they do some cool activities, and it's monitored, right, for safety. But again, that's an unexpected cost. He was not expecting to have in his retirement. Luckily, he has a pension and things. But as we think about the future and as we think about our risk profiles, our retirement profiles, we need to understand there's a huge albatross of possible costs. Not only healthcare costs, the $178,000, which actually seems low to me, but that cost. What about the long-term care cost? What if you do need that assisted living? Are you going to be able to pay for that house's equity? Are you going to spend the retirement that maybe you wanted to leave some for your kids? Are your kids going to have to step in, which is a thing we're seeing very, very common now, where active workers in the workplace now are paying money towards their parents' care in elderly or assisted living facilities, and they did not plan on that. They planned on the child care. My kid turns 4 or 5, gets into school, and I can go on to the next. Now I can save more. They did not realize, 10 years from now I'm going to have to be paying money for I don't know how long that I had never budgeted as part of my long-term strategy. So if you're working with a financial advisor, of course they're having those conversations. But as the panels have all said, most people don't work with financial advisors. And it's an unfortunate thing. It's a Gen X, I think it's a millennial thing too as well, is having those hard conversations with the financial advisor. No one wants to go in there and say, give me a budget. This is how much I need. This is what I need. They don't want to have that hard conversation. They want to just, I have enough money to get by. I'm fine. I can get through. And maybe they think, hey, I actually have my money set aside. I'm saving money. I'm investing in my retirement. But if they forgot that one huge gap about elderly care, nursing care, that may completely blow all their retirement away. It also may impact, of course, their parents' retirement as well if they can't afford maybe the nicer facility. Some of these places maybe, the nicer facilities might be $500,000, $1 million a year, some of these places. So thinking about your long-term strategy and how you're going to protect yourself and your children from those unforeseen costs is a huge part of the long-term estate planning, long-term strategy for your retirement. It's something that's often overlooked, extremely overlooked in the workplace.
Excellent. So we got about 4.5 minutes left. I do want to mention that EBRI and Greenwald Research is launching an initiative, Caregiving in the Workplace. So more to come about that. If you're interested in learning more, we have Bridget in the audience who can connect with her. If you're in the virtual audience, connect with EBRI to learn more about that. That'll be launching next year. So I want to open it up to questions. Any questions in the audience?
Okay.
Yes.
Rodney, you asked all of the great questions, so let me just say that. But I do have a follow-up question. I was surprised to see the employee resource groups or business resource groups listed as a fourth benefit. Just curious if any of you are familiar with any organizations who are actually leveraging employee groups for caregiving. This was kind of a new concept, and I can see how, based on what you have shared, that would be powerful. So any insights anybody could share around employee groups and caregiving?
I would say we work with organizations who leverage their ERGs for feedback on what employees need in terms of caregiving, what kind of caregiving issues are coming up. I've also heard of organizations who have leaders go to the caregiving ERGs and talk about their caregiving experiences just to make it, more welcoming to do so, to be a good role model in that respect. That's what I've seen.
And we don't have a specific caregiving ERG. However, we have established what we call virtual support groups, where employees that are in those situations that have caregiving challenges can kind of commiserate a bit with other coworkers. We also have an HR representative in each of those sessions so that we can find out what's going on. Helps keep our finger on the pulse. Those have been tremendously successful as well. Just a kind of brainstorming amongst employees can really have a positive impact for folks, because sometimes they just might not think of creative ways that they can address some of their needs and issues.
Jumping off that, one of my favorite icebreaker questions to ask is, what's your favorite benefit that your company offers and why? And that's really great in a group because people won't know
what benefits are on offer. So it's great to have the conversation.
I'll make one quick comment on ERG, BRGs. We work with a lot of different employers that use those. And honestly, one of the most powerful things about having an ERG or a BRG at your employer workplace is you can have some more honest conversations. You can have a better conduit to your HR benefits department of what is really going on in the workplace. What is being impacted in those certain demographics, the different ERGs? What are they experiencing? And that's a great way to get messaging back up, fed through in a very honest, transparent way. And having an HR, I wouldn't have an HR person necessarily at the ERG meetings per se, but the thing you're talking about sounds obviously they're looking for solutions. But having that transparent conversation so like what the real problems are. Because most employers, due to stigma, due to other things, don't really have a full pulse of what's going on in the organization because there's a fear that there may be retribution or negative impact if I speak up and say this manager's not helping me or these programs aren't exactly what I need. Having that group of people that can talk and bring the feedback up through the organization, through the leadership, can really drive better decision making and actually support the workforce much more efficiently.
And the last thing I'll say about ERGs is one case that I've seen is that, and this is why, to Elizabeth's point about empowering with data, I know one particular company, when they saw the data around that Hispanic women are disproportionately represented as caregivers, that they made sure that their Hispanic ERG were aware of some of the new caregiving benefits that they were rolling out so that they can include their members and let them know. So with that, the clock has ticked 0. So I want to thank my incredible panel and thank all of you.
So I'm pleased to welcome the next panel, which would be moderated by Alana Beret, a director from Commonwealth. This session is Financial Wellbeing Demands, Outcomes, and Outlooks. And our panelists will be Lisa Margison from Bank of America, EBRI's Research Chair, and Manita Rao from AARP, a Senior Strategic Policy Advisor. So please note that after the session, which is hopefully ending maybe around 2:55, we do have a break. So we will have one break. We have a 30-minute break, and then we will have one more session in our keynote. And we do thank you all for staying throughout the day. This is very wonderful to see so many faces here. And we do hope that you can stay for the keynote and the cocktail session after the event. And with that, I'll hand it over to Alana. Oh, and Z, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention Zainab. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Good afternoon, everyone. Really excited about the panel discussion we're going to have. I think this is an opportunity. We've heard a number of themes throughout the day today around employee perspective and experience with workplace benefits, and we're going to be able to tie that in with the employer opportunity. I think the panel just before us really set that up well around opportunity for really understanding what drives the employer and the positive impacts that can be generated for the employer. So not just the employee experience, but what also is great for the employer. And then we're going to talk about some innovative or actionable strategies that the fellow panelists here can speak to through the research that they've done and the experiences that they've had in their roles. So I'm thrilled to introduce our 3 panelists, Lisa Margison, and I think Bridget already did justice on the introductions, but Lisa Margison from Bank of America, Dr. Manita Zhao from AARP, and then Zainab Nurali from Infosys, Retirement Center for Excellence. So let's get started. I would love to start with the employee perspective and experience. And let's begin with Lisa, Bank of America. You all released this year your 15th annual workplace benefits report. Would love to hear what you heard from employees on how they're feeling about their financial well-being, and what do they say is important to them when it comes to workplace benefits and resources.
Great, thank you. Yes, our 15th annual report, one of our flagship pieces, and we fielded it in early 2025, so earlier this year. What we found is that financial wellness was trending up from 24 levels. And the way we measure that is we give employees, and it's not our employees, we go out and do a survey. They don't have to work for the bank, it's work for any employer. we have a scale, and those that say that their financial wellness is good or excellent, that's what we mark as what the financial wellness score is overall. Just over half of employees said that their financial situation was good or excellent at the beginning of the year. It was the very beginning of the year, so we thought it was appropriate, given the change of power and the changes happening in the economy at the beginning, those first couple of months of the year. We went back into the field a few months later with some of the key macro questions, and we asked about their financial wellness again, just for comparison. What we found during that changing environment is financial wellness scores actually fell back down 5 points back to 2024 level. So people weren't feeling as good or good shape financially than they were a few months earlier. We also asked a question about the current economic environment, how they were feeling, levels of stress, and 3 in 4 of the employees that we interviewed, which was over 500, said they felt stressed about the current economic climate, and that was in the May timeframe. But good news is that when we asked them about, well, how are you feeling, sort of, not necessarily today, but think 2 or 3 years out, we did find that 7 in 10, so the numbers were higher, were more optimistic about their more long-term or near-term, longer-term financial wellness. And one of the things we talked to in my line of business, our clients are employers and the benefits they offer. When we talk to them, we always stress the importance of communicating not only one way but two-way with their employees. So it suggested that, it's a good time as a check-in every now and then to see what is causing them stress, what is pulling their attention from work, perhaps. So we also asked about what benefits employees were more likely to want to help them feel good about their financial situation, and also to stay with their company, what sort of keeps them there from a benefits perspective. The top answers kind of signal more than just retirement and healthcare benefits. Those are sort of standard, they're a given, but beyond that, what's important to them? The top 3, first one was equity stock awards, which makes sense. Making it available to more employees, broadening that out. The more employees feel that they have a stake in the business, the more that they'll appreciate sort of that work-life balance and committing to to their employer. So equity awards shared more broadly. Second was guaranteed income programs. And we've heard that in some of the, over the last couple of days, actually, some of the conversations around guaranteed income programs. And that actually was among the top 5, retirement, healthcare, and then equity. The next one down was guaranteed income programs. So that's gaining momentum in interest and actually availability too. And then wellness reimbursements. So things as simple as reimbursement for gym membership. So when you think more holistically about wellness, what were those benefits that can kind of assist employees in rounding that out and keeping healthy, not only from a financial perspective, but from a mental wellness and health perspective. We also asked, why do employees stay at a company and why do they leave? Benefits are important, but the ultimate decision whether to stay or leave a company that we found in our research goes beyond benefits. 2 in 3, when we ask why do you stay, work-life balance. Top drivers of changing jobs, you would expect the opposite end of that, lack of work-life balance, and then overall burnout, and those are somewhat connected. This year, we also asked about vacation time. This was a new question. We hadn't asked this before. And when you think about work-life balance, a big contributor to that, on the positive and negative side, right, is PTO, either taking it or not taking it. So, I mean, we all love vacation time, right? We all should be taking every single moment that we have available to us. But today's employee takes on average 3 weeks of vacation time. Only 6 in 10 said that they use all the PTO time that they have. Now, I would argue, and I would say to employers, that number should be 100%. All your employees should be taking 100% of their personal time off. They've earned it, and they should take it to sort of to recharge. The last stat I'll share is a third of employees said overall burnout has tempted them to leave their company. So for those very valued employees, encourage all the PTO time that they have available. And this is one we're going to track over in coming years, too, to see if that changes at all.
Thank you, Lisa. Could you also, I know your survey, your report was observing what was challenging for employees around headwinds specifically. Could you share a little bit more about what they reported facing?
Sure. 3 significant headwinds that we found, and again, this was the beginning of 25 into the early months. None of these are probably surprising to you. Caregiver burnout, personal debt, and healthcare costs. You know, I know we do a lot of research on caregiving, and there's a lot of conversation that goes on around, at least around 2 of those. So caregiver responsibility and the impact to work-life balance and the responsibility and the burnout that that can lead to. We just heard a great panel talk about that. Healthcare costs is also one of those that there's a headwind, but again, there's a lot of conversation about it. What kind of shocked me this time is how the conversation around debt, and that bubbled to the top as being one of the top 3 headwinds that employees said they're facing. We dug into it. There are different kinds of personal debt, right? There's credit card debt, which is not so good. There's mortgage debt, which is an investment in yourself, student loans. I mean, there's a lot of different types of debt. So we dug into that because any conversation around debt needs to have that nuanced sub-conversation. This year, personal debt stood out as total as a major source of anxiety. We trended back over the last couple of years, and it's increasing, and really at this point is widespread. Almost 9 in 10 carry personal debt of some kind. And this year, for the first time, credit card debt topped mortgage debt. So you're switching sort of the balance. It's no longer good debt, like having a mortgage. It's bad debt. It's credit card debt, which really can do a number on your finances. And you know, we always ask, why do some of these numbers? Why is that important to employers to understand that? A third of employees told us that their debt situation has gotten to the point where it is impacting their productivity at work. And that's another reason that it's important to have these conversations about debt programs, availability, resources for employees. Have these conversations with employers so that they know that this is something they really do need to tackle for a number of reasons for the health and wealth of their employees.
Thank you, Lisa. 9 in 10, that is very high. And to know that credit card debt now preceded mortgage is incredible. I want to turn now to Manita. You recently completed research at AARP with the University of Southern California on the access and impacts of employer-sponsored benefits. I believe you have a few slides for us. If you could take us through the highlights and what did you learn?
There you go. So I'm going to share some findings from this study that we just completed. This was with an economist. I'm an economist. Data runs in my blood. This is with another economist at the University of Southern California, and where we look at how inequities in access to employer-sponsored benefits affect financial stability and employee turnover. Now, this research was essentially motivated by a question that we've been asking all throughout the day, and that Rodney asked in the previous panel as well, which is what is the ROI? Like, what is the business case for employers to be offering benefits? And that essentially got us to kind of start thinking about, okay, is there a way for us to start to quantify these things? So that's what I hope to provide some convincing evidence through this research. Just to give you a little bit of a background, you can look at and this is data from the Department of Labor's National Compensation Survey. This looks at across all employers, how much are employers spending on benefits as a share of total compensation. And you see that it's gone back and forth over the past 3 years, but just from the past, like the second quarter of 2024, it's actually gone up. And right now, where we look at the second quarter of 2025, it's almost at the highest, so almost close to 31.3% is what is being spent across all employers on benefits as a share of total compensation. So we are in a good space in terms that employers are looking to innovate on in the benefits area. However, there are massive differences in access to these kinds of benefits. So we look at differences across race and across gender, and we look at, so you look at the typical health insurance as well as retirement account benefits, and in general, non-Hispanic white households have higher access to these kinds of benefits relative to non-white households, and males have higher access to these kinds of benefits compared to females. There are also similar kinds of differences in other types of more newer kinds of benefits that we have been talking about today. So, for example, caregiving and other types of benefits. So, we look specifically at paid leave and access from work from home benefits. And I want to just note that in the previous panel, I think one of the slide that Rodney shared from the EBRI study showed that for caregiving benefits, the first one that was most important was flexible work arrangements. And I think the third one was paid leave. So we look at these benefits also as part of our study. And even in these kinds of benefits, there's lower access among non-white households and among women. And finally, we look at insurance benefits. Now, this seems to be, these types of benefits seem to be increasing. In several employers seem to be offering these kinds of benefits, but then it's still very low. And we look specifically at like life insurance and disability insurance. And while there is an uptick, the uptick in access to these types of benefits is also among the groups that have access to other types of benefits. Now, why is this important? Why are these kinds of like differences in access to a whole area of benefits important? What we find is that access to these kinds of benefits have a very statistically significant impact on lowering financial stress. So those little asterisks that you see around some of the numbers is essentially shows you that these are statistically significant results. So what we find is that there's almost a 11% decrease in financial stress for vacation and sick leave benefits. And similarly, there is 11% decrease in for life insurance benefits. I don't have a color printer here, but there's color over there, so I have to like go back and forth to figure out what this is. And similarly, I mean, we find that there's almost a 9% decrease in financial stress among those who have access to retirement benefits, and a 7.4% decrease in financial stress for those who have access to health benefits. So these are like really significant numbers in terms of like how well employees are doing. And then we kind of go on to model, okay, what is the effect of having access to these benefits on financial satisfaction? And in this case, what is interesting is that we do find that the statistically significant effects are kind of limited to having access to life insurance, disability insurance, and work from home benefits. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that means for us, but I just want to note at this point that these are the kinds of benefits that, at least right now, seem to be showing quite significant effects on financial satisfaction. And finally, we look at employee turnover. And here we find that paid leave seems to be the one benefit. Paid leave and work from home benefits seem to be the two benefits that have the most significant effect on reducing employee turnover, and to the effect of almost 0.25%. So these are extremely statistically significant results. And these are kind of direct evidence in terms of how employers can benefit from offering these kinds of benefits. So what are the implications for policymakers and employers? One is that employer benefits clearly have financial benefits for both workers as well as for employers. In the case of workers, workers seem to be more likely to stay with employers that provide benefits that help them meet their life's needs. And we've had conversations earlier today as well, where we talked about meeting workers where at whatever stage they are. So I think that seems to be a sentiment that resonates with the data as well. So paid leave, emergency savings benefits, work from home benefits, these kinds of benefits seem to be having a lot of effect on workers. For employers, going back to the conversation around productivity, I think we have to get a little bit more creative in terms of the way we measure and make the business case for the productivity benefits of employee benefits. One, there's clearly, they reduce costs because they lower turnover. And so any of the training and the hiring costs associated with turnover are lower. There's higher retention because there's higher worker satisfaction. If your workers are more satisfied, they're more likely to stay with you. And so that's another clear metric around productivity. And finally, there is higher productivity because workers who are less stressed are less likely to make errors. And so whatever are the costs that you incur from worker error is then saved and that can be attributed to access to these kinds of benefits. So yeah, I will pause over there.
Thank you, Manita. I think some of your comments really align well with what Lisa was saying around the value of PTO and vacation and those kinds of benefits, and how you hear from the employee side the value of it, but then you're seeing disparities in access when looking at racial disparities, gender disparities, and the like. And then you mentioned about why employers should care. As we heard in the previous panel, what is the employer prerogative? Well, it's reducing turnover, absenteeism, and those are some metrics for ROI. So I now want to turn to Z and really kind of take what we've heard so far on the sentiments, why employers should care, to what people can do about it. So Z, I know at Infosys you really think a lot about cultivating trust and confidence when it comes to utilization of benefits among users from the provider and the employer perspective. Could you share how employers can better support employees with benefits adoption through the lens of cultivating trust and confidence?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's been a lot of great research shared, not just from my fellow panelists here on the stage right now, but throughout the day. And it's clear that employees are struggling to feel financially secure, and employers are doing everything that they can to give the resources, but there's still this disconnect and there's still this gap. So I'm bringing the perspective of the providers, the carriers, and the platforms that are bringing these benefits at the plan level and the participant level. When you look across the board, whether you are a financial wellness or advice offering, you're an investment or guaranteed income provider, or even if you're a group benefits or retirement administrator, the plan level adoption is there, right? It's clear to the employers that to retain their employees, to remain competitive, and to help that financial security in their employees so they're less distracted at work, they need to be doing this. This is very loud and clear. And the employees are saying they need the help and they want to take advantage of all the resources that are there for them, but the employee level adoption is just not there. And when you dig into the why, it's the most common things are the lack of education, the lack of communication, and then the lack of the guidance or the advice that goes along with these offerings and tools. So I think about myself 20 years ago. I was already overwhelmed just looking at my health benefits, my dental benefits, and my vision, right? just think about us, the average participant today, it's even more confusing with all of the benefits that are being offered, especially during open enrollment. Each participant is thinking about, well, if I opt into all of these great things offered to me by my employer, will I have any money left in my paycheck to take home with me to pay for my bills? Do I prioritize pet insurance, HSA, or disability? These are all really tough conversations and tough decisions for participants. So what do they end up doing? Not enrolling in any of them, right? They just do the bare minimum, which is their health and their dental and their vision if they need it. And that one sometimes, and if one too. And they don't take advantage of everything out there. So providers are realizing the importance of the digital experience, but also just the guided decision-making tools to go along with their offerings. This was emphasized in the discussion earlier today on engagement across demographics, across ethnicity, across ages. Everyone's looking for online, mobile-friendly, interactive tools, not the brochures, not the webinars, which our industry is just really good at, but that's just not getting that employee level adoption.
Yeah, thank you, Z. Yeah, I think that really builds well off the conversations this morning around how do we reach employees where they're at and what are they most likely to take up. Manita, would like to go back to you and talk more about how your research has informed what employers can do differently to support their employees, access and usage of benefits. You did start to talk about the positive impacts, but if you could expand upon that.
Yeah, I think there is, we know that there is a access gap in terms of, and our research shows that in terms of who has access to these benefits. But we also know there's a gap between access and participation. And so I think the question really for us is why does that gap exist? If these benefits, like we've been talking all day, are valuable, why are employees not able to see the benefits of those? And so why are they not participating? And so I think I am not the best person here to talk about what are the best ways to reach employees or for them to start to visualize the benefits of actually participating in these opportunities. But I think previous panelists have shared, there's communication, there's ease of technology, there is allowing people the flexibility to decide and to choose which types of benefits they want. I think all of those are opportunities that should be thought about seriously. There is a business case for employers to offer more benefits or to expand the kinds of benefits they are currently offering. And I think our research kind of speaks to that. It's essentially kind of saying that these kinds of traditional benefits like health and retirement are almost perceived as I think they've been normalized in the benefit space. And so the value add that an employer will get from just offering those traditional benefits are not going to cut it. And so for an employer to realize the kinds of productivity gains that they can from offering employer benefits really comes from the other types of benefits. Whether that's work from home or paid leave or caregiving or a whole suite of other benefits.
Thank you, Manita. Lisa, could you build on that? What emerging benefits do you see as critical over the next few years to meet employee expectations, perhaps outside of the traditional retirement health savings?
Yeah. So first thing I would say is if an employer isn't sure what their employees value, talk to them, ask them. Employee resource groups are a great avenue for that. I know we talked about this question in our some prep sessions, and 4 things come to mind. Help them help themselves with really smart plan design. Auto-enroll, auto-escalate, make it really easy for them. So that's number 1. Number 2, as you engage with your employees and you listen to them, have a good understanding of what struggles they're facing. I mean, there are some that permeate all workforces, but employers should know what is really on the minds of their employees and where you can best help. Debt assistance, for example. resources for working caregivers. I mean, some of them are probably pretty standard, but you won't know unless you really talk to your employees and know what would be the most valuable. The third, and I think someone mentioned it earlier, education. Clear and constant education, not just once a year when it's time to look at your benefits. The power of HSA is important, right? They're not well understood. So educate your employees on that. You know, I always say there's really, under the education and resources, there's two really important questions that every employer should have resources available and tools to help their employees understand. How much will I need in retirement? How much money will I need in retirement? And where is that income going to come from? Those are two really important questions to make sure that your employees have access to resources that can help them sort of build that plan. Offer emergency savings. Budgeting and tools to manage your finances are really valued resources. And then how to invest. A way to build wealth is through investing, not just saving money in a savings account. So that's something we spend a lot of time on as well. Education on feeling comfortable investing, having resources available that can advise on where to invest, how to invest. Once an employee starts investing, that can help them build wealth over time, and that's really important. And then the fourth category is really valued benefits. And again, ask them what's most important to them. I know it's hard when you have a large organization, but we've got a couple 100,000 teammates. We've got about 20 resource groups. And I would say everyone that I work with, and I know at Bank of America, is part of one, if not more, of those resource groups. It's a way to have conversations, hear about resources, meet with people who have similar needs as you, and get that message to human resources. The other thing I just want to mention, it was mentioned earlier, but I was actually looking at some stats. A stat for our report, which has tripled in the last 2 years, employees who want help paying back student loan. I know there was a conversation earlier. We just rolled out a student loan program, and we think it's going to be one of the most widely used resources that our clients will offer to their employees. So know what's important to them, know what's going to make a difference in their lives, financial lives, and just work-life balance, and then use that information to put together a package that's really valuable, offers work-life balance, and keeps your talent working for you.
Thank you, Lisa. I think that also gets to the earlier theme around be an employer of choice. You really think about what your employees need and respond to that. Z, what is Infosys doing to improve engagement and adoption? What are you seeing on the ground?
Yeah, so for those of you that are not familiar, Infosys, we're a service provider, and we advise clients on how to build robust digital experiences, whether that is a conversation on integrations and their API storefronts, enabling AI, helping with their data foundations. We help with strategic decisions. Are they going to build it from scratch or partner? And then we help execute and implement on those strategies. Where it's getting really fun and interesting at this point in time is that build versus partner conversation. Whether it's a conversation we're having with our clients, which are the providers and the platforms that are bringing these benefits to life for employers and employees, or it's our own internal conversations. We're building a platform called gbnext.ai, which is our group benefits product that is going to be a combination of many widgets and agents that are going to help with the end-to-end value chain of group benefits. And we're facing discussions right now, do we build everything in-house, or do we leverage the ecosystem of players that are already in portions or components of this place to now have a comprehensive offering? So I can walk you through an example. So let's say a provider comes to us saying, Infosys, we really need you to help us build a seamless experience, whether a participant is coming in from our group benefits business, our retirement business, or our retail wealth business. And this is a conversation that's becoming more and more relevant, especially as health and wealth and retirement conversations are converging, and companies are anchoring more and more into that comprehensive workplace solution or financial wellness business. So there's 3 paths that we help clients take. They could either build proprietary systems and products to help with this, or experiences. We can insert our own digital solutions, the emphasis solutions, to help our clients. And then the third, which is becoming the most compelling, is partnering with fantastic partners out there in the ecosystem that already have off-the-shelf products and experiences, like Candidly. I just learned about LearnLux sitting next to my table mate. There's great offerings out there. How can we just insert or plug those into our clients' platforms, and Emphasis can come in and help bring that cohesive, integrated experience, right? So whether the participant is logging in from their group benefits line of business or their retail or their institutional line of business, the advice is the same. The tools and calculators are talking to one another, and they just feel like they are building that brand loyalty and confidence with that provider, and it's not this disjointed experience. And the fact of the matter is, as we're talking to more and more providers, the current state is as much as we're building these leading experiences, or these providers are having these great digital experiences, they're still very disjointed, even internally within their own enterprises, let alone inserting these third-party platforms and third-party offerings with this huge ecosystem of players that we have going on in the industry right now. So, you know, it's becoming more and more important for that integration between the ecosystem, and the only way of accomplishing this or achieving this is shifting our mindset as an industry, and that is making it more participant and employee-centric. Everybody needs to push their own individual businesses or company agendas aside and start thinking about that employee-centric and participant-centric experience that will help build that adoption.
Thank you, Z. That's really helpful. And I do want to mention too, when we're on this topic around not only integrated experience but holistic experience and what partners play a role in that. At Commonwealth, we do a lot of systems change work, and that means in partnership also with philanthropy and philanthropic investments, really undergirding support for testing new benefit solutions, new benefit offerings, or enhancing existing offerings. We have an initiative called Benefits for the Future, generously supported through philanthropy by JP Morgan Chase. And that really, we do exactly that. We test benefit opportunities in partnership with employers and providers. And because we have that philanthropic support to pair with employer-driven change, we can kind of see dividends over time beyond the tenure of a specific philanthropic effort. So really cool to see that. And I think that speaks to the fact that there's a variety of partners within the ecosystem that can advance these shared goals. So with I think the remaining time that we have, because I do want to leave some time for audience questions, just want to look ahead, thinking about proven solutions and opportunities. Lisa, what are some actionable strategies? I think you started to speak about this, but that companies can take to promote their financial wellness programs and resources.
Yeah, so a few things. Constant communications. My background is communications. You probably have guessed that through some of my answers, but communication and education, but it needs to be constant, not just once a year. Think of it as a really smart drip campaign. And I do love the idea of financial wellness ambassadors. So as you're doing those communications, have individuals who can carry those messages in different parts, whether it's different networks or different locations, that can sort of be the go-to person who knows resources available. So financial wellness ambassadors as part of a constant communication. Second is multimedia. People like to learn, listen, hear about things in multiple ways. So everything from written communications to podcasts. So know your audience, right? Know your customer, know your employees, how they like to get that information. And most likely if you have a larger organization, you're going to need, multiple media to really meet them where they are so that you can get across the importance of benefits and financial wellness. And I've mentioned employee network groups are key. I've mentioned that a couple times. Have employees tell their stories. So have them, if you do a newsletter, have an employee talk about how they've used the benefits and how it's helped them in, do their work, in their personal life. If employees hear success stories and use of resources, they may get ideas of how their resources could help them. So people like to hear from people like them. So that employee voice, it can really be valuable to you. And then, again, I'll say it again as my last one here was just listen to your employees. They are very wise. And so giving them what they want will keep your organizations healthy and have a satisfied and financially well workforce.
Thank you, Lisa. Manita, you started to talk about those traditional benefits, retirement, healthcare. When you think about the broader scope and the holistic suite, based on your research, your findings, how should we all be thinking about the holistic approach as we think about forward-looking opportunities?
So I think there's just a natural synergy between reducing inequities in access to benefits and expanding the types of benefits that are offered. I was a bit disheartened when the previous panelist, one of the panelists said, employers are kind of reluctant to go beyond your traditional benefit and look for other types of benefits. I hope that's not the case, and all of us in the room can kind of encourage employers to look beyond just health and retirement benefits to actually a whole suite of financial well-being benefits that can help a wide range of their employees. So for example, if there's an employee who is not currently participating in the retirement plan, and you start to offer maybe an emergency savings account. Now that particular benefit may be more interesting for a particular employee, right? And they may start to participate in that, or they may start to participate in, they may actually use their paid leave. And once you have that employee in the benefit ecosystem, they may be more likely to start to use other types of benefits. So they may be more likely to start to use their retirement benefit or their health insurance benefit. So it's a way to get more people into the benefit ecosystem while also reducing inequities. So I think there's just a natural synergy over there that employers can leverage to get more people into the system while also gaining a lot of the productivity benefits that are associated with offering employer benefits.
Thank you. We tout something very similar on benefits for the future, that it's only additive and it brings more people into even engaging in any sort of benefit. And I think your research, Manita, focused on or had a finding around the fact that employer-sponsored benefits are associated actually with a higher likelihood of saving for emergencies, and that the results are consistent with the possibility that employer-sponsored benefits can help facilitate savings behavior, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah. So the economic term for that is just there are spillovers. There are positive spillovers across different benefit categories and between different types of financial behaviors. So if somebody is participating in a retirement plan, they're more likely to save more for for their financial emergencies or for any other needs. So there are these kinds of positive spillovers that could be encouraged by getting more people into the benefit system.
I'd like to close with you, Z, on just outside of what you shared about Infosys, what is generally your perspective on the role of technology in providing a singular, holistic experience? And what solutions can technology, this is a good tee up for the next panel, can technology offer for these solutions for both employer and employee?
Yeah, I touched on a lot of this already, but the integrations, the experience, leveraging AI as it's evolving by the second. But we're really at the cusp of when those art of the possible conversations are turning closer and closer to a reality or part of the strategic vision and roadmap for a lot of organizations in the next 12 to 18 months. We're seeing a lot more clients investing in automation, in communication, and nudges, and having those hyper-personalized experiences. Lots of clients and organizations are starting to invest in things like Customer 360, where they're using strong data lakes to truly get to know each individual on an individual basis to give those hyper-personalized next best dollar recommendations across all benefits. Historically, it's been, the table stakes has been looking at just very high-level demographic data and giving recommendations based on that, but we're taking it a step further now with really looking at the individual, looking at account aggregation tools to look at their outside assets and making those recommendations accordingly. There's a lot of work being done on workplace benefit solutions. If you think about, how many times participants need to update beneficiaries, address updates, every system could be connected and talking to one another. So it's just one thing for a participant to do. The more you ask participants to do, the less engaged they're going to be, and they're just not going to do it. So how can we make it more seamless and integrated across all benefits to update, demographic data and beneficiaries? Other things that are being invested in are the enrollment experiences, right? Whether it's open enrollment or for the ongoing enrollment for new employees. Open enrollment is something that we need to be capitalizing on a little bit more. It's the one time a year each participant is required to be engaged. We need to capitalize it and give those next dollar recommendations across all health, wealth, and retirement benefits. As a retirement professional by trade, it kills me every open enrollment that there's no 401k next best action as part of the conversation in those open enrollment conversations. We all know how hard it is to get participants engaged, and here you are, you have a participant that's required to go in and make their benefit elections, and you're not telling them that they're leaving match on the table. You're not telling them, have you thought about emergency savings, or do you know you have these student debt solutions to help you with your overall financial security? We have these opportunities to be talking to them about student debt solutions and everything that they have to offer, and we're losing out on that opportunity. I'd just like to close that we've made it very complex for every provider that's sitting in this room today, but why? It's time for us to really start looking at it from the participant lens and the employee lens and see how we can be talking to one another, how to be more integrated with one another to provide that best experience and to help with those decision-making tools and resources that the employees are yearning for to help them feel more secure and confident in their decisions.
Thank you. I think we have maybe a minute or two for questions from the audience.
Sorry.
No time.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give this panel a round of applause, and thank you for their participation. We're going to head into a 20-minute break, and then we're going to have our last panel of the day, which is on AI, and then we're going to move into our closing keynote with Rick Edelman. And after Rick's talk, we're going to have a cocktail. So thank you all. You have 20 minutes, 7th inning stretch, and look forward to seeing you back here in just a little bit.
All right. Well, we're going to get started just because I know you guys are dying to talk about AI because nobody has talked about it at all today. So as the people in the back grab your beverage, I asked them to bring the cocktails out early, so I hope you don't mind. What words are we missing on our bingo card? None. Is that right? Then there shouldn't be any books in the back. So I just want to check because I have not. Presenteeism. There, we just said it. Oh, okay. So 45% of people don't know what presenteeism is. What's a good definition of presenteeism? I'm at work, but not really working. So basically, distracted. Yes, being distracted. Deidre is on her way up here, but 'tis the season to. I hope you guys. Anybody allergic to like candy canes? All right, good. Let's just see if you've been paying attention at all today. You're responsible to make sure I get these all passed out because I don't want to take any of these back with me. All right. So first question of the day: what percentage of Americans age 50 plus have a student loan debt? 36, 25. Is Priya still here?
26.
Who said 26? You did. There you go. Okay, good job. It was 26%.
My job.
You gotta pay attention at these things.
Yeah.
You gotta pay attention to these things. What percent of survey respondents want help investing in their HSA? 68? Is Kamika still here? Not here? Okay, this is a bad stat because I think the question was a bad question. So let me ask the question a little differently. How many people in an HSA don't know what an HSA is? 1 out of 3. There you go. All right, I knew I could get there. All right, I won't throw that at you. Of undesk workers, what percent don't want to interact with an AI bot? Two out of 3, close enough. I think it's 60%. Is that right? 60? All right, 60%.
Not mine.
I got my fact checker back there, who's not AI, by the way. All right, what was the top concern, according to the EBRI Financial Wellbeing Study, that employers are trying to address through financial wellness and well-being? Top concern. Oh my gosh, you guys. Stress, there you go, financial stress. All right, and my consultant over here, financial stress. Good job, good job. All right, a couple more. Bridget's looking at me like, come on, Greg. What does HOVER stand for? Oh, it's all right to cheat. You got it?
Yeah, hope, optimism, values, enthusiasm, and resilience.
Yay, resilience. Oh, sorry, bad. It's all right, it's in a wrapper. You can eat it off the ground. All right. Parents, what percentage of respondents are caring for both parents and children? 20. I wrote down 29. So yeah, 29. Is that right? Okay. Come up and get yours. What blank out of 3 respondents said burnout has tempted them to leave? 1 out of 3. Yeah, that was an easy one. Would you stop answering the question? Again. All right. By the way, if you're getting all these answers right and you don't get a candy cane, there's a box of them up here for you. So you're welcome to. All right. What is the worst use of AI? Chatbots. Personally, I think the worst use is autocorrect. Anybody ever have an autocorrect when you're trying to? Yeah, autocorrect. So I'm Greg. This is Deirdre, and this is Edwin. Edwin is AI engineer at Financial Finesse. Deirdre, what is your role at Candidly?
COO.
COO. Cool. And we're talking about AI, something that is interesting to all of us. So AI has been used to produce this session, so let's see how well it works here.
AI, the final frontier.
This is actually from the Employee Benefit Research, Financial Wellness, so many acronyms, the Financial Wellbeing Employer Survey. Employers were asked what they thought is the reason that employees are not engaging in their financial wellness benefits. So with the help of AI on the left, top answer from the employer, employees just don't understand their benefits. The Workplace Wellness Survey, which is a survey of employees, number one reason that employees say they don't engage is that the benefits really don't address my need. Now, I thought about this for a second, and I'm thinking to myself, those actually aren't that different. Because perhaps the employer is offering a benefit that could actually help the employee, but because the employee doesn't understand it, they don't realize that what they're looking for is already there. Just a thought. This is what my brain does when I'm thinking. Oh, by the way, I'm the think tank director, so that's what we do at the think tank. We think. The other thing that we got from the survey is a top challenge for employers when it comes to financial wellness benefits, integrating standalone benefits. Makes sense, right? We've got HSA, we've got student loan benefits, we've got pet insurance over there, financial coaching, 401k, healthcare benefits. We've got all of these benefits that can stand up the financial health, but a lot of them operate more or less on islands, And we're just expecting employees to have to go and, oh, I want to learn about HSA, I'll go over there. I want to learn more about my student loan benefits, I'll go over there. So a top challenge is how do we bring this all together into a singular experience? And that's what we're hoping to achieve through AI, benefit integration, benefit maximization, optimization, whatever word you want to use. Franklin Templeton released this report in November. It's workplace and retirement planning of the future. So no surprise, number one, personalization. Yeah, makes sense. We've been talking about it all day. People are most interested in who? Themselves, right? Yeah. We're no different, right? We're interested in ourselves. Investment innovation, we talked a lot about that yesterday, like retirement income. You've heard of target date funds. You've heard of managed accounts. Now we got to figure out on the decumulation side, can we invent a new investment strategy? So we know investment innovation. Benefits optimization. Yeah, it makes sense. We got all the different benefits, but if we're offering them choices, that doesn't mean they're making optimal choices. So benefit selection, optimization, and then integrated advice. This is what Franklin Templeton, this is from their report, so I just took a snapshot of it and threw it up there. And integrated advice for them means you're helping with the financial resilience, right? Emergency savings, budget and spending. We talked about that today. Budgeting was on the bingo card. Borrowing, right? We're talking about borrowing. That's why we got Deidre here. She's going to talk about student loan benefits, which is a form of the borrowing, and then the investing side. And Edwin, you're going to talk about it as an AI engineer of how it all fits together. Okay? Please make this interactive, make this fun. And let's go. Edwin, I'm going to start with you. So, shall we?
Let's go.
Awesome.
All right. Yeah, also reference back to the previous panel members. I love the remark was made about meeting employees where they're at. And I truly think that my experience building AI for the benefits wellness industry, AI is a perfect tool for it. Now, before I show what we've built, my team, and talk a little deeper about solutions for the future. Level setting the audience. There's a McKinsey report that just came out 2 weeks ago about AI, state of the business. Where are we right now? Obviously, it's still very hot in the media. Everybody talks about it. I assume most people in the room are using it for themselves. If just to summarize articles, make emails, stuff like that. 88% of corporations are already using it. However, mostly in one department. The amount of corporations that are using it in 5+ departments, then suddenly it drops down to 20%. So there's a lot of adoption with generative AI happening in sales and marketing. That's very obvious choice because there's a lot of content generation going on. That's where a lot of it started. Personal productivity. In IT departments where, the engineers, AI understands language, but it also understands programming languages. So the speed of being able to program, they're talking about a 30-40% productivity increase. So for the world of IT, it's been awesome. And then a third department, which is really a little, difficult word. I think they use, the McKinsey report talks about knowledge management. I don't think that's really a department, but I would argue that our industry, financial wellness, is very knowledge intense. So for us, we should be, after sales and marketing and the IT department, we should be really embracing this for our industry because it's not going to go away. It's growing 10-20% year over year. The numbers you see here, they are already an increase versus the previous McKinsey report, and that's not going to stop. Having said that, just a reality check, 88% of use in AI happening, but 67% of these projects of AI, above and beyond personal productivity, but really departments trying to use AI for themselves, for participants, they remain trapped in pilot mode. They do not go beyond prototyping. Point being, AI is hard if you don't want to do it right, and when you want to bring it to production and scale it out. Another thing is, another fact on this screen from the report, 51% of these AI projects that are going on have a trust issue because AI, generative AI, has a propensity to hallucinate. If you're writing an email, you're responsible what you sent, and you can make corrections. But if you do not have a filter of a human in the loop in between, there's a big risk, which we'll talk about more later. But I'll stop here, just a preamble to set the stage a little bit for further conversation. But I have a little video for 1 minute to show what my team has built within Financial Finesse for this industry.
Struggling to manage employee benefits? You're not alone. Big companies typically offer over 100 benefits, from healthcare and retirement plans to pet insurance and fertility support. Employers pour time, energy, and money into these benefits, often 30% of employee salaries or more. These benefits can change lives and deliver huge ROI, but only if employees are aware of them, understand them, and use them. Introducing Smart Benefits, an AI-powered tool in the Financial Finesse Hub that answers any benefits questions instantly, accurately, and safely. Employees just ask Amy, their virtual financial coach, questions like, "What's my 401k match?" and get simple answers pulled from your employee benefits information and verified by our expert financial coaches. Plus, employees get direct links to benefits, decision-making tools to maximize benefits, similar questions others are asking, and reminders that live coaches are just a call or chat away.
Well, what did we just see there, Edwin?
So at Financial Finesse, we have always done wellness. We have coaching, financial coaches. They've written a lot of articles. So when I joined the company, I took all their knowledge and fed that into the AI to make a GPT-like experience, but with our own knowledge. And then immediately after that, we started adding benefits from the companies we work with, so you can also talk to those benefits documentation. And we really like the financial wellness knowledge combined with the benefits knowledge because those two go hand in hand. And that's what we've built.
Sweet. I imagine Candidly has kind of developed something. Are we going to get a chance to hear?
Sure. Yeah. It's when we talked about doing this panel, I thought I think what's helpful for a lot of people is to actually see AI in action sometimes, to see what that user experience looks like. And we can show that whenever. But I think what's important from a Candidly perspective, in how we think about AI. So the objective when Candidly started was really we want to create a digital experience, a best-in-class digital experience that increases employees' engagement and access to student loan repayment. How do I optimize my student loan repayment? We've heard about the indebtedness that's affecting, and I think Priya from Fidelity said 80% of estimated in the workforce, and we agree with that figure. It is we like to call it a beers and burgers problem. It's affecting everyone. So how do we provide employees with a delightful experience to help them to figure out how to optimize their financial situation with regards to their student debt and simultaneously simultaneously build wealth, whether that be through a student loan retirement match, whether that be through emergency savings, whether that be through awareness of what they need to pay so that they can budget more appropriately for their expenses. And we started that with software, and we have a lot of fantastic partners in this room who are clients of our platform. And we really see AI as sort of the next step in how we're delivering that experience to our clients and to the employees of our clients. And so I think it's really important to think about it as really user experience driven. I also think it's really important to contrast, what some of the large language models are doing versus what companies like Financial Finesse and Candidly are doing. We have the privilege of working with some of the largest financial institutions in the U.S., and that requires a tremendous amount of oversight. As the COO, I manage a lot of that oversight, and it's not insignificant. We have teams of individuals who are focused on that. And so we know that as we think about rolling AI out, or as we have rolled AI out, we need to do it in a way that's defensible, that is compliant, that is deterministic. I wish that word was on our bingo scorecard, because from an AI perspective, that is the most important thing, is that we are employing deterministic agents that provide repeatable results every time the same person comes into the platform with the same problems. So we've really, employed all of the calculators and institutional knowledge that we've developed specifically around student loan repayment and college coaching, although there's more to come on our roadmap, to endow agents to help provide deterministic results to our users. We want to make sure those trails are auditable. We've done 2 million use case test scenarios with our models. We need to evidence that our models are not biased, our agents are not biased, and that they're auditable. The results of every interaction is auditable. So there's a lot that goes into thinking about how to employ AI in a way that meets the requirements of organizations that are our counterparts. Some are going faster than others, and we've sort of figured out how to manage to those different speeds. But it's definitely a very complicated deployment strategy, especially when you're dealing with enterprise customers.
That's awesome. Do we get a chance to see your platform?
Sure. Yeah. So anyone can go to our website and probably see the same thing, but I did just include a quick video of what the experience looks like interacting with Kate. Kate is Candidly's conversational AI tool, and she right now is a certified student loan planner. So she can actually help someone figure out how to, if they have access to PSLF, how to get onto a federal repayment plan. And she can actually drive that action through our platform. She can also help someone figure out how to plan for college, what college they want to go to, where do they want to go, should you think about a 529 account. So she's really bringing a bunch of tools to the customer to help them leverage all of the amazing content that's out there in a very deterministic way, and a fantastic user experience that is driving 3 times higher engagement than we saw without Kate.
All right, are we going to get a chance to meet Kate, or am I just teasing the audience?
Meet Kate, your new AI student loan and college planning assistant from Candidly. Have questions about student debt or planning for college expenses? Ask Kate, anytime. Kate helps you get the most out of Candidly's smart tools, which can help users save an average of $347 per month. Pay down debt faster, apply for public service loan forgiveness in under 3 minutes, and explore 529 plans. You can even ask Kate to set up a coaching call for personal support from a professional. Here's how it works. After you send your question, Kate gets to work analyzing your connected data to generate personalized, actionable answers. Kate is here to help you tackle your goals with confidence. Ready to get started? Log into Candidly to start chatting with Kate today.
That's great. I look forward to hanging out with Kate a little bit longer. But I heard both of you talk about this idea of like a knowledge base, and you're extracting knowledge and using it in your AI development. So as on behalf of all the financial coaches out there, what the heck, are you trying to rule us out of a job or what? I mean, how are you responding to, this is a threat to me because I rely on my intelligence to be part of my value, and you're talking about creating AI. So how would you respond to someone who looks at this as a threat as opposed to not a threat? And I'll start with...
You want to start with me?
I do. I
Sure.
want to put you in the hot seat
yeah,
first.
Absolutely. So I think the deal with, our perspective on that is someone always has an out to talk to a coach. And so Kate has, I wish I had my head data scientist here to give me the right term, emotional sensing, so she can sense emotions when someone's coming in. So if you have someone who is so distressed emotionally, that out may be, you need to talk to a human coach. This person really needs help. So I think the human in the loop component is important. Our coaches now actually are also validating Kate's results. They are feeding Kate. So every single human coaching call that we have actually gets fed into Kate to help improve her performance as well. And I also think based on our client base, I strongly believe that there's always going to be clients that want to have that human coaching element too. But Kate is very good at dealing with tier 1 and tier 2 issues where a user may not want to pick up the phone and call a coach. It's hard, picking up the phone. And we find that some of our users are sometimes reluctant to get on a phone. They're talking about, personal financial issues. Some prefer the anonymity of chatting. So I think we're hoping that Kate democratizes access to these tools and to this knowledge versus replacing just that human coaching element.
I'll add to that. Personal example. I mean, I use AI for coding, right? I'm an engineer. We build platforms. It makes me more productive, but I still need to be there to guide what's happening. And right now, in my entire team, I see we are all more productive, but we are still very much required. Another example is a healthcare startup called Klarna. I'm not sure if anybody heard about this, but they decided in their wisdom to replace their entire call center, and that was a disaster. So they very, very quickly had to rehire a lot of people. Now, they still have the AI do a certain amount of things, but they figured out a balance between, for when you need the more complex coaching, it could be the sentiment analysis thing, it could be, the sentiment could be a trigger, but also sometimes a knowledge question is too complicated. The decision tree, all the knowledge that you have is still cannot replace. We have Scott Stark here, one of our financial coaches. He is on the phone helping employees with problems that are sometimes so interrelated. It is more than a if-then-else kind of conversation. And the system needs to know when the human in the loop is relevant. And right now, that's where AI is at. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. They're talking about AGI and we have to be afraid. But so far, it's still being together with humans, and I think it's going to stay there. I think what I'm hearing from the AI engineers is that we are like plateauing with what the LLMs can do. We need a revolution. We need a new kind of AI if we really want to make a next level step. And that might happen. We'll see. But for now, I think if we embrace it, make ourselves as individuals more productive, make our departments more productive, I think we can help more people. And we all want to help more employees, right? So I think it's a good thing. And the human in the loop for us is also of critical importance. And we have built not only from within the chat experience, because you're right, some users will be reluctant to call, or generationally, or because they are struggling with something and they are afraid to talk about it. But some people will prefer to call. So in the way we have it set up, that our coaches can talk to someone, lead them back to the digital platform where they can continue the conversation. So it becomes not just the human in the loop with the AI, but also AI in the loop with the human.
Yeah, and one thing I'll just add to that too is an unintended consequence of Kate. We have a knowledge base. We have a really extensive knowledge base, and we gave Kate access to our knowledge base. So she's obviously very educated in terms of providing student loan repayment assistance and planning for college assistance, but she has also access to our knowledge base. And what we didn't realize is that she was actually also answering very rudimentary support questions on user journeys. So our support tickets decreased by 30% after we released Kate. And an upside of that for my support team is that they're now focused on the more complicated, more interesting, sort of more knowledge worker type support issues than the onesie, twosie, mundane. Oh my God, if someone asks me that same question again, I think I'm going to lose my mind. So there's been almost like a productivity increase and happiness increase within our support staff because they're dealing with higher value issues, and Kate is solving those more mundane, lower value issues. And that truly was an unintended consequence, but it's interesting for us to think about, like, we really focused on how Kate can inform the user experience, which has had impact on productivity, but we didn't start with productivity first. We started with, like, and I was talking to someone out there today about this, she's ended up having byproducts on our product, or effects, ripple effects on our productivity as a result of delivering a better user experience.
All right, let me see if I can make you two feel uncomfortable. Edwin, your financial finance has Amy, candidly has Kate. Is there a world where Kate and Amy play nice together and get along? What does that world look like?
Multi-agent. I mean, are we talking about the future, the roadmap? Where is all of this leading us? What is next? Because we just saw from the McKinsey report that a lot of AI for departmental use cases is still in the prototyping phase, right? Individual use through the roof, sales and marketing already happening, but it's hard, right? We have to have the human in the loop. So it's not, prototype is not immediately a success. You got to build more guardrails, more safety. Now, assuming that we are all accomplishing that, we are with Kate and Amy. People in the room might be building their own. Maybe you work with us. Who knows? But I think what's happening next is multi-agent. It is Kate and Amy talking together. It's also Kate and Amy being able to talk to corporate databases like an ADP, like a Fidelity, that things open up. And in the world of AI, they call this MCP. They're trying to, MCP stands for trying to build a USB-C standard to integrate everything with everything on behalf of AI. So AI has access to that global world knowledge. We've built it on top of our knowledge, on top of the articles that our coaches have written, all that knowledge, benefits knowledge, loan knowledge. But if you can open it up to the rest of the world, what can that do? We're not there yet. We might not ever get there because people don't necessarily want to play along, or they want to keep their databases closed. But that's what the agents are now trying to go towards. And if you have multi-agents, if you have more intelligent agent even for ourselves, even if we wouldn't be able to integrate, right now our agent is knowledgeable, knows about financial wellness, knows about employee benefits. It can do calculations. It can do decision support. It can help you guide health. To some extent. For other more complicated, you will need coaching. But I think the next step that comes after is that actually the agent will do things for you. So now that you're talking about your matching contribution, which was the example we had on the screen, you can actually say, you know what, raise my matching contribution to 4%. I'm at 3 right now, raise it to 5, do it. Or the AI asks you, do you want me to do it? And then you say yes, and it will do it for you. But there you need to interact with the backend system. So that's also where the point of the USB-C plug that I just made comes back in. And that's where we're going, that we actually do things on behalf of the employees. Because I think a lot of these employees want to change, but they don't have the time, they're struggling, and and then they feel it's difficult. But if then the AI not only educates them, but also does it for them, I would argue that will take time to get there. But that's, I think, the vision and the roadmap.
Yeah, so we actually released, I think last month, we're calling it the Candidly Intelligence Center. And so Kate sits on top of the Candidly Intelligence Center. Kate is that agent. But what our data science team has done is built the infrastructure because we anticipate that we will build more agents. We are building more agents. And that also our partners and clients are going to have agents. So you may have a support agent. You may have an agent that's focused on, I don't know, a productivity agent, something. So we truly want to be able to bring partners or offer partners the ability to integrate directly with the Candidly Intelligence Center and have those agents sit on top. We think it's really important when we're going to partners that we have an infrastructure solution that can actually even exist in their environments, because it's often very hard for partner data to leave their environments. So we've architected it so that it can sit within AWS or Azure or whatever a partner is using. So we have a lot of smart people, much smarter than me, who are trying to figure out, sort of anticipating what the potential applications for partners' AI uses that we could create synergies with the infrastructure that we've built.
Are there any questions from? Boy, that hand went up very fast. Yeah. Okay.
There's 3 hands already.
Good. So let's get a microphone out there, and while they're doing that, anybody see the movie Megan? Yeah, that's when I think of AI. I think of the dark side of AI. But
I like the movie Her.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's
any,
way more romantic.
Much better.
Rodney is not allowed to ask a question, by the way. His tokens have all been used up.
I keep hearing that, but they keep giving me the microphone. So,
why is that, Bridget? Go ahead, Rodney.
So my question is, when you look at the EBRI Greenwald Workplace Wellness Survey of workers that Greg mentioned earlier, when it comes to AI making customized workplace benefit recommendations, 55% of employees said they're comfortable with it. However, when they were asked, are you concerned about AI bias in workplace benefits, 65% say they were concerned.
Right.
What can employers do as they're implementing, as many providers are starting to implement AI into their workplace benefit work streams? What can they do to address potential bias?
Yeah, I'll start. That's, I think, what we are both working on is we base the answers on our own knowledge, and I think that's what the business, the corporate use cases are not using GPT as is, because that could be biased. It could be hallucinating because it's trained on the entirety of the internet, right? So in order to contain biases and hallucinations, which are dangerous, especially for financial wellness education, and that's also, there are statistics about how dangerous that is, but if you train it on your own knowledge base, what our coaches have written, then you know what we put the control mechanisms in place to whatever our AI says is something that we stand behind, because it's something we have influence over. We can train it, we can educate it, we can make sure that we contain the beast, because you are completely correct. And I think that's the business use case we should all be thinking about. What is our data within the confines of your company? How can you use that? Because, GPT has no access to that, but you do. And then how can you add a conversational layer on top of that? Because if you accomplish that then you have the risk under control. Now, arguably, you could say, hey, then the bias is my own. It's from my company, but at least it's not like from Reddit. So yeah, let me just stop there.
I think that's exactly right. I would add, so I think a lot of it is controlled by the design and architecture. And I would also say, you make sure that whoever you're talking to does bias testing on their models. So we did extensive bias testing, and I think the most interesting, and it came out with very positive results. I think what was most interesting is one of the attributes we used was financial literacy. So we made our personas 3 degrees of financial literate, essentially. And the one result we found is that the group with the weakest amount of financial literacy had the longest conversations with the most tools employed in those conversations, which for us is a really positive result. Those are the people that needed more education, more hand-holding, more explanation, more education. And that's exactly what she did. So I think that there's a positive side of it, but absolutely you should make sure your provider's doing bias testing. But yes, the architecture of using calculations, using tools, we're not including the World Wide Web when we're ingesting that information. We're really sort of containerizing the tools that we're using and the content that we're providing to those users.
Containerizing, is that a word?
Maybe. I just
Okay.
made it up.
AI
Maybe.
invented that. Jim, you got a question?
Yeah, thank you so much. Very interesting panel. This is principally for Greg, but of course I'd welcome Deirdre or Greg's thoughts as well. Edwin, you said that, and it's actually a nice follow-up, I think, to Rodney's question, about going beyond your own knowledge base and opening it up to other information. So putting aside the issue in a way of bias, but just sort of, what's factual, there's a lot of incorrect information out there in other databases and conflicting information. And so how does Amy reconcile all that?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Actually, this was to me, right? Because you said Greg at first, but I think
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Edwin,
Sorry, I apologize. Yeah. I was responding to the comment that you made, Edwin.
Yes, okay. Gotcha, Jim. Thank you. Very good point, because, what we found that, of the thousands of articles that our coaches have written over time, often based on conversations they had with real employees and participants, some of these articles were older, and some of these articles had conflicting knowledge with the newer articles. So our AI actually found these conflicts. We actually started to use AI to identify conflicts in our content, and identify not just that, also identify gaps in our content. So it's interesting how it's the human in the loop, but it's also AI in the loop with AI, because sometimes as a human, you come up with a problem you identify, you see that your AI is making a mistake, but then you train another AI, and that sense becomes a little bit multi-agent. You train another AI to say, okay, now I see that needs to be fixed, and then you come up with a solution in human terms, because that's what AI can do. You define something in human terms, and you let the AI go through everything with those terms and find conflicts, find what have you. So it's very interesting to see what we were able to do with that. And I'm not sure if that answers your question fully, because there's always a danger. That's why I think the Greenwald research results don't surprise me. I don't think those risks, I think there are mitigations for those risks. They will never fully go away. And I think we just need to be on top of it. But I think, I see progress. I see, a way to contain it enough that it's safe.
Yeah, and we still have humans that are vetting content, and even we have an interface where you ask questions, and then the AI can pull responses to those questions in a live environment, but then there's a confidence associated with those answers. And so again, the AI is able to identify a level of confidence to a question. If you say, what is my match? There's a very high confidence it can tell you what your match is. But if you're asking more of a nuanced question, it'll maybe attempt or even just recognize, you know what, I don't have enough information to really give you a confident answer. So we're going to have you talk to a person. And on that, we're at time. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I hope you had a wonderful session today. It was a fantastic day, Barb. And I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Great. Okay, well, I know you are going to be very glad that you stayed through this last session to hear Rick Edelman talk about the 8 biggies. So it's going to be great. Let me do just a quick introduction of Rick, and then we'll get right to it. So Rick founded the nation's largest financial planning firm, which manages $300 billion for 1.4 million families across the U.S. He was ranked 3 times as the nation's #1 independent financial advisor by Barron's, is in 2 industry halls of fame, received 3 Lifetime Achievement Awards. He holds 2 patents for financial product innovation, appeared on Oprah 5 times, and this is the best one, Rick. He was once the answer to number 21 across in a New York Times crossword puzzle. Now that is when you really know you've made it. I love that. He's also a #1 New York Times best-selling author of 14 books on personal finance, one of which we have some copies of here today, your Truth About College, which actually just came out this month. last week. Rick's radio show aired for, just trying to get this off my screen, for 32 years with more than 1 million weekly listeners. His daily podcast was rated in the top 1% of all podcasts. And Rowan University's Rick Edelman College of Communication, Humanities, and Social Sciences is named in his honor. We are very fortunate that Rick is giving us his time here today. Rick's been a friend of EBRI for a very long time, predates me for sure. So we can't thank you enough, and very excited to hear your presentation.
Thank you, Barb. No, don't need that, I don't think. Thank you. Thank you. It was very kind of you, Barb. It's nice to be back at EBRI, and it's great to see Dallas here and catch up. It's been some time since I've been with you all, so it's good to be with you today. I know I'm the last session, so you're anxious to have me shut up quickly. The good news is I only have 200 slides, and I'm going to try to blow through them just as fast as possible. I really have nothing to tell you. I actually have a few questions I'm going to ask you. For your own contemplation, both in your organization and for you and your family personally. These are the 8 biggest threats, fears, mistakes, and opportunities. So let's jump right into them. The biggest threat to your organization and employees, the biggest threat to your C-suite, the biggest fear of your employees, the financial planning mistake that you're making, the biggest one, the biggest myth that you're conveying to your children, the biggest investment mistake you're making, the biggest asset allocation mistake you're making, and the biggest opportunity for creating financial security for yourself, your children, and your grandchildren. These are the 8 biggies that I'm going to hit with you today. Number 1, the biggest threat to your organization and employees. You all know what it is. What is it? We were just talking about it in the last session. Yeah, it's, of course, AI. Goldman Sachs says 2/3 of all the jobs in the US and Europe are vulnerable to AI. Automation will replace 300 million workers. That's roughly the entire size of this country. Ford CEO says artificial intelligence is going to replace half of all white-collar workers in the US. Amazon CEO sent an email this year to all Amazon employees telling them that AI could displace them. So I've got 2 simple questions for you. Number 1, are you revising your HR policies and practices? And number 2, are you offering retraining programs to help your employees remain viable in the marketplace? Too often people are filled with skills and experience that are frankly becoming obsolete. And we need to help retrain our employees to remain vital in the marketplace. You've probably heard others say this. It isn't AI that'll put you out of work. It's another employee using AI who will put you out of work. You want to be the person who masters AI. Number 2, the biggest threat to your C-suite. What is that? It's elder care obligations. We talked earlier about elder care. You had a session on this, but I want to kind of flip the nature of the conversation and focus on the state of caregivers. 24% of U.S. adults are caregivers. 61% of them are women. The average age of caregivers is 51. 64% of caregivers experience emotional stress. 47%, half, say it hurts their finances. A third are spending their own money on caregiving expenses. A quarter say they're increasing their own debt in order to provide care for a loved one. And here's the wrinkle. We tend to think of caregivers as equal retirees. You know, mom and dad are long retired, one of them is ill, the other is caring for them, right? We know you're either going to have Alzheimer's or you're going to be caring for someone with Alzheimer's. Well, we need to recognize that 70% of caregivers in this country have jobs, and half of them say that it's impacting their work. They go to work late, they leave early, they use their own PTO, they turn down promotions because they can't afford the extra time that the new job will entail, and many are just flat out quitting their jobs. All of this impacting your productivity in your workforce. So I've got 2 questions for you. Do you know which members of your staff are caregivers? Most employers we have found have never even asked the question in an employee survey, are you caregiving for a loved one? And oh, by the way, don't assume that the caregiving is for a senior. A quarter of caregivers are caring for someone under the age of 18, a special needs child. And second, does your organization offer caregiving benefits or services to staff who are caregivers? Are you helping your employees with their caregiving responsibilities? The more you help them, the more likely they're going to be able to remain productive and viable in your organization. Number three, the biggest fear of your employees. I kind of alluded to it a moment ago. Alzheimer's disease. Raise your hand if you know someone who has had Alzheimer's or has it. Yeah. At age 65, it's 1 in 9 adults who will develop Alzheimer's. By age 85, it's 1 in 3. Which means, as I said a moment ago, either you're going to be someone with Alzheimer's, if you live to age 90 or 95, or you're going to be caring for someone who has. This is a woman's disease. 2 out of 3 who have Alzheimer's are females, and we know that most caregivers are females. It's already the number 6 leading cause of death in the US. It is 100% fatal. The average lifespan from diagnosis to death is 12 years. It's the most expensive disease to treat and bankrupts families. So, 2 questions for you. Does your organization offer Alzheimer's support services to staff? And does your organization provide prevention training of Alzheimer's? We're now at a state, my wife and I have been involved in the Alzheimer's fight for decades. I'm on the board of the Alzheimer's Drug Discovery Foundation. I own an Alzheimer's research company. We're developing diagnostic tools for this disease. And we need to understand that for the first time ever, in this decades-long battle against Alzheimer's, we now have a lot of knowledge we didn't have before. Predominantly, we now know the lifestyle behaviors that can delay the onset of symptoms, slow the progression, and in fact, even in cases, reverse it. And if you're wondering what all of those things are, it's everything you know. Everything they've been telling you to do for your health, which is diet, exercise, nutrition, sleep, stress, relationships, don't smoke, don't drink. All the stuff they tell you to do for your heart works equally well for the brain. So just do what you know you're supposed to be doing anyway, and it will help to delay the onset of symptoms, reduce the speed with which they get worse, and in fact, in many cases, we have found it can actually reduce the symptoms themselves. Is your organization providing this prevention training to employees? Number 4, the biggest financial planning mistake people make is underestimating longevity. 100,000 years ago, humans lived an average of 19 years. That was true 200 years ago. During the American Revolution, half of all colonists in this country were under the age of 23. In 1796, shortly after we defeated the British, vaccines were introduced. In 1846, we brought about anesthesia, followed by the notion of safe drinking water. X-rays were developed around 1900. And by 1800, life expectancy had skyrocketed to 30. By 1900, it hit 47. And in 1900 came about the notion of sterilization, followed by blood transfusions, electrocardiograms, insulin, penicillin, chemo, ultrasound, open heart surgery, kidney transplants, polio vaccine in 1955, birth control pill in 1960, liver transplants, heart transplants, CT scans. And by 1980, we jumped life expectancy to 73. And that's when we got really serious about the personal attention. Diet, nutrition, exercise, sleep, stress, relationship, no smoking or drinking, and life expectancy is now 87. And we're not done yet. We have advanced medical innovations and technologies that are going to take this to new, unprecedented levels in the course of human history. The human genome, CRISPR, focused ultrasound, and the human cell atlas. The latest innovative technologies in medicine, all brought to us as a result of nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is the basis for all innovation that is occurring everywhere. In the 1970s, a single computer filled an entire room. By the 1980s, that computer sat on a desk. It's shrunk. You know about Moore's Law. Every 2 years, the size of a computer gets cut in half, the speed doubles, the cost gets cut in half. By the 1990s, that computer sat on your lap. By the 2000s, it fit in the palm of your hand. By the 2010s, it fit on your wrist. This decade, computers are the size of a grain of rice, and they are implantable in the human brain. They have already taken quadriplegics and through brain implants of computer chips, enabled them to be able to walk again. It's projected that by 2030, we will all have the ability to be connected, our brains directly to the internet. Think the movie The Matrix. Scientists have figured out the difference between sand and silicone is simply how you rearrange the atoms. The difference between coal and gold is how you rearrange the atoms. The difference between an old, infirm individual and a young, healthy one is how you rearrange the atoms. One of the most important innovations was sequencing the human genome. When we first did that in 1990, it took 13 years and cost $3 billion. Today, it takes 2 weeks and $200. By the end of the decade, it'll be a free app on your smartphone. This is why there's nearly no such thing as breast cancer anymore. It's now referred to as the BRCA1 gene. We are taking all cancers and converting them to their genomes. No more kidney cancer, blood cancer, lung cancer, skin cancer. It'll all be based on the human genome. And as an illustration of this, go back to 2007. Scientists are trying to figure out how AIDS jumped from primates to humans. So they took the phosphorescent gene of a jellyfish and inserted it into the embryo of a cat and produced glow-in-the-dark cats. These cats are several hundred of them that now exist in laboratories around the world. That was so 2007. In 2015, we had the introduction of CRISPR technology, called the Breakthrough of the Year, which allows scientists to add missing genes and remove bad ones as easily as we cut and paste in a Word document. We can now do this to babies that are still in the womb, curing them of incurable diseases before they're even born. Also in 2015 was the advent of focused ultrasound, called the best kept secret in medicine. With focused ultrasound, they take the beams of the sound waves and target a specific cell in the body to eradicate it. No surgery, radiation, or chemo. Surrounding tissue is unharmed. No infection, hemorrhage, or tissue damage. No pain or side effects. It's an outpatient treatment with a rapid recovery. Already FDA approved for hundreds of diseases, and more are coming. And now the latest innovation is the Human Cell Atlas, recognizing that each cell has 20,000 genes. There are 37 trillion cells in the human body, and we're going to figure out how to target each one of them with our genomics to fix the ones that are bad, to replace the ones that are dead, to insert the ones that are missing. All of that is coming over the next decade. Think back to 1800, the leading causes of death. Ever heard of pyemia or syphilis? Medical science eradicated these. By 1900, these were the leading causes of death: dysentery, cholera, TB, scarlet fever, and typhoid. When's the last time you heard anybody in America dying of typhoid? These were the leading causes of death 100 years ago. Today, the leading causes of death: heart disease, respiratory illness, diabetes, cancer, addictions, and Alzheimer's. Scientists are predicting that these will all be cured by 2040. Propelling us to living longer than ever before. Scientists who study aging, I've been on the advisory boards of Stanford's Center on Longevity, Milken's Institute in the Study of Aging, MIT's Age Lab, and the scientists are all saying, if you're alive in 2030, you're likely going to live to age 100 or beyond. We are redefining what it means to be old. This, of course, is the famous portrait of Whistler's mother. She was 62 years old when he painted her portrait. This is what America thinks of about being old. But in fact, this is today's version. This is Joanna Quaz, age 95 and a practicing gymnast. Or Nola Oakes, who obtained her college degree at age 95, the oldest college graduate in American history. Ron Perlman, at age 100, setting records in the Senior Olympics. This is the future you're likely going to have. You will be healthier at 95 than you were at 55 because of innovations in medical science. So I have just one question for you. Are you helping your employees live a life that is designed to live happily for 100 plus years? The notion that they're going to retire in their 60s and then live a life of no financial productivity is simply out of date. Retirement, as we know it, as a 20th century innovation that grew up following World War II, is gone. Because we're not going to be dead at age 75 or 80. We're going to be alive and productive into our 80s, 90s, and 100s. We need to help our employees prepare and plan for this, economically, financially. Number 5, the biggest myth that you're conveying to your kids. How many of you have children under the age of 20? All right. What's the biggest myth you're conveying to your kids? That they got to go to college. This is my new book, The Truth About College, which just came out last week. It already hit #1 at Amazon. I want to share with you some of the key statistics that are in the book. First of all, going to college remains the best path for prosperity in America for the overwhelming majority of people. 94% of all the households in the U.S. that are earning $200,000 or more are headed by a college graduate. College grads earn almost $1 million more over their careers than non-grads. College grads live 7 years longer on average than people who didn't go to college. But 24% of freshmen drop out. Only 62% graduate after 6 years. The notion of graduating in 4 years, only 28% do that. 62% graduate after 6 years. 10 years after graduating, only half of graduates have a job that requires a degree, any degree, let alone the one they have. And 20 years later, 42% are still paying off their student loan debt. 25% of all student loans are held by adults 50 years of age or older. And when polled, half of grads say that they chose the wrong school or major. If they could do a do-over, they would go back and choose a different degree or a different college. And 25% say they wish they had skipped college altogether. So college is a fabulous path when you do it right to lead to the successful outcome, but we have tens of millions of US adults who have done it wrong. And this is why half of college students have been diagnosed with depression. They're not merely depressed, they've actually been to a clinician and been diagnosed, which means the number who are actually depressed is probably a lot higher than this. 65% of undergrads know a classmate who has attempted suicide. Last year, 24,000 students attempted it, and 1,100 of them succeeded. Clearly, something's wrong with the path we are choosing for college. So I have 2 questions for you. Are you aware that today's college path is not the same as the one you experienced decades ago? Too often, parents are telling their kids to go to college because they're thinking fondly of their career path and how it has helped them. But today's path isn't the same as the one we went under. We need to recognize that. Are you aware of that fact? And second, are you offering as an organization tuition payments as an employee benefit? It's one of the most powerful employee tools that are available in the world of HR because everybody is acutely aware of the incredibly high cost of going to college. So many more fabulous statistics I could share with you from the book. A lot of them are fresh in my mind because the book just got published. Here's one of my favorites. 37% of all U.S. Postal Service mail sorters, 37% of the people sorting mail in post offices have a college degree. Why? It strikes me that they wasted 6 years and $250,000. Okay, number 6, the biggest investment mistake that people are making is reliance on the 60-40 glide path. We know what the glide path is. If you are trying to figure out how should I invest my money, we know every financial advisor will tell you this, that the younger you are, the more time till retirement, the more of your money ought to be in equities. We know equities are risky, but we also know they're the best performing asset. You can tolerate the risk thanks to the amount of time. If the market crashes, don't worry, you've got decades to recover. So if you're in your 20s, 100% of your money ought to be invested in stocks. And as you age, You reduce your equity exposure because as you age, you're getting closer to retirement, closer to the time when you start to need the money for income, and you don't have as much time to recover from a market crash. So let's reduce the risk as you age, and that's the glide path. This is the very typical 60-40 glide path. 60% of your money in stocks, 40% in bonds by the time you're in your 60s. My argument is that we need to extend this glide path, a much higher allocation into equities for a much longer period of time. If you're going to live to age 100, there's no reason to have only 40% of your money in equities at age 60. You still have 40 years to go. You still have plenty of time to recover from a market crash. And if you're going to live that long, you need to make sure that your money lasts as long as you do, and earning 2 or 3% isn't going to cut it on an after-tax, after-inflation rate. We've got to get the money earning competitive rates of return, which you can only do in the financial markets. And this is why your employees are worried. The fundamental question, will my money last as long as I do? And it raises the issue of how do I manage my money in the age of longevity? And the best example I can give you is this. Kodak, one of the best known brands on the planet, 140-year-old company, 130,000 employees, in 2012 filed for bankruptcy because of the advent of digital photography, which undermined their film processing business. And the year they went bankrupt, Instagram, 18 months old, 13 employees, was sold for $1 billion because it deployed the very digital technology that destroyed Kodak. This is disruption. Technological innovation destroys companies. Tower Records was killed by iTunes. Borders was wiped out by Amazon. Blockbuster killed by Netflix. Encyclopedia Britannica. How many of you have ever remember that? Killed, of course, by the internet. Classified ads wiped out by pretty much everybody. There's nothing new about this. Technology has been destroying companies for hundreds of years. The Model T wiped out the horse and buggy business. With that disruption comes incredible investment opportunities. Electronic sports. You bitching at your teenagers for playing video games in their bedroom? Do you realize you now get a college degree and a full scholarship the way they do for football players majoring in esports? It's a $6 billion industry. Drone technology will be a $55 billion business by the end of the decade. 3D printing, $100 billion. Generative AI, $200 billion. Wearables, $200 billion. Robotics, $232. Big data, $500 billion. The sharing economy, $800 billion. The space economy, $1 trillion. Safety and security, $1.1 trillion. Blockchain technology, $3 trillion. The Internet of Things, $4.5 trillion. Tokenization, $16 trillion. Bitcoin, $19 trillion. The turn of the century, world GDP was $41 trillion. It's now doubled to $80 trillion. It's going to double again in 15 years to almost $200 trillion. The growth and development of the global economy is astonishing, and it's being supported and fostered by technological innovation. So we've got to change the nature of the glide path, and not just the amount of money you have in equities, but which equities you own. Too many people have too much of their money in the successful stocks of the 20th century, as opposed to the stocks of the 21st century. So, 2 questions for you. Does your organization's retirement plan offer mutual funds, ETFs, and investment options that are emphasizing exponential technologies? And second, does your organization offer financial education? People are assuming that the way things are going to be is the way that things have been, and what got us here is not going to be what gets us there. We need to re-educate everybody because of longevity and technological innovation. Number 7, the biggest asset allocation mistake that people are making: omitting crypto. Raise your hand if you own Bitcoin or some other digital asset. Oh, it's a minority in the room. That reflects the US population. Quick little lesson on crypto. I've been in the crypto space since 2012, so I'm one of those OGs in the space. I created the Digital Assets Council of Financial Professionals, and we created the CBDA professional designation. certified in blockchain and digital assets. We teach financial advisors and firms about crypto. And it was my 13th book, The Truth About Crypto, which also was a #1 Amazon bestseller. Blockchain technology lets businesses work faster, cheaper, safer, with greater transparency and inclusion. Bank of England says it's going to transform the global financial system. This year, we're investing as an industry about $200 billion in blockchain technology. The marketplace is going to be $3 trillion, according to Gartner, by the end of the decade. PwC says it's going to add $2 trillion to GDP. Right now, 500 million people own Bitcoin and other digital assets around the world, including 65 million US adults. It's about 25% of the adult population, reflective here in this room. But those who do own it, 8 out of 10 are long-term believers. 70% say it's a key component of their wealth strategy. 70% plan to increase their exposure to crypto over the next couple of years. Billionaires are investing in crypto. Endowment funds, pension funds, hedge funds, family offices. Half of financial advisors personally own crypto. PayPal is allowing you to buy and sell digital assets and to use them for the payment of goods and services from all of their merchants online. Walmart has installed Bitcoin ATMs at its stores across the country. You can make charitable donations in Bitcoin at Charles Schwab through their DAF Giving program, their donor advised fund, as well as at Fidelity's donor advised fund. Last year, over $500 million was donated in Bitcoin to charities between Fidelity and Schwab. You can make political contributions in Bitcoin. In many states, you can now pay your taxes in Bitcoin. Many colleges are letting you to pay tuition in crypto. And Bitcoin is just the beginning. The real big excitement is about tokenization. This is what's coming. Tokenization was first done in 2018. A $30 million condo building in Manhattan was tokenized. We understand tokenization. You know it better than you think. In the world of Wall Street, we call them shares. You take IBM, you take a $100 billion business. How would you like to buy IBM? Great idea, right? Problem is you don't have $100 billion. So what does IBM do? They carve it up into 1 million shares of $100 a piece. And now you can, with $100, you can buy a piece of IBM. And you have a share of the company. And that's what we all do as investors. The problem with real estate, we'd all love to own the GM building in New York or the Sears Tower in Chicago. You can't because who's got $1 billion to buy a commercial office building? Only an insurance company or a pension fund, right? So it keeps us, you and me, ordinary retail investors, out of the real estate market, which is one of the best investment opportunities on the planet. But thanks to blockchain technology, we can now invest because we can take a building and tokenize it. This $30 million building was split into 10 million tokens of $3 a piece. Now you can buy a piece of a building. And it's also liquid. The problem with real estate is it's illiquid, right? You know how hard it is to sell your house, how much time it takes to do it. But now it trades just like a stock does. Very simple, very easy, highly liquid. First deal done in 2018. 2020, the St. Regis Hotel in Aspen was tokenized. In 21, the G999 Tower in Dubai was tokenized. Christie's this year just sold $1 billion worth of real estate, and the only people that were even allowed to bid were people who were willing to pay in crypto. Christie says that by 2030, a third of all the houses in the US will be bought with crypto. It's not just real estate. You can buy concert tickets and baseball tickets in crypto. We can now use crypto for tracking exotic cars, rare art. The Norwegian Seafood Association is now tracking all of its fish on the blockchain to help you verify that it is legit from Norway, not fake salmon. Breitling is doing the same thing with its watches. So is Parmigiano Reggiano, which is suffering $5 million a year of cheese fraud. You've heard, of course, Bruce Springsteen selling his music catalog for $500 million. Bob Dylan sold his, Stevie Nicks, So many recording artists have been selling their music catalogs for hundreds of millions of dollars. Why are the companies willing to pay for that? Because right now you are a fan of Justin Bieber, but imagine that you could buy a token representing a share of the royalty for the music. So every time the song is played on Spotify, you get a cut of the royalty. Instead of being a fan, you're now going to be an owner. All of this is coming over the next couple of years. With blockchain technology, we can engage in advertising incentives, social media, your driver's license. Think about this. Why are we walking around with a piece of plastic in our pocket or purse? Why isn't our driver's license a token in our digital wallet, in our Apple phone or our Android phone, so that we can share it with whoever needs to see it, we can transmit it safely and securely, our passport, medical records, employment records, academic records, safety and maintenance records, the deeds to our house, titles to our car. West Virginia is the leader on car titles, and every state is now using West Virginia's technology. Used to be when you bought a car, you had to wait a couple of weeks to get the title, right? Not anymore. It's now an instantaneous transaction. When you buy the car, you get a non-fungible token representing your ownership of the vehicle. So that when you're ready to sell the vehicle in the future, it's incredibly simple and easy to transfer that ownership to the buyer. Most valuable asset for most Americans is their home. They reach retirement, they need more income, they don't want to sell their house, they don't want to get a reverse mortgage. Why don't we take your $1 million house and turn it into 1 million tokens of $1 each? You can sell them whenever you want, as often as you want. Investors will buy them because they want to own a real estate investment in your community. If you change your mind, you can buy the tokens back. We're going to be tokenizing houses in the future. Salaries are going to be tokenized. That's already happening in the National Football League, where instead of you having a favorite quarterback, you can now buy into the contract of that quarterback. As their career grows and their compensation grows, you will be compensated along with them. Your favorite Hollywood star, favorite recording artist, your favorite Broadway performer, you won't merely be a fan, you will be an owner of their activity at the same time. Boston Consulting Group says the global market for tokenized securities by 2023 will be $18 trillion. I don't know if you heard the Secretary of the Treasury on Fox Business a couple of days ago. He said that within a couple of years, the entire U.S. securities market will be tokenized. $68 trillion worth of assets will be trading on the blockchain. ETFs, raise your hand if you own an ETF. They will not exist by 2030. ETFs will be replaced by tokens. ETFs trade on Wall Street with a T+1 settlement. It takes a day to settle the trade. Tokens trade 24/7 with instantaneous settlement. They are cheaper, they are more transparent, they are more accessible by anybody in the world. And it's the next technological innovation. This is why crypto has become a mainstream asset class, and there are now dozens of ways that you can allocate. The biggest asset managers in the country are all making available investments in the world of crypto. So I've got two questions for you. Have you considered adding crypto to your organization? Dozens of organizations, from the Fortune 500 to crypto-native companies, are investing in Bitcoin as part of their cash reserves. And second, does your organization offer crypto education to your employees, to their families, to your customers, members, staff, patients, clients, etc.? And number 8, our last one. The biggest opportunity for financial security is guaranteed lifetime income. We've talked about the fact that you're likely to live to age 100 and beyond. And we've asked the question, will your money last as long as you do? More and more people are beginning to recognize how long they're likely to live, and they're looking at the struggles and challenges we have in the world and want, beyond all else, to know that their money will last as long as them. We want guaranteed lifetime income. We get it from 3 fundamental sources today, of course: Social Security, pensions, and annuities. We all understand the Social Security situation. In 1935, when it was invented, very clever system, 159 workers paying in with Social Security taxes for every retiree taking money out. And this is how the system survived for 80 years. Today, we have 2.6 workers for every retiree. Roosevelt never anticipated that people would be living so long. We were never anticipating that we would be paying so much money to so many people for so many years. And this is why the Social Security system is going broke. The trust fund will be depleted by 2032, according to the Social Security Administration. When that happens, all benefits for everybody getting them will be cut 24%. I love it when Biden said last year, when Kamala Harris said it, and when Donald Trump said it. Everybody from both parties were quick to say on the campaign trail, I will not touch Social Security. What they were meant to say is, I'm not going to cut your benefit. But what they did say by, I'm not going to touch it, this is what happens, because that's the law. If Congress takes no action, that's what happens. I guarantee they're going to touch it. They don't have a choice. The question is, how will they touch it? Will they cut the benefit, or will they raise the tax? Nobody knows. My guess, combination of the two, it'll be kicking and screaming, and it won't happen until 2032 when they don't have any choice but to act. The bottom line is, we can't assume that Social Security benefits will be in the future the same as they are today. We also know there's a big pension problem. First and foremost, most Americans no longer get them, but even those who do, typically state and federal workers, as well as certain private sector jobs, many of these pensions have been operating under false actuarial assumptions. They've been assuming that the pension beneficiaries will be dead by 85. What happens if they all live to 95? They're not going to have enough money to honor the promises. So we've got a challenge. They've got the same issue with the worker-retiree ratio. They're underestimating how long retirees will live, and they are overestimating how much money they're going to earn on their investment returns. The result is we have a multi-trillion-dollar pension shortfall in this country. It's another problem equal to that of the Social Security crisis, which takes us to annuities. Now you know why this year Americans have bought $450 billion worth of annuities. Because annuities offer the promise of guaranteed lifetime income. Do not underestimate the power of that pitch. So, one simple question for you. Are you offering guaranteed lifetime income options as an employee benefit? Everybody wants it. So, everything I just shared with you are in my 3 most recent books, The Truth About Your Future, which is all about exponential technologies and how it's changing everything. The Truth About Crypto, a deep dive focused on what's happening in blockchain and digital assets. And my newest book, The Truth About College. If you have a teen headed that way, I encourage you to have them read it. You should read it too. In the back of the book is 20 conversation starters for parents to have with their kids about the college question. Should you go, and if so, now? What college, what major, so that your college outcome for the student is everything you want it to be. So we've covered AI, elder care, Alzheimer's, crypto college, GLI, the 60-40 glide path, and longevity. And I think we have a couple of minutes. Barb, tell me if I'm wrong. If you happen to have any questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention to this.
I have a question. So with blockchain, I always get confused about blockchain, and it sounds like it stands on its own, but it's what fuels the crypto and tokenization. Is that right? So crypto and tokenization can't happen without blockchain. Are there other things going on with blockchain, or is it basically a package kind of the 3?
Yeah, I'll give you a real basic, quick explanation of it. It's extraordinarily confusing. I think Steve Colbert said it best. his definition. Blockchain is everything you don't know about money combined with everything you don't know about computers. It's probably the best definition. So a blockchain is simply a ledger. That's all it is. We've been using ledgers for thousands of years, right? And you use them every day in your business. You also use them at home. Your bank checkbook is a ledger. We record income and expenses, deposits and withdrawals. We track inventories. We use ledgers to track what's going on. The problem with ledgers is that when you create one, think of an Excel spreadsheet, that's a ledger. When you create it, you're the only one who can see it. And no one else can unless you give permission. And if I asked to see it, you could show me a fake one. We call it a second set of books. That's why Al Capone went to prison. So you can cheat. And that's why we hire accountants. We don't trust them, so we hire auditors. We don't trust them, so we bring in bank examiners. So accounting with ledgers is expensive, it's cumbersome, it's slow, but it's the way we've been doing business for thousands of years. Along comes blockchain technology. This is simply a new kind of ledger. And it differs from the traditional approach. Instead of centralized, meaning you're the only one with it, a blockchain ledger is on the internet and anybody can see it. If you have an internet connection, you can go look at the Bitcoin blockchain and you can see every transaction that was ever done. It's impossible to insert a fraudulent transaction. Once a data is posted, which anybody can do, it's permanent. It can't be copied or erased. It can't be changed in any way. This is revolutionary. It allows businesses to operate faster and cheaper with greater security and safety and transparency than any other system before, which is why everybody in the Fortune 500 is racing to build and develop blockchain technology. JP Morgan is already using it to move $2 billion a day of its customers from one country to another, cross-border transmittals. I'll give you an example. If you wanted to move money from one country to another, it's a $12 trillion business. About $1 trillion of it are humans, people. You know, picture an immigrant sending money home to mama. But the rest of it is business and government. If you want to move money, you got to use the SWIFT system, or you got to do it through Western Union. It takes, on average, 5 days, and the cost is 6.5% of the transaction. In Africa, it's 20% cost. This is obscene. You can fly the money from New York to London faster than you can wire it. It's ridiculous. With blockchain, you can do it instantly, virtually free, with greater cybersecurity. What's not to love? So that's what a blockchain is. Now, in order to use a blockchain, imagine going into a casino. You want to play blackjack. They won't let you play with dollars, will they? What do they make you do? They force you to convert the dollars into chips. Play. When you're done, you convert the chips back to dollars. Same thing with a blockchain. If I want to send money to London using the Bitcoin blockchain, I've got to turn my dollars into Bitcoin. Use the Bitcoin blockchain to send the money. The receiver will convert it back to, well, they'll convert it into pounds, into the local currency. Same thing when you go take a vacation to Europe. You convert the dollar to euros, spend the money, and when you come home, you convert it back to dollars. So to use the blockchain, you have to use the token that is native to the blockchain. So they go hand in hand, absolutely. But the fundamental technology is blockchain technology, and the tokens are created as the means of conveyance, just like casino chips and euros versus yen. Wherever a mic is, I don't know if we need a mic or whatever.
I've got a mic here. First off, thank you for the presentation. I thought your insights were amazing. I agree with a lot of what you've said, but one question I've had, and I've been wanting to ask this to someone I think smarter than me, so I'm glad to have the opportunity, is how do you rectify the essential competition between data, AI, blockchain? All three require more chips, which are silicon. It's a limited resource. All three require massive amounts of energy to fuel the computations that are going to exponentially grow as we grow with all those. And all three, because of that energy, require that heat to be dispersed, which is through, typically these days, water. It seems that at some point we have to decide which one we want, or we might just have a world that is covered in data centers.
Number one, you're going to end up with a world that's covered in data centers. But actually you won't, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But no, they're not in competition with each other for those resources for two reasons. Number one, we are rapidly growing those resources to accommodate the demand, and that's why many communities have been excited that data centers are coming to a town near you, creating lots of jobs, economic opportunity. Others are very concerned about the environmental and social impacts of those data centers. So it's like with everything else, pro and con. So we're increasing radically our capacity because we are, for all those three reasons you cited, need more energy. And it's not going to be a question of choice. We need all three, and we're going to build enough energy to accommodate all three. Second is that those technologies are in many ways complementary. Guess who one of the biggest providers of energy to AI data centers are? Bitcoin mining centers. Bitcoin miners throw off a lot of excess energy from their mining operations, which has until now been wasted. They're now able to convert those Bitcoin data mining centers into AI data centers. Because Bitcoin mining centers can be turned on and off. They don't have to operate 24/7. An AI data center does. You cannot shut down Google at any time, right? But you can turn off a miner. So we're discovering that the miners and the AI data centers are merging to complement and support each other so that 1 + 1 = 3. They're more efficiently, we don't need 2 of everything. We can do 2 with 1.5, if that makes sense. So that's helping to improve the efficiency. But the ultimate efficiency will be obtained via continued technological innovation. It'll come in two places. Number one, solar. Solar is the solution for the world's energy need, long term. The sun produces 10,000 times more energy than we use. All we've got to do is access solar. It takes three things. You got to access the energy. You have to store it, because you don't need it all at once. And then you have to be able to distribute it. That makes it economically challenging. Solar is growing at a rapid pace, along with other technologies such as geothermal and wind and water, et cetera, et cetera. So we are going to continue to see massive improvements in our production, storage, and distribution of energy because we have no choice but to accomplish that. And the second aspect, why we're not going to have the planet covered in data centers, two reasons. Number one, Moore's Law. The size of the data centers are shrinking because the size of the computer chips are shrinking. What is currently a football field-sized data center will one day in the next 10 years be the size of a bread box. And if you believe what Elon Musk said a month ago, they'll all be in space. We will circle the planet in data centers, and they will beam down. Ultimately, his goal is to put them all on the moon and transmit the data from space, eliminating all physical notion here on the planet.
Rick, you mentioned crypto. We also have private markets. You got public markets. Am I hearing you say there's a whole change coming to asset allocation and how we're thinking about our financial future, number one? And then number two, what's the risk there? I think, people understand the risk of the public markets, but now you're introducing something that most people are probably not going to understand. If they can't understand stocks and bonds, how are they going to understand tokenization and distribution?
Yeah, well, they're not going to understand tokenization any more than people today understand ETFs. I don't think you have to understand it. I mean, do you understand the principles of internal combustion? What's it got to do with driving a car? Right? So I don't know that the ordinary mere mortal needs a deep dive understanding and comprehension of fundamentally how does this stuff work. What they really want to know at its core is, can I invest in this asset class? And I'm going to rely on government and corporations to provide the fundamental consumer protections that I'm not dealing with a scam or a fraud or abuse, blah, blah, blah. We know all that stuff exists despite all the great efforts we all do and so on. But I don't anticipate that any new questions are going to arise from risk associated. Here's what it's going to come down to answer the other part of your question. We currently have about 15 or 20 major asset classes. Stocks, bonds, gold and precious metals, commodities, foreign securities, real estate, energy, right? Maybe added a lot, maybe 15 or 20. If you want to break it down, small cap stocks, mid cap, large cap, we can come up with the categories. And you're all probably invested in them through your diversified ETFs. 15 or 20, and you and your financial advisor are trying to figure out, how do I slice that pie? How much of my money goes into each one of those 15 to create my asset allocation? In the future, thanks to tokenization, well, let me back up 1 second. You know what your financial advisor, raise your hand if you have one, if you have a financial advisor. Yeah, good for you. You know what your financial advisor has never recommended that you buy? Baseball cards, comic books, rare coins or stamps, artwork. Why not? Are they not a legitimate asset class? Have they not proven to be successful in the marketplace? The first Superman comic book was just sold last week for $12 million, the highest price ever. A Clint's just sold at auction, the highest priced artwork ever in New York. Why has your financial advisor never recommended those asset classes? One simple reason: none of them are securities. And advisors are restricted by law and regulation to recommending securities. Comic books aren't. So they don't recommend them to you. Well, what if suddenly you could have an ETF of comic books? Well, that's what you're going to have with tokens. You're going to be able to take that Superman comic that's worth $12 million and slice it into 12 million tokens of $1 each, and you'll all now be able to buy into the Superman #1. And because it'll be a security, your advisor will be able to make it available to you, which means in the future, you're not going to have 15 or 20 asset classes. You're going to have 15 or 20,000 asset classes. Everything will be tokenized and monetized and made available as an investment opportunity. Now you're really talking about complication of how do I choose what to buy and how do I understand the risks associated with each of those assets. The notion of public asset, like IBM stock, versus private asset, like investing in a privately held company like Mars. Wouldn't we all love to invest in Mars, the biggest candy company in America? Well, they're a privately held company owned by the family. What a shame for the rest of us. But in the future, we will be able to invest in Mars because everything will be tokenized. So the investment opportunities are massive, which means we are going to need to understand which ones are legit versus scams or just marketing shticks that don't have any real underlying value. And that is where the value of an advisor will be more important than ever. It's all coming, and it's all coming with astonishing speed, which is the incredible aspect to this. So it's going to get very exciting. The opportunity for creating wealth would be unprecedented. We are hopeful and anticipating, because of the democratization and demonetization of tokenization, that the financial markets will be available to everybody for the first time ever. You don't need a bank. You don't need a brokerage account. All you need is a phone to engage in blockchain technology. This is true not just in the US, but worldwide. These markets will trade 24/7 around the world. You don't have to wait Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 4 p.m., except holidays, to buy whatever you want to buy. And people around the world who don't have access to US assets suddenly will. And instead of having 200 million US adults buying stocks, you're not going to have 6 billion people around the planet with access to that marketplace. What do you think that'll do to pricing? So the creation of wealth is going to be on an unprecedented exponential basis. It's going to get extraordinarily exciting. And most exciting of all for people who invest today before any of that happens. You can either buy after the prices go up, or you can buy now before they do. That's why we're trying so hard to get the word out for people to understand all this. It's going to be, you're asking the right questions, and my attitude is, don't worry about it. I've seen people saying, I'm not investing in crypto because I don't understand it. And it makes me think of Warren Buffett, who said, I don't invest in technology because I don't understand it. He didn't buy Apple stock until about 10 years ago. And he totally missed the upside on the attitude, I don't understand it. Well, then hire someone who does. Duh. I mean, that's just ridiculous. The only people who ride in taxi cabs are people who know how to drive? I don't think so. The whole point of having a driver is that you don't have to worry about it. I don't know how to fly a plane, but I'm willing to get in one. So it's coming. It's going to be exciting, and I hope you'll take full advantage of it.
Can you comment a little bit on the notion that if we're going to live a very long time, which was part of the discussion, but then the other part of the discussion is to buy guaranteed income, I guess what concerns me is sort of the catch-22. I'm going to buy into something and give somebody money when they're not necessarily pricing that risk correctly. That makes me worried that, wherever I'm putting that money, it may not be there when I need it. How do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a very serious concern. I am worried that many of the products on the market that have been promising guaranteed lifetime income will fail to deliver on their promise. Certainly true of Social Security. It'll get fixed, and the way it gets fixed will be a reduction in benefit or a delay in when you get the benefit. Getting the Social Security at 62 is ridiculous. You shouldn't be able to get it till you're 75. And the amount of taxes that people pay in is going to have to evolve too, to make the system sustainable. Pension marketplace is also ridiculous. The politicians have made far too many generous promises that they cannot honor, and that's a crisis coming in the next decade. And I'm concerned about some annuity products, because some annuity products are based, typically the older ones, that have been around for 20 years, were based on actuarial data that's simply today flawed. So be careful when you're buying an annuity. Some of them are absolutely fabulous, really exciting products that are specifically designed as longevity insurance. They're turning annuities on their head. People generally buy an annuity to get income immediately. Well, forget it. Buy an annuity that won't give you a dime until you're 90. If you die between now and then, you get nothing. But if you're alive at age 90 and you live to 120, they'll continue to pay you. It turns it upside down, where they are paying very close attention to actuarial data of the future based on exponential technologies. And these products are really pretty cool. And a lot of annuity products are becoming less expensive. They're becoming more transparent. And that's because it's the commercial marketplace where they tend to be more agile than governments can be in responding to consumer demand and technological innovation. So some of these products are pretty cool. There's also a whole new array of investment products that are available. For example, a company called LifeX, which is owned by Stone Ridge, has introduced a suite of ETFs that are really very interesting. You can't even buy it until you're 65. And you decide when you buy it how many years of income you're going to receive, 10 years or 20 or 30 or 40, and they're guaranteeing you that you will have income for life. And they do it through a combination of equities and treasuries. And they're basing on actuarial science, knowing a certain number of the people who own this are going to be dead before it happens. We're also beginning to see a return of tontines. Anybody know what a tontine is? Raise your hand if you know what a tontine is. So tontines were really popular in the early 1900s, 1800s to the early 1900s. Imagine putting all your money into a mutual fund, and all the money in the fund goes to whoever is the last survivor. And the attitude is the people who died don't need the money. It's the people who survive who need the money. So tontines were very, very popular, and as usually happens with great ideas, scams result and became very abusive, and they fell by the wayside in the 1920s. They're coming back because tontines are a really fascinating way to provide guaranteed income for the survivors, which is what really matters. Of course, it also tends to put targets on the back of everybody else. There are a lot of innovative products that are coming to address guaranteed lifetime income. Some already exist that are really pretty cool. More are going to come online. In other words, we're addressing the issues that we're beginning to deal with that have never been issues in the past. It's going to be pretty exciting. And with that, I'll say thank you so much. I wish you the best. Thanks for all your hard work that you're doing on behalf of so many folks. Glad you're here on behalf of EBRI. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
Thanks so much, Rick.